The story begins with a stupid night in the darkness, where only the fluttering of night birds of prey could be heard. However, the silence was muffled by someone's voice. At that moment, a young man was knocked down by a woman's heel right in the back. The young man was lying on the ground, and the girl was standing right with her foot on the young man's hoist. She spun her sword in the air. Then the girl thrust the blade of the sword straight into the boy's outstretched hand. He was incredibly frightened by what was happening, and his hand was pierced by a sharp pain. The girl shouted at him not to resist, otherwise she would kill him. The girl asked him what the man was doing there anyway. The young man was shaking with fear and staring at the ground. He didn't answer for a long time, and the girl shouted why the young man wasn't answering her. The boy hit his forehead on the ground and shouted that his name was Shibata Kosuke. His last name was Shibata, and his first name was Kosuke. The young man said that he was 24 years old and a complete bachelor. He was an ordinary office worker, and his hobby was playing survival games on the computer, and his daily routine was jogging. The girl continued to look at him, as the boy said that all he remembers is that he was standing in the middle of the forest, so he really doesn't know where he is. He went into the forest to get water and food, and made a fire in the hope that he would run into someone. The boy continued and said that, in other words, he was lost. The girl asked if the boy really thought she would believe this nonsense. The young man turned to her and said that it was true whether she believed him or not. Suddenly, he saw the girl and said that she was a dark elf, and then decided to say that she was very beautiful. He wanted to say that she was a nice girl, but suddenly, she kicked him. The young man did not understand what she was doing. The girl said that the boy called her a dark elf because of her skin color, but let him try to say that again. Kosuke shouted that she was just a savage. The girl smirked and asked if the man really dared to call her a savage. Then she asked the boy what he was looking at. The young man said that, let's say, he looks at her curvy figure. The girl said that the young man is a very honest guy, and she likes it. She closed her eyes and took the blade of her sword out of her hand. She asked him what he was doing here. The young man replied that he really didn't know what he was doing here at all. He saw that he suddenly found himself in the middle of some wilderness and did not understand how it happened. When he raised his head, he saw another planet in the sky, which occupied about 30% of the entire visibility. He also saw some moon-like planet the size of his fist. The girl understood what the boy was talking about and said that it was Rancor and Orcus. The girl realized that the boy really didn't know where they were. She was in Reisu, on the continent of Pensu in the Omid wilderness, on the edge of the Black Forest. On his first day of survival, the young man found himself in some wasteland and did not understand where he was. Then he decided to look in his pockets to find his things. In his pocket he found only a smartphone and house keys, as well as a wallet containing only 2 bills and a ticket. But at least he could take a taxi. If he found the city, he could go home. But there was not a soul around. If he was on Earth, say in Japan, it would be nice if it was just some kind of game. Then the young man realized that this was reality, so there was nothing to be happy about. He hasn't seen any dangerous animals yet, but he doesn't know what will happen tonight. This isn't Earth, and he doesn't know what kind of monsters he might encounter here. He doesn't know what he needs to do first, and maybe find water. She's definitely not here, and his intuition tells him this, because he's a survival nerd after all. He won't be able to do anything unless he focuses on one thing. The first thing he needs to do is make a shelter. With this thought in mind, he stands in the middle of a dense forest and in a very bad position. If it were a game, he might make an abuse shelter. Then he thinks it just doesn't matter. So he starts sharpening stones. After some time, stone knife number 1 was ready. Such a knife will greatly facilitate the hero's further survival. It is time to leave here, and the hero heads straight into the forest. He makes his way through thick bushes that prevent him from moving normally. And there are also huge insects in the forest. The young man was very surprised by this and shook his hand to remove the insect. Then the young man came out to a clearing where a huge tree grew. He thought that it should be clean here, and so far he did not see any traps or claw marks on the tree. This is a great place for a future base. He looks at the sky and tells himself that he needs to get moving while it's still light outside. After some time, the young man got hold of several sticks, a handful of dried leaves, and also found a very flexible stick. He wondered if this would be enough for him. Using the number 1 stone knife, he will make a hole in the stick by twisting the knife in a circle. He will also need a rope here. He takes the rope out of his pants and thinks about what it would be like to stretch it around a flexible stick. Then he invents his own fire starter. The young man begins to rub sticks on dry leaves very vigorously to make fire. Then the young man notices a small coal and says that all that remains is to put some dried leaves on it. Suddenly the fire goes out, but the young man does not despair and wants to get it again. The sun had almost set, but the young man was still trying to make a fire. The coal would go out, the stick would bend, but he did not give up and tried again and again. Finds herself facing an impossible menace area, abusing an impossible minotaur. He warms himself by the fire on a cold night. Suddenly, his stomach makes a growling sound. The young man became very sad because he wanted to eat. He does not understand why he has to survive in some hole, and even alone. He says that he didn't agree to this, and they could have at least given him some kind of cheat, since they summoned him into this world. During his monologue, the young man was hitting a branch on the ground, venting his anger on it. He curled up into a ball and told himself that he was very hungry. Looking at the fire, he decided that tomorrow he would still have to look for water and food. He thinks that if this were a game, he could press the E or F button. While thinking these thoughts, the young man hit his hand with his index finger, as if imitating the action of pressing the keys. He thought that then the crafting menu would appear. Suddenly, some glowing cube appeared near the fire. The young man was very surprised by what he saw in front of him. A glowing line came from the fire and led straight to the menu bar, where some icons were drawn with water, a stick, and meat. The boy thought it was some kind of crafting menu. He imagines pressing the letter E and talking about hiding. Suddenly, the panel disappears. Then he imagines pressing E again and talks about showing, and a panel shows again. The young man tenses up and thinks that he managed to do it. He looks at the panel and thinks that it appeared because of the thought when pressing the button. In games, the tab button is usually used. Suddenly, a panel with an inventory appears, and the young man is very happy that he managed to open his supposed inventory. He rejoices and shouts about the summoned inventory menu. Here, he can look at his condition. Then the young man clicks on the icon with a hammer. The normal crafting menu opens. The young man is happy that he managed to open the crafting menu. He looks at the menu, which describes the creation of a stone knife, a stone axe, a stone spear, a stone arrow, and a bow, and thinks about how he can now craft things. He's happy that it looks like something out of a survival game. He's screaming that he has nothing to fear anymore. Then, he looks at the crafting instructions and says that in order to craft, you need to put your hands in a certain position. Suddenly, a sign appears about making a stone axe. The young man is very happy that he has everything ready and can do it. Finally, he crafted everything he could. As a result, the young man crafted a stone knife, a stone axe, a stone spear, a flask, stone arrows, and a bow. After some time, the young man decided to try his tools. In the end, drawing a spear and an axe did not suit him at all. He can't shoot a bow, so a bow and arrow won't do for him either. The arrow doesn't fly straight, and he won't be able to hit the target. That's why he discarded those options. In any case, he was very happy that he could craft any things he wanted. He picks up the flask and says that inventory is a handy thing. If he focuses on the thing he's holding, it will automatically go into his inventory. Suddenly, the flask disappeared from the boy's hands and appeared in the inventory slot. It is very convenient to keep all your tools in the inventory, because he will not be able to carry them away in his hands. The numbers at the bottom of the inventory are hotkeys, so he drags the axe and spear there because he decided to test it. Suddenly, the young man has an axe in his hands, and a moment later, a bow and arrows appear there. He realizes that it is quite easy. The young man says that it is already night, and going somewhere at night will definitely lead to the hero's death. So he needs to sleep right now. He lies down by the fire and thinks about what he wants to eat. On the second day of survival, the sun rises and illuminates everything around. A young man wakes up and greets someone, saying that his name is Kosuke, and he promises someone that the second day of his survival in another world has begun. No one answered him in response because he said all this to the dry stick standing on the stone. The young man jumped up screaming that he didn't understand what he was doing and who he was streaming to. He knocked the twigs off the rock and started trampling it with his feet. The young man says with his lips that he is tormented by thirst, so he thinks it is time to go for water. After some time, the young man was very surprised that if he starts thinking about the WASD keys, he starts moving. He was very surprised and decided to say goodbye to the laws of inertia. Then, the young man thought that if he thinks about the shift button, he starts moving faster and doesn't get tired at all. Then he imagines pressing the space button and jumping over the rock, He even jumps higher than he can. Then the boy notices something shiny and assumes there is water there. He would not have been able to see it if he had been looking as usual. Then the boy notices a rock in front of him and thinks about how tall it is. If it is so high, the boy will jump by pressing the space B button. Then the boy pressed it again and made a double jump, jumping over such a high stone. The young man is surprised and delighted that he can jump over such obstacles. He also lands gracefully and then raises his head. Suddenly, he discovers a huge monster sitting right on a rock in the center of a small pond. The young man thought that this was very bad and why he always had so many problems. At that moment, the huge monster licked his lips. The next moment, he rushes at the young man with a kind of growl, and the young man realized that he could sprint and run away quickly. The young man runs away from the monster screaming and says that for some reason he is also very fast. Then he summons a spear from his fast slot and says that this is his chance. He throws the spear, but suddenly the monster dodges and starts hissing. The young man was scared and thought that he had failed. He quickly pulls out the spear from his inventory, again, and says with tears in his eyes that he needs to try again. The monster opened its jaws and hissed. The young man was very scared, and then he stuck his spear right into the monster's head. He fell right on top of the boy and knocked him down. Kosuke looked at his spear and realized that it was broken. However, the huge monster was floundering on its back and could not get up, and there was a spear sticking out of its jaw. Kosuke realized that it was stuck in its throat. The young man took an axe from his inventory and hit the huge monster with it. He hit it over and over again, so that it would never rise again. Finally catching his breath, the young man asked if the monster was dead. He looked at the carcass and realized that he could loot it, since it was written that raw meat, a lizard, would come out of it. It was a lizard. It looks like you can drag all of his stuff into your inventory at once. It's a good thing you don't have to butcher him yourself. Suddenly, the young man looks at the place where the lizard was and realizes that its corpse has disappeared, although a pool of blood still remains. He needed to get out of here before anyone else came. Time to use the things he had managed to get. Opening the crafting window, he decides to make a water flask first. The young man scoops up water with this flask. After a while, there were many flasks of water next to him. Although he was thirsty, the water would probably need to be processed first and at least boiled. He looked at the flask and realized that it contained a liter of water. In the end, the young man made 50 flasks and filled them with water. As a result, he had 50 liters of water in his inventory. He thinks that everything will be fine and that he needs to return to the base and boil water. Then the young man realizes that the fire menu has a function to create drinking water. Arriving at the base, he thinks about choosing a flask filled with water and using it at the fire. Then the young man decides to fry some meat. Then the young man looked at the icon and suddenly a plastic bottle of water appeared in his hand. He thought that it held even more water, and for some reason the volume of water increased by 1.5 times. He thinks that it is not important, and there is no need to go into details. Then the young man opens a bottle of water and drinks it all. The young man finishes drinking the water and says that the water is very good. Then he looks and sees that the meat is also ready. He bites into the tender piece of meat and says it tastes like chicken. It doesn't smell like anything, but it's tender and delicious, and it's his first meal since he got here. The young man thinks that now he still has time to work, so he thinks about improving his base. First, he will make a stone shovel using crafting. After some time, after creating the shovel, the young man digs a small hole and says that it is much easier than with bare hands, but still not very convenient. When using a shovel, the earth is added to his inventory immediately after he lifts it. This means he doesn't need to dig up all the ground, so he can save some mills. It would be really cool to be able to dig in the real world too. After a while, the young man thinks that this is very good, just as he wanted. He created a moat around the tree. He is very interested in what he has dug up. He looks into the inventory and notices fertile soil and clay there. He can also craft more things now, like a stove. If he makes a stove, he can smelt iron. Iron tools are much better. The young man tries to understand where he can get iron ore and fuel and whether he will have to dig again. After a while, the young man creates a hammock. He says that tomorrow he will need to look for more food and probably iron and salt, and he will also see what else new can be crafted. The young man falls asleep. However, an elf girl approaches his base. She looks around and then pushes the young man off the hammock. When the young man woke up, there was a girl next to him. She repeated the hero's words that he was not from this world. The girl said that she believed him. Suddenly, spirits appeared around the young man. He asked the girl what these green balls of light were. The girl answered that they were the spirit of life. Suddenly, the young man's wound was healed. He thinks he feels like he is in a hot spring, and he feels very good. The girl says that the spirit of life likes him. The boy asks if this is true, and if he can use magic. The girl replied that she didn't think so. The protagonist told her that she had destroyed all his hopes. The girl then told him to come with her, to which he asked where they were going. The girl said that if the young man wanted to be eaten by a beast, or meet an elf from her village who would kill him on the spot, he could stay here. The young man said he would listen to her, and then remembered something and asked what the girl's name was. He clarified that she had not introduced herself. The girl said that she forgot because everyone around her had known her for a long time, so she forgot to even introduce herself. The young man asked if the girl was a celebrity. The girl said that her name was Sylphie, and she was one of the guards of the Black Forest, so people called her the Witch of the Black Forest. She was a girl with an innocent look and a sword on her back. The young man was barely keeping up with Sylphie. At one point, he asked her to wait. It was the third day of his survival. The young man told the girl that they had been walking all day. He asked how much longer they had to walk. Sylphie told the boy to act like a man. After a while, Sylphie told the boy to look here. They were standing on the edge of a high hill. Sylphie said that her village was there. The young man approached the cliff and was simply amazed. He said that the village was very big. He imagined how beautiful girls greeted him, who came from another world. He thinks about how a guest from another world will be welcomed and whether he is right. Sylphie gave the boy an item and told him to put it on before entering the village. The boy asked if it was a collar or a fashion trinket. Sylphie told him to hurry. He should think of it as magic protecting his life. That way he would be grateful to her. The huge humanoid people started shouting at the hero that he needed to be killed and burned. The hero was very scared. The boy didn't understand what was happening. Sylphie ordered everyone to stop and get out of the way. She needed to talk to the guards, so the boy had to stay here. He was scared and asked what it meant for him to stay here. He was left with one more elf and an angry crowd. The young man said that Sylphie must be joking. The elf said that there was too much of a crowd here, so he should follow her. The young man said that she was right, and that the crowd had too many stairs. She called him to follow her. Suddenly, the young man was kicked in the back by a girl, and he immediately fell to the ground. The girl said that this place would do. The young man asked what the girl was doing. She just chuckled and said that he was just a pathetic person. There were two huge monsters behind the boy. He thought that they were very huge. Suddenly, the boy was surrounded by many monsters. The young man thought that there was a thirst for blood in the air. Silent killers were much more dangerous, so he did not understand what to do. Suddenly, someone shouted what was happening here. Then there was a huge explosion. All the villagers saw huge smoke. A girl came out of the smoke, saying that he belonged to her. It was Sylphie. She pulled the chain and asked who gave them the right to hurt her property. At that time, the young man screamed that he was in great pain. The girl looked at the whole crowd with a menacing look. At that moment, the young man said that he could not breathe, and whether this collar was really invisible. Then he screamed about the pain from the girl's heel, which she pressed right on his back. She screamed that no one but her should torment her property. The girl asked if everyone understood. If so, they should get out of here right now. The young man shouted that he now understood why she needed the collar. After a while, the boy said that it was very rude. Sylphie replied that it was necessary for everyone to see it. Then he asked how long the girl would keep him chained. Sylphie smiled and said that the dog needed to be chained and could not be allowed to run away. Kosuke told the girl that he would remember it. Then he asked what it was. Sylphie answered that there were refugees living on the outskirts of the village. On the continent of Pensu, humans and various other races are in conflict over land. In this holy kingdom, subhumans are unable to do what they want due to pressure from the kingdom. The refugees mostly come from the kingdom of Varanard, located near the Omit Wilderness. They are being driven out of the Holy Kingdom. Kosuke then asks, what is that up ahead? Sylphie replies that it is a magical field. They grow plants using magic. The young man was surprised and said that their agriculture was more developed than even Japan. The girl said that the elves lived in the center. The workshops were located on the outside, and the rest of the area was occupied by agriculture. Kosuke saw a huge tree and asked if the center was there. Sylvie said it didn't matter, and he should follow her. The girl brought the young man to the house and said that this was his home. The young man was very surprised by this nice building. They enter the house, and the boy begins to sniff the air. He takes a deep breath. Sylvie asks what the boy is doing, and if he really sniffs when he comes to a girl's house. Kosuke said that the house smelled nice and wondered if the girl had been burning incense. Sylvie said that she had never done that in her life. After a while, Kosuke asked what the reason was for capturing him. Sylvie said there was no particular reason. You could say it was for fun. Kosuke said she was lying. The girl said that she was interested in the young man, and he had to figure out the rest himself. In the Holy Kingdom, there's a story about the god Adora, who sometimes called people to them for different purposes. There's even a legend about elves who were called lost people and who later saved the world. The girl hopes that the boy has this kind of power. Kosuke said that it will be difficult to live up to his expectations. Sophie asked what kind of mystical power the boy had. She would be very happy if the boy told her. Kosuke suddenly felt like he was being interrogated. The boy would say, "But it's his insurance." He's very grateful to her for saving him and all that, and his skills are quite interesting. But he's just come into this world, so he can't immediately say whether he can do anything. He thought that his value would immediately disappear if he told her everything. Sophie said that she would not tell anyone. The young man replied that he did not even know. The girl smiled and told the boy not to be shy and to be sincere with her. The boy thought about whether it was really true. She has a very beautiful body and she likes it. The young man said that he understood, so he will show the girl his skill. He has an inventory where he can store various things and something like a chest. The girl said it was a pretty handy skill. The boy asked if he could borrow the plate, although he still didn't know how much space his inventory had. Sylvie asked him if he really made the axe himself, since it was hard work. The boy said that he probably did. Then Sylvie said that this spear was not fully processed, but it would be good for hunting and whether the boy really made it himself. The boy agreed. Then the girl asked how such an amateur as he could do such a thing. The young man does not understand what he has done. He should have shown her some grass or stone. Sylvie giggled and said that the boy was willing to show her so much, so she should be careful. The boy thought that everyone had this skill. Then the girl pointed to the plate and asked what it was. The boy replied that it was lizard meat. He still has his skin and bones. When he collected everything from him, his body disappeared, and only a pool of blood remained. Then the boy said that he was very hungry. Sylvie wanted to ask the boy. He asks what the girl wanted to ask her. Sylvie asked that shouldn't a servant prepare food for his mistress. The young man thought about when he became her servant. The young man bowed and asked the hostess to tell him how to cook her dinner. The girl agreed and said that she had no choice, but only once. After a while, the young man said that he had done quite well, even though it was his first time cooking. Then he thanked the hostess. The boy then asked where he could sleep and if he could put up a hammock. The girl agreed and then asked why they didn't sleep together. The young man smiled, then understood what was being said, and asked what was going on. The young man said that he still did not know how the philosophy of love and chastity worked in this world. Sophie said that she knows what chastity means, but what is the philosophy of love? And asks if a man should ask a girl. Kosuke said that he is not an animal. The girl said that in this aspect, there is no big difference between a man and an animal. All that a young man needs is interest. The boy doesn't understand what's going on. He wonders if he can. If he can really be satisfied. Sylvie asks if the boy doesn't want the girl he likes. He thinks everything is fine, and he will just follow his instincts. The girl says that the boy does not need a reason for this, so he will do it. He takes the girl in his arms and says that he is not going to be shy in front of a girl who wants him. Sylvie asked the boy again and asked what it meant. He smiled and said that he was ashamed not to fulfill the girl's wishes, because every young man should get his own girl. He laid the girl on the bed, who said she didn't know, because it was her first time. The young man asked if there was any elves' etiquette that he should know about beforehand. Sylvie replied that she had no friends who could tell her about it. The young man said that then they would follow his etiquette, so he was looking forward to it. The girl said that she can get used to pain, but prefers gentle treatment. She also says that all this is a first for her. The boy said that he would try and then tells the girl to call him Kosuke. and then asks if he should call the girl Sylphie, or maybe be the mistress. The girl said that since they were already alone, it would be better to call her Sylphie, and in other cases it would be better if the boy called her mistress. The boy agreed and said that he liked calling the girl mistress better. Thus the sleepless night continued. The next morning was the fourth day of the hero's survival. The girl was sitting on the couch and said that she was feeling a bit ill. Kosuke was making breakfast and asked if the girl was okay. The girl asked if it was okay, that she felt like she had lost her dignity. The boy replied that the line between expectation and reality was thin and hard to see. Then the boy approached the girl with 2 plates and said that breakfast was ready. Suddenly, Sylphie became embarrassed and insulted Kosuke. She started hitting him on the back with her fists and asking how he could do that to her. The young man jokingly started saying that it hurt and asked the girl to stop. Suddenly, the girl hit him under the arm, and the young man screamed that it really hurt him a lot. The girl said that they would go hunting and gather some things after breakfast, but they had to do it before sunset. The young man agreed, but at that moment he was holding his side. For lunch, they had a sandwich with ham and vegetables sprinkled with salt, and for breakfast, they had pancakes and fried meat. After breakfast, they went out to the elf village. The young man said that although it was necessary, he still felt too awkward. Everyone stares at them, but doesn't say a word. It's possible that it's because they're afraid. They're thinking that they're afraid of Sylphie. Then the boy said it was him. Sylphie didn't understand who he was talking about. Kosuke said he met a dangerous guy. Sylphie realized the boy was talking about Nate. Sylphie told him not to worry about him. Kosuke said that if anyone dared to go against his master, they would immediately regret it. Nate scooted, and Kosuke heard him. After a while, they passed by a construction site. Kosuke asked what they were building there. Sylphie answered that they were building a refugee shelter that also served as protection. She asks if the young man remembers what she told him about the refugees. The Kingdom of Vernard. This place serves for trade. Since the Holy Kingdom took over, the refugees were left with literally nothing and could only obey. Kosuke said that was very harsh. The young man added that he thought this was the fate of everyone who lost a conflict. It seemed that Sylphie wanted to regain the independence of the Vernard Kingdom and take revenge on the Holy Kingdom. His skill is ideal for mass-producing weapons as long as he has the necessary materials to do so. Sylphie asked the boy why he was thinking. He said he wasn't thinking. Sylphie said it didn't matter and they should go. Kosuke agreed. Sylphie added that since they were on hunting grounds, the boy could remove the chains. Kosuke agreed, and then removed the chains. Sylphie told him to be quiet and not to yell. Kosuke asked her to rely on him. He can sneak on the C button. Suddenly the girl is surprised, feeling that the young man is moving strangely. She asks him what he is doing. Kosuke says it's hard to explain, but it's one of his skills, and he can also do this. The boy moves in an invisible circle, jumping. Sylphie said she was even scared. Sylphie said she had a bad feeling about this. Kosuke said it was okay. He then asked the girl if she would mind if he cut down a couple of those trees. Sylphie says he can cut them down, but he'll have to wait about 6 months to get acceptable wood. Kosuke says he knows, but he has one thing. He opens the forest menu. After a while, the girl asked how he was going to chop it down. At that moment, Kosuke was hitting the tree with a stone axe. In 1 minute, the tree falls. Sylphie didn't understand what happened. Kosuke asked what the girl said. Kosuke said that it was a log that he had just cut down. All the branches were gone and it looked dry, and was about 15 meters long. Sylphie shouted what the boy had just done. Kosuke smiled and asked if he really had such a cool skill. The girl said that she was going to go crazy. After a while, Kosuke said that everything was fine. All the things were neatly organized in his inventory. It seemed that he could process all the materials right there. The young man said that he wanted to cut down a few more trees. The girl told him not to cut down everything, but only those that she said. The young man agreed. After a while, he said he was done and had 50 logs. With that amount, he wouldn't have any more problems with wood. If he found a few more twigs and some thread, he could craft a bow. The girl agreed with the boy and said that he cut them down very quickly. The boy said that the trees were finished and it was time to collect ore. Sylphie said that they should go to the mountains then. They make their way through the trees, but suddenly, Sylphie stops because there is something in front of them. Kosuke said that he could already hear some strange sounds. Sylphie whispered to him and told him to stop talking nonsense and concentrate. Then the girl points to him in the distance. Then, Sylphie and Kosuke ran to the bushes. The young man was very surprised when he saw a huge beetle in the clearing, which was the size of a van. Kosuke said that if this was the first monster he met, he would be dead by now. Sylphie told the boy to watch his belly. Kosuke didn't understand why he did that and whether his belly was poisonous. He looked towards Sylphie, but the girl suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, the monster's scream was heard. Kosuke looked and saw that Sylphie had already thrust the blade of her sword straight into the monster. Suddenly, the monster roared. Kosuke took out a bow and arrow from his inventory. He says he can see its sting, where it shoots from. Now the young man says it's his turn. The young man draws an arrow and says that, if he shoots a bow, thinking that he is pressing LMB, then he needs to aim exactly where the cross cursor points. The young man shoots an arrow straight at the monster and hits it. He is surprised that it worked. At that moment, the monster falls, and Sylphie does not waste time and immediately plunges her sword into the head of this huge monster. The monster began to struggle. Sylphie jumped, twisting, and cut off the monster's paw. Kosuke was very surprised, and Sylphie, landing, exhaled. Kosuke approached the monster and asked if they had succeeded. Sylphie agreed and said that they had killed the monster. At that moment, she was pulling the sword out of the monster's body. The girl hands the boy a part of the monster, and Kosuke asks if it is edible. Sylphie says that it is not worth eating, but its poison glands and belly are quite valuable, although he can cut off its legs and boil it. Kosuke asks about the back llamas. The girl says that its meat is tough, but can be used for a bow. Kosuke asks what he should do and if he needs to collect all the loot in his inventory. The girl says that she needs to bring it to the village. Kosuke says he understands. He then touches the monster and its body completely disappears, leaving a pool of blood on the lawn. The boy said that this monster is called Gizma. He looks at his inventory, where there are Gizma's legs, Gizma's antenna, Gizma's head, Gizma's belly with the right hind leg, and Gizma's left hind leg. Sylphie stops the boy and says that this monster lives in the Omet wilderness. Kosuke is surprised and asks what he is doing here. Sylphie says that she is afraid. The strange things she was worried about are starting to become reality. The girl then asks the boy if he remembers about the refugees. Because of this monster, many died. Kosuke says that in other words, they multiplied greatly. Sylphie can't say for sure, but not a single refugee has come to them in the last 2 years. It seems that the Gizmas are multiplying frequently and are starting to look for food everywhere. Sylphie says that they need to get away from here as they might run into Gizmas and other monsters, because she is deep in the mountains. Kosuke agrees, and he thinks that when he was collecting stones, he could have been attacked by Gizmas. They would have torn him to shreds. He was very lucky. After some time, the young man was collecting resources near the stream. He thought that it seemed like he had found a real treasure trove of resources, although it was very cold here. But he is ready to do anything to create a workbench. He got a rather large pile of magnetic sand. Now he will start creating a simple stove. Then, the young man thinks that he needs to craft the things he will need for the workbench and a few more nails. The young man is making the process of creation. He is thinking about how many pieces he will need exactly. The young man is looking at the creation of a workbench. He needs 10 pieces of wood, 40 pieces of nails, 1 piece of a vise, and a set of tools. Kosuke says that to create a vise, you need 20 pieces of steel and 10 mechanical parts. He will put it to crafting. This crafting ability is actually a good thing. He can create anything without knowing how it is made. His mistress works while her slave just sits and relaxes. By the way, she still hasn't returned when she said she would inspect the perimeter. Then the vise was ready and all that was left was to make the workbench. Then the workbench was ready too. It took much less time than he thought. The young man decides to just leave it there. He looks at the box and thinks that this is definitely not a versed, so he decides to just try to enter the menu. He sees items that can be crafted with a workbench and sees there the famous knight's weapon, which can easily penetrate any armor and is good against zombies. He thinks about the materials that are required to create a crossbow. Now he can make both a homemade and an improved crossbow. However, he doesn't understand how to craft a leaf spring. It can't be made in a regular furnace. Maybe he should upgrade it. He looks at the menu and says that more things have come out. This means that materials such as mechanical parts, steel leaf springs, and leather paper will be needed. The upgrade menu popped up here too. He doesn't understand why it would pop up out of nowhere. It turns out he needs to fulfill some conditions to unlock the stove. If so, he could have been warned in advance. Then he notices another menu. He is sure that everything has changed here. The status and skills window opens. The boy understands that this means his status and skills. The boy understands that there is leveling and many skills here. It looks like they can be upgraded with points. Of the skills that are here, only 5 are geared towards crafting and 8 towards improving physical condition. So now the young man is wondering what to choose. The increased stamina could be useful for digging and fighting, and if they were attacked, he would somehow cope with the increased durability and recovery. He doesn't know if he'll be able to get the points back, so we'll save it for later. Then he notices the achievements menu and realizes that there are so many cells with question marks, meaning he had to fulfill a condition to unlock the upgrades. He looks at his other achievements, and there was an achievement about the first night. The young man remembers the night with Sylphie and is surprised. He then reads the description of the technician achievement and remembers the night with Sylphie again. The youth shouted that it was not the system's business, and that he simply took advantage of the opportunity. Suddenly, Sylphie appeared and asked what the boy was doing. Kosuke was very scared. Sylphie said that if she were a monster, the boy would have been dead long ago. The boy apologized and said that he had let his guard down. The girl threw the rabbit to the boy and told him to put it in his so-called inventory. Then the girl looked at what the boy was doing and said that she saw that the boy had done a great job here. She was surprised by the steel shovel. The young man said that it would be easier to extract resources with a good tool. By the way, the pickaxe is very cool. He shows Sylphie the pickaxe and says to hit it a couple of times. Suddenly, there's a gap. The young man said that in the end, the girl will receive stones similar to iron ore. He gives this stone directly to the girl. Sylphie is surprised and says that such a thing can't be done with magic. And is the young man sure that it is not a magic tool? Kosuke says that it is nothing of the sort. It is a very ordinary tool. Sylphie was surprised and told the boy that he was definitely special. Kosuke said that it was a good observation, so the girl should protect him. Sylphie told the boy not to be afraid, because she will not leave him. Kosuke thought that she said that with a serious face. She was a little embarrassed. Sylphie said that even though she made the sandwich in the morning, it was still warm. It seems that time stops in the inventory, or passes longer than usual. The boy put a wick in it, and when he took it out, it was still burning. The girl said that it was incredible. The boy's power completely ignores the laws of nature. Sylphie said that after they had lunch, they should return to the village. She should report what happened today. After some time, the girl came to the village chief's house and said that she had an important message for the elders. The elf said that if she wanted to leave a message, she should tell him and he would pass it on to the meeting himself. The girl can't be trusted because she brought a man here. Sylphie said she didn't see the point in talking to him, and Kosuke said they had to go. The elf grabs Sylphie by the shoulder and tells her that she should stop, because this is no place for freaks like humans. Sylphie slapped the boy in the face and told him to get out of the way. If he said something like that again, she would rip his tongue out. Sylphie called Kosuke to come. Kosuke would never anger Sylphie again. They then walked down the hallway. After a while, the young man and Sylphie enter a large room. The men smiled and said that they had long wondered who it could be, but it turned out to be a girl. The boy sees a round table with many elves sitting around it. The girl says that it is very unusual that Sylphie, who does not like old people, is coming to them for the second day in a row. It looks like it's going to rain tomorrow. Sylphie says she came to report something to them. They told her it wasn't a funny joke considering the situation. Then the girl was asked about the guy she found in the forest. The elf man looked at the boy. At that moment, Sylphie asked him to stop calling her that. The other elves said that they barely felt the magic coming from him. Barely is putting it mildly. He doesn't feel anything at all. And is he really a Marbito, that is, a creature that came from another world? Then Sylphie told Kosuke to get those antennas. The elf girl said that Sylphie seemed to have said yesterday that she was going to make him a servant. The boy took out a tendril. Sylphie said that they had found Jism in the forest, so what they had all feared had become reality. The elf girl said that it was like that. They began a meeting. If the gizmos come one by one, it's not such a problem. But if a horde comes, if they put the country on defensive structures, the problem will be solved. Then they decide about the refugees. If they left them, they would die. They couldn't evacuate the refugees until the barrier was built. They had to call the refugee representative to discuss this tonight. Kosuke thought that there was no point in the elves helping the refugees. The elf girl turned to Sylphie and told her about this guy. She said she wanted to make him a servant because he was useful. The girl asked him to stop calling her that. Then the elf asked how Sylphie managed to get close to him on the first night. It was very fast. Sylphie was very embarrassed. Sylphie asked the elf why she thought that. The girl replied that when a girl accepts a man, her magic level changes a little. The difference may be very small, but it is easy to notice and has Sylphie matured, although it is embarrassing that she did this to a servant. Sylphie was very embarrassed at this moment. The elf then said that, after all, Sylphie was the only innocent girl of royal blood and marinade, so she could be forgiven for her unusual intimate desires. The young man thought about royal blood. Then they put the jokes aside and asked Sylphie who he was. The girl said she didn't know. All she learned from him was that he appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the forest. He told her a lot about his native lands and things she had never heard of before. All her guesses are based on the fact that he is definitely not from their world. The elf girl said that this guy was going to protect their people without any magic. It sounds too good to be true, especially considering the circumstances. But if he says things like that, then he probably really is a Morebito. She says that they will take him under their care. Sylphie grabbed Kosuke and said that he belongs to her. The young man enjoyed the girl's curves. The elf girl said that he was as stubborn as she was. She thought that he would hardly go to them either, considering what she was giving him. Despite this, even though he is a Morebito, he still has the appearance of a human, so it will be difficult for the villagers to accept him. He will have to prove to everyone that he is worthy of their village. If everything went smoothly and the residents and refugees were safe, they would kill two birds with one stone. The girl asked Sylphie if she understood. Sylphie agreed. The girl said that since Morebito is Sylphie's servant, they should use its power, but only if it can actually do something. Sylphie calls him and they leave. Suddenly, the girl calls the guy and says that she still doesn't know his name, so maybe he'll tell her already. The boy says his name is Shibata Kosuke, but they can just call him Kosuke. The girl agrees and asks the boy to take care of Sylphie. Kosuke agrees and waves to them as he leaves. After some time, they come to Sylphie's house, and the young man asks the girl something in his language. Sylphie asks what it is, and it sounds like a spell. Kosuke asks if she is okay. He tried to give words of encouragement and concern. Sylphie said she was fine and was just wondering what they should do now. Kosuke said they should follow the elders' instructions. Sylphie said that if the boy protects the refugees, he will be able to prove to everyone his strength, and that he is a Morebit. Kosuke says that if he understood correctly, their village is having a hard time building the walls. Sylphie agrees and says that at this rate, they will only finish in 6 months. The boy says he can help. Sylphie asks if that's true. The boy says he'll do the things that are needed first. Sylphie agrees. He will start melting clay for bricks. He hasn't fully told the girl how his skills work, so he will show by example. The young man places a huge wooden cube on the floor. Sylphie is very surprised. Then he places cube after cube with a light movement. Something like a wall was built. He said he thought something like this would do. Sylphie asked what it was. Kosuke said it would be much easier to build walls now. Then the young man said that there were about 6 logs. The bricks were also ready so he could make a crossbow. Sylphie said that they felt like real wood. Kosuke then said that if the girl wanted to build a barrier, it would be better to use brick or stone blocks. The boy then created walls of brick and stone. Sylphie was very surprised. Kosuke made a pompous face and said that this was his skill of controlling creation and destruction. Sylphie ordered the boy to be quiet. Sylphie said, stroking the wall, that it was indeed brick. Then the girl asked what walls would be next. Kosuke said he had crafted a new weapon, so he would test it first. The girl said it was some kind of strange bow. Sylphie said that a regular bow is more convenient to use, and you can shoot continuously with it. Kosuke said that you can't shoot quickly with a crossbow, but it has many other advantages. He loads the crossbow and offers Sylphie to try it and immediately understand all its advantages. The girl agrees. The girl said that with a crossbow, you don't have to keep the bowstring taut all the time, so you can focus on aiming. The girl shoots and hits her target. Kosuke said that it was perfect for beginners. All that was required was to pull the bowstring once before firing. Sylphie said that meant that they could provide the refugees with the weapon if necessary. However, the crossbow lacks enough power to withstand the gizmas. Although, forgive the other creatures, it might cope. The boy then asks the girl to try another crossbow. It is a standard crossbow, reinforced with animal bones. Sylphie realizes that it is much stronger. Sylphie told the boy to take out Gizma's body to test the crossbow. The boy asked if the girl was sure. Sylphie agreed and said that she wanted to know the true power of the crossbow. The boy takes out Gizma's body. Sylphie says that everything is fine and asks him to move away. She then shoots a metal ball directly at Gizma's body. The boy says that the ball penetrated quite deeply. Sylphie says that the crossbow is definitely strong. Kosuke says that in fact, there is a crossbow even stronger than this one, but he doesn't have enough resources for it. And also, he needs to talk to her about something. He asks the girl if he can make a workshop in her yard. He will need to place a couple more workbenches and maybe build a factory. Sylphie thinks about it. Then the girl says that of course he can build here. She will warn him if anything gets in the way too much. The young man is happy and says that he will start then. He thinks he will build a regular square house. So, the first thing to do is to put in a wooden floor. Then the foundation was ready at once. Now it could be built. The young man immediately erected the walls and then the roof. Lastly, he created the door. Sylphie was very surprised. Then the boy realized that it was already dark and he needed to make windows. Finally, the workshop was ready. Sylphie was very surprised, because the construction of this structure took the boy less than half an hour. She goes inside and says that it is a little strange here. The young man tells the girl to remember that it is still a simple box. He puts the workbench and other things. Sylphie told the boy to do whatever he wanted, since this was now his fortress. Kosuke bowed and thanked the girl. Then he wants to talk about building walls to protect the refugees. But his mouth is covered by a girl. She says that they will do it after the dinner that she will prepare. Kosuke does not understand what the girl is talking about. Sylphie whispers in the boy's ear that he may be her servant, but she is also his wife. Wives are supposed to cook for their husbands, who worked hard. The boy was very surprised. Then Sylphie smiled and called the boy. Kosuke doesn't understand why she suddenly flared up and what it was all about. After a while, Sylphie said that if all they needed was a bunch of clay and fuel, she thought they could help the refugees. But what should they do with the barrier against Gizm? Kosuke said that if they mass-produced the crossbows, they could do without the barrier. They would need about 300 of them, including several copies. The main problem would be the lack of animal bones. He would need the same amount. Sylphie asks if they can be replaced with Gizma's chitin. The boy says he hasn't thought about it. If they are compatible, it might work. The girl smiles and says, it's fine. Kosuke thinks that Sylphie is so cute that it's a bit hard for him to live with her, but he doesn't understand what's wrong with her lately. Then Kosuke says that he has a few questions for the girl about her past. The girl asks if the boy really wants to know about it, because he might regret it. The boy answers that he wants to know more about his beloved mistress. He says that's all he has on his mind. The girl rests her head on the boy's shoulder and says that she is the heir to the royal family. Kosuke says that Sylphie has been a princess all along. He asks why the princess is walking alone in the dark forest. The girl says that it is a tradition of the royal family. Princesses and princes are raised in the dark forest every time, but the Holy Kingdom took her family and country. That's why she has to give it all back. That's why she's here in the forest. All this to protect the people who brought the refugees here. Kosuke says that means the girl wanted to use it then. Maribido, who appeared among the elves in the dark forest, who should save them. The girl would be able to retake the kingdom of Marinard if she used this power. So she did not report this to the elders and even gave up her chastity so that they would not take it. Sylphie says that's how it is. Kosuke says that he doesn't mind because the girl doesn't owe him anything. If it weren't for her, he would already be dead. He will be with her until he repays the girl's kindness, or she herself does not want to be with him, although he doesn't think he's the most reliable person here. Sylphie threw herself into the boy's arms and asked him not to say that. Kosuke took the girl by the chin and kissed her. She said that she was very happy now. On the morning of the 5th day of survival, Sylphie and Kosuke were lying on the bed. The girl shyly covered her face with her hands and asked the boy to forget. Kosuke didn't understand at first what the girl meant. She said to just do what she asked and forget. The young man agreed and said that he would forget, but the girl really surprised him that night. The girl pinched the boy and he screamed because it hurt so much. The girl screamed for him to forget, as she had said. He apologizes, and the girl tells him to go and make breakfast already. After some time, the girl and the boy came to the warehouse, and the girl asked to get some ore. An elf friend said that there were 8 barrels of honey wine and 8 bags of flour. Sylphie said that they also needed 4 jars of salt, and then asked Kosuke to pick them up. The boy then asked where they were going. Sophie replied that they were going to talk to the refugees, to find out how their conversation with the elders had gone. That way they would know what to do. They arrived at a refugee camp where the boy was immediately noticed. Sylphie told the boy that he was too popular. Kosuke smiled and said that he was not happy about it. At that moment, the girl ran up to Danon and said that the princess had arrived. The man greeted Sylphie. The girl asked Danon how many times she had to tell him to stop calling her that. The man replied that he couldn't. No matter what the princess said, he had to say it. Sylphie said that the man was very stubborn and then demanded that the leaders be brought here. She wanted to discuss about Gizm. The man said that he understood and that it was his duty. The man turned around, but then looked at Kosuke with his evil gaze. The young man felt that heavy gaze on himself. He turned to Sylphie and said that the man was quite scary. Sylphie said that Danon's wife had been insulted and killed by humans, and that he had also lost his children in the Omet wilderness. At that moment, the man turned to the foxman and told him to call the leaders. Kosuke asked Sylphie if it was worth taking him along. The girl says that if the boy listens to her, everything will be fine. Sylphie says she will never leave him. The boy says he won't leave Sylphie either. The girl says she's glad to hear that. Sophie tells the boys that she brought them some firewood and food. It may not be enough to fill their bellies, but everyone will definitely get something. Kosuke takes out the barrels from his inventory and says that they have gizmo meat. Everyone is surprised that the items appeared out of thin air. Sylphie ordered everyone to start cooking, but first to feed the children. Then Danon came and was surprised by what he saw. He turned to Sylphie and said that he had brought them. The girl replied that she understood and would come immediately. The girl and Kosuke go to the main tent. The girl apologizes for calling them together so suddenly. The elders were sitting on the cushions and asking how they could help. Sylphie said it was about Gizmo. The elders called her yesterday. The man said they could either run deep into the forest or stay and fight. The children were allowed to stay here. Sylphie said that meant they hadn't changed their minds. She then asked if the elders had said anything else. The man started talking about the wall. Sylphie interrupted him and said that she got the same answer. They have a plan for the walls, and this guy can help. She calls Kosuke and says that she will introduce him. The girl says that his name is Kosuke and he is her servant, but she is also his wife because she gave him her chastity. Kosuke was very surprised. However, the ones who were most surprised by this were the elder and Danon. They all cried out in surprise. Danon shouted that only His Highness would think of doing such a thing to a human. The elder also asked the girl what she was thinking. Others also shouted that this was a big scandal. Sylphie ordered everyone to be quiet and said that Kosuke is not an ordinary person. He is not like Reisu's people, because he came from another world. She knows it's hard to believe, but they'll all understand once they see what he's capable of. Danon turned to Her Highness and apologized for his rudeness, but he asked if she was being deceived. The girl said that there were no ordinary people, and the other girl added that she did not feel any magical power. Kosuke thought that they were not at a loss for words. The girls were saying that his presence was discrediting them. All they could do was pick their noses. Sylphie said that she understands their mistrust of Kosuke. First, she wants them to trust her. Once they see it with their own eyes, their mistrust will dissipate. Sylphie turned to the boy and told him to introduce himself first. The boy asked what he should tell them. The girl told him to tell them everything. After a while, Kosuke says that now they know everything. They answer that for now they will believe his words. Danon said that since His Highness believed him, then he did too. But if the young man turned out to be a traitor, then he would immediately pierce his heart with his horns. He asks everyone to introduce themselves now. His name is Danon, and he is a knight of the Royal Guard in Marinard. He was the lieutenant of their squad. Kosuke thought about Danon being a minotaur. The girl with horns said that she was next. Her name was Melty. She was the Minister of Internal Affairs in the Marinard Kingdom, and she was very pleased to meet the boys. Kosuke thought that the girl had a beautiful aura. She must be a sheep. Her clothes are not particularly noticeable, like Sylphie's. They are perfect for fighting. Suddenly, the girl frowns, and Kosuke realizes that he has been noticed. Another girl said that her name was Ara, and that she was a court magician in Mariard. Kosuke thought that this girl was a Cyclops. The girl pulled her hood up, and the young man realized that she was hiding her eye, which is probably why she didn't like it when people looked at her. Then a young man came out and said that his name was Kubi. Unlike those three, he didn't have an important title, but he was smart. Then the girl with wings said that they were the leaders of the refugees. They were responsible for food and shelter. Sophie said that they were done with introductions, so they could continue their conversation. As she said, their fate was in Kosuke's hands. Melty said that if the boy can really create things in large quantities, she asks what kind. Sophie says that they should go and see for themselves. Then an unknown person comes in and apologizes, saying that the food is ready. The elder told Her Highness not to worry. They would sort it out quickly. He asked them to continue the meeting. The girl told them not to wait and to eat as soon as the food was ready. Then the girl told everyone else that they had to move on. After a while, they were at the border of the refugee camp. No one understood how this place and Kosuke's abilities were connected. Sophie smirked and asked them to take a closer look. Kosuke asked if it was possible to destroy this ready-made wall. Sophie told him to do as she knew. The young man took out a pickaxe and began to destroy the wall. Everyone was incredibly surprised. They did not understand how a whole wall could disappear with one swing of a pickaxe, because they did not feel magic at all. Then Kosuke said that the preparations were complete. All the bricks were missing from the previous building. No one understood what had happened. Then he creates a brick block and says that they need to start building the wall. Suddenly, the boy started creating huge blocks with a wall. Everyone was incredibly amazed at what they saw. The young man asked if this was enough to demonstrate his skills. He suggested that they touch the wall to see for themselves. Chiubi asked the princess if they could hit her. The girl said that she was there to stop Jizen, so they could hit her with all their might. Suddenly, Kyubi and Danon started to hit the wall, but they were unable to destroy it. They were very surprised that the young man managed to build the wall in such a short time, instead of 2 weeks. Her Highness was right about the boy's strength. Iroh replied that it was impossible for the boy to do that without some kind of equivalent exchange. Something didn't add up. She asked the boy what kind of trick this was, because the boy had not used magic at all. It was against any laws of this world. Kosuke said that he himself did not know where he got these powers from. They ignored rules like the law of conservation of mass. Iris said that this was absurd, so the boy should explain more. Sophie told the boy to explain as much as he could, because Ara would not leave until she understood. Iris said that this was complete nonsense. The original and the result were too different in weight. In addition, she did not understand why the water ended up in a different container. The girl was holding a flask of water and a bottle of water. Ira asked if the boy was really cheating with this implement. Kosuke said he wasn't cheating. Ira replied that it was more than strange that if you put a wooden flask on a fire, the water in it would become drinkable. Melty said that wasn't it wonderful. Multiplying objects wasn't a problem. You could even cook food with this ability. Kosuke said that he didn't really try. Melty and Ara took Kosuke's arm and told him to check quickly. It would be great if the amount of food increased like it did with water and they needed to check quickly. Kosuke asked the owner to save him. Sophie said that they seemed to get along. Kyubi said that Kosuke is a very popular guy, and he's even jealous. After a while, the boy was resting because he was very tired. Kyubibi said that it seemed like they had squeezed all the juices out of the boy, and then asked where Melty was. Ariva replied that the girl was figuring out how to distribute all the food. Kosuke said that he spent about an hour grinding flour on a millstone like a damn thing. Thanks to this, he realized that if you grind it yourself, it turns out much faster. Then the boy was brought lunch, namely, gizmo meat. Kyubi asked the boy if it was really tasty. Kosuke said that it was tasty, but it was better not to know whose meat it was. Kosuke said that where he comes from, they hardly eat insects. It was the first time he saw such a huge bug, but there are no monsters there at all. Ara asked how that was even possible. Wherever there was magic, there would be monsters. Kosuke said that they had no magic in itself, no magical powers. Ara said that she found it hard to believe. There are no beings without magical powers. Kosuke pointed to himself and said that he fits that description. Ara said that his existence was simply absurd. Sophie said that she and Ara got along well. Kosuke said that they should help her together, and that didn't go without saying. Kosuke wondered if Sophie was jealous already. She looked so cute. Kosuke told her not to worry, because he had betrayed only her. Suddenly, Sophie punched the boy right in the stomach. He doubled over in pain. Sophie yelled at him not to get close to girls in broad daylight. Kyubi said they were a great couple. He then turned to Sylphie and asked the princess what she would do next. Sylphie said that they would first use Kosuke's powers to the maximum and finish the wall. Danon will show where to get clay. She asks Kosuke if he needs anything other than fuel. The young man replies that he doesn't need anything else. Kyubi says that there are almost no trees left in the area. The girl replies that everything is fine because Kosuke will be useful here too. After some time, deep in the forest, Ara and Kyubi talked about how this was absurd and generally some kind of fraud. Kosuke said that there was nothing to be done. Araya said that the boy had barely touched the tree, and it had already fallen, and had straightened out and become dry, and ready for further use. This is even more absurd than the water. Kyubi said that you can make as many beams and firewood as you want. Sylphie said that their fates are in Kosuke's hands. Ara said that Melty would start dancing when she saw it. Kyubi added that if they kept chopping like that, there would be nothing left of the dark forest. Kosuke laughed and said that they wouldn't do that. Kosuke asked if they really wouldn't do it. He asked if it was okay not to tell Melty. Araya said they'd look. Kyubi said they could look on the bright side. Sylphie turned to Ara and Kyubi, then told them to go get the clay since they were done here. Kyubi said that since the girl was here, there was nothing to worry about. Ara added that she wanted to expose Kosuke's deception. Kyubi would be enough. Sylphie agrees with Ara and tells Kyubi to move out. The man tells Kosuke to try harder and then runs off. Kosuke is surprised by Kyubi's strength. Sylphie then says that she will pick up the trees for Kosuke to cut down. After a while, the sun was setting, so it was time for them to pack up. Sylphie asked what Ara understood. The girl replied that it was like a god's robe. It was also impossible to understand. Although this axe does not have magical properties, something unusual happens when Kosuke uses it. Kosuke says that it's good that no one else can use it. It's quite an unusual power. Araya says that it's too much. The axe was sharp, and the boy leaves her no choice. Kosuke told Sylphie that Era was scaring him, so she had to save him. Sylphie said it was just a joke. Era said that's exactly it. She doesn't do things like that. Era said that while the person is breathing. Kosuke got scared and said that is, when he dies, the girl will not even have doubts. And why is she talking about this while he is alive, and is it normal? He says that he is afraid of his mistress. Kosuke said that he was very tired. Sylphie said that the boy didn't look very tired. Anyway, he had done a very good job today, so the girl praised him. Then she turned her attention to the package and asked what the boy had in it. Kosuke said that he had buns there, and they were still very warm. The villagers brought them to the young man as a token of gratitude. He was surprised. Kosuke thinks that they are slowly beginning to accept him. Sylphie smiled and said that she forgot to praise her for grinding the flour, that it was a great job. Kosuke asked the girl to stop bringing it up already. Sylphie then asks about the boys, and if Kosuke can get along with them. Kosuke thought about the fact that he doesn't even know. Kosuke says that Melty seems to believe that he will be useful. He thinks that Ira will be fine too. For now, she is interested in his abilities at least. He's not sure about Chubi, but he seems friendly. Danon will have a harder time with him. But the boy thinks that as long as he and Sylphie are doing well, he'll be kind. Sylphie said that she thought so too. Chubi would be fine. In truth, she wasn't sure about the crossbow, and whether it would be a good idea to give it to everyone. These are quite powerful weapons, and it would be a bad thing if someone bad wanted to get hold of them. It would probably be best to only give them to people they can trust. Sylphie says that he will have the last word, of course. But isn't that possible? Kosuke said that he was once surrounded like that and almost killed. He will make them, and the girl will decide how many and to whom to give them. This is a big responsibility. After some time, Kosuke and Sylphie arrived at the house. The young man said that it was time to prepare for tomorrow. The young man entered his workshop and said that in order to burn the brick, it was necessary to prepare coal. For crossbows, it was necessary to establish serial production of materials, so they would focus on mechanical parts and arrowheads. You also need to make sure you have enough iron ingots. Sylvie said that it was so convenient. You can prepare everything in advance, and it will work on its own. The young man replied that it was convenient. That's why he liked it. The boy said it would take up some of their resources, but they could try a new improvement. The boy said they would improve it. He said it would work faster, and they would be able to do things they couldn't do before. The young man decides to try and do it. He presses something on the control panel. Suddenly, the stove lights up with a bright flame, but he doesn't understand what's happening. After a while, Sylvie said that it turned out well. Kosuke said that it was amazing, and now they have an anvil and a whetstone. And now they don't have a wall, so they need to fix it. He opens the menu to see what this huge furnace can do. He realizes that he can improve the workbench and the crossbow, and that he can also make weapons and armor. He asks the girl if she wants to try making something. Sylvie says that if they do it, they should make sure that they can use it properly. Danon is good with an axe, so can the boy make it? The boy says there's a halberd and a battle axe, but this one is a little different. He thinks a halberd would suit the big guy. Sylvie asks what it is. The young man says that the hip wasn't on the list until he thought of it, so he can add new things. Sylvie asked if the boy could really do that. He said that it seemed so. Sylvie found it surprising. In addition, it became possible to repair things. Weapons or armor, for example. Sylvie realized that it was possible to repair armor. Then she calls the young man to a place. The girl takes him to a warehouse where war trophies are kept. They open the door and the young man does not understand what this smell is. The girl answers that these are war trophies. Kosuke says he thinks there was a lot more blood originally. The girl replies that it's very tiring to wash them. He thinks about putting all this away in the inventory for now. The young man was very surprised and said that he had a cursed armor in his inventory. Sylvie said that it probably needed to be cleaned. Kosuke shouted that the girl seemed to be talking about a dirty carpet in her house. Sylvie says that there are rumors that the equipment worn by the dead can have such power. If you keep it out of the flames, you can clean the weapons and armor a little. Kosuke says that we need to start repairing it. After a while, they return to the workshop. Kosuke says that the repair will require fuel and some iron. He looks at the inventory, where a warning about the cursed armor was displayed. He did not understand why it was cursed, and how many more warnings there would be. The young man cursed and said that in the meantime they would restore the rest. Finally, Donan's axe was ready. The girl asked to show. The young man takes the axe out of his inventory, and it turns out to be very heavy. It looks ordinary, but it seems to be sharp enough. He said it was called a birdish. Its strength was in its weight and the sharpness of its blade. They said it could cut a man in half, but he didn't know if that was true. Sylvie takes the weapon and says that she thinks this weapon in the hands of someone like Danon could do it, but it's a bit heavy for him. The boy says that something like a scimitar suited the girl. Sylvie asks what it is. Kosuke explains that it is a sword with a curved blade. Sylvie says that sounds interesting and asks if the boy will make one for her. Kosuke asks if the girl has a leather strap. He really needs two to upgrade his workbench. The girl said she had one, but maybe they'd rather take a rest. Kosuke thought that sounded very tempting. He says that as soon as the sun sets, the girl can do whatever she wants with him. After a while, the young man asks the lady to stop because it hurts. Sylvie asked Kosuke if they could switch from attack to defense. Kosuke asked the girl if she was tired, since a wife's job is to take care of her husband. The girl said that everything was fine and there were no problems. The girl asked if she was doing the right thing. The young man agreed, but asked her to slow down, because at first there was no need to rush. He was pleased and happy and thought about how he knew this would happen. Sylvie asked Kosuke again if she was doing it right. The boy enjoyed the view and told the girl that she was learning quite quickly. Once she got used to it, she would be able to move as she wanted. The girl replied that she understood. The girl smirked and told the boy that she liked being on the offensive. At that moment, Kosuke yelled at the girl for pushing too hard. He asked her to slow down a bit, but the girl replied that she could do whatever she wanted. The 6th day of survival had arrived. Sylvie was very happy, but Kosuke seemed to have had all his strength squeezed out. He looked like a dead man. Sylvie raised her hand and said that they should do it again today. The boy weakly agreed. At last, they came to the refugees, who wished the princess good morning. The girl also wished them good morning. Kosuke noticed the huge bundle of clay. Sylphie turned to the boy and asked him to bring the weapon they had repaired yesterday. Kosuke said that he understood the girl. After some time, Sylphie told Danon to divide this weapon between those who know how to fight and use it for defense and hunting. She also ordered Kosuke to make a weapon for Danon as well. She then extended her hand to Kosuke and told him to give her a weapon for Danon. The girl handed the weapon to Danon and said that she had examined it. It was a very good quality weapon, so he should protect everyone with it. The man looked at the sharp blade, then swung it a few times. He said it was a fine weapon. It would tear the jism apart like paper. Sylphie said she was sure it would. Danon then asked if it was really all thanks to Kosuke's power. The boy thought that he had spent a lot of time on it. Sylphie said that she knew it was hard to believe, but it was true. According to Ira, his ability is pure absurdity. Today, he will see the absurdity of this ability for himself. She calls Kosuke and tells him to get to work. The boy agrees. He says he is going to build a forge, so he asks everyone to step aside and give him some space. Suddenly, he put up an improved stove and several ordinary stoves. Everyone was incredibly surprised by what they saw. Ira said that it was simply absurd. At this time, Kosuke looks at the menu and says that they need to put coal as fuel. A rock came up to him, and the young man said that it was a little in the way. The girl asked how it could work like that because it was absurd. The boy said to call it whatever you wanted. He asked her not to touch the coal because it was dangerous. If she wanted to see what would happen next, she would watch. The girl looked at the boy with a contemptuous look. Hubie grabbed Ara and told Kosuke that they were watching. The boy creates items and calls Sylphie. He says he thinks he can fix some broken blades and such, so if they have any, he'll fix them together. The girl says that sounds good, so they'll do that. A girl tells Kyubi to bring everything. Then they will collect clay. The boy starts digging. As soon as the clay is lifted, it immediately disappears. Ira asks how it works and how the boy collects the clay. Kosuke explains that he simply throws it into his inventory as usual. Ara said that she knew there was traces of magical power after all. She asked if there was any other power that wasn't magical. Kosuke said that he had already collected quite a lot of quality material. That's why we can stop for now. At this time, Milty came up, smiling amiably. Kosuke thought about how he would never look at this thing and he wasn't going to turn it on. He says that they would look. He needs to turn the bricks in the brick block. He sets down a workbench and says it's time to get going. Milty is surprised that something has appeared again. Kosuke says it's a workbench. It's used to process various items that will increase crafting abilities. He says that he needs to improve. The boy tells Ira that the workbench is a bit blinding, so it's best not to look at it. Ira says it's not a problem. Nothing can be missed. Kosuke agrees with the girl. Then, during the creation, the workbench began to glow. Milty asked the boy what it was. The boy said it was an improvement. More opportunities and better performance. At that moment, Ira closed her eye, because the glow was a glow. Then the young man looked at the huge workbench and said that it was a simple, improved workbench. It was made of steel and was very strong. The lathe was foot-operated. He wondered if stepping on that lever would reduce the manufacturing time. At that moment, Ara said what she saw. Kosuke asked what the girl saw. Ara replied that she saw the beginning of the truth. Ira said that this light resembles the glow of sacred magic that priests use. Perhaps his abilities are more like some kind of divine gift. The boy said that it was so. Ara asked if the boy knew about it. Kosuke asked if the girl knew that he was from another world. Ara asked what if some being had summoned him to this world from another. Ara realized something and said that it was a mistake. Kosuke thought that Ara was seriously depressed and kept her head down until lunch began. Finally, everyone had lunch with burgers made from bread and different types of meat, deep-fried vegetables, and meat with sweet spices. Sylphie asked Kosuke he would build the wall today after lunch. The boy agreed and said that he had made enough brick blocks. If he needed more, he would make more. Ira turned to the princess and said that she wanted to ask something. The princess agreed and asked what it was. Era said that she had come up with a simple and clear way to prove that Kosuke was not from this world. Sylphie asked if that was really true. The girl told Kosuke about the collar and told him to take off his collar, which proves that he is Sylphie's servant with his own hands. Kosuke was very surprised. Sylphie asked Ira again, and everyone sighed in agreement. Kosuke didn't understand what was going on and why everyone had such expressions. Kyurubi explained to the boy that if he tried to remove the collar, he would suffocate and die, and whether this was really true. Kosuke flatly refused. He started shouting and asking what they were even talking about. Ira replied that the servant's collar restrained the owner's magical power, constricted the neck, and immobilized the body. However, due to Kosuke not having any magical power at all, his collar does not function at all. Therefore, for Kosuke, his collar is nothing more than a weight on his neck. Kyubi asked if that was true, to which Kosuke replied that she didn't know. Denon then asked the princess if she would like to give some orders. Sylphie immediately told Kosuke that she was ordering him to take off his clothes and everything else. Kosuke started screaming and asked why that was the order. Since they insisted, he would try to take off the collar. Everyone was surprised and asked if the young man was really capable of such a thing. Melty asked Kosuke if he could really take it off by himself. The boy said that he thought he could take it off. He suddenly remembered some moments he spent with Sylphie that night and thought about how Sylphie didn't realize that he wasn't affected by the command. He started to think about it, but Sylphie suddenly hit him and asked him what he was thinking about. Melty turned to Kosuke and asked him how long he thought it would take to build the wall. The boy replied that if there were enough blocks, it might take 2 or 3 hours. He wouldn't know until he tried. Melty said that later, when they were done, they would make a big announcement that Kosuke's collar meant nothing and didn't work. This would prove to everyone that Kosuke was helping them of his own free will. Sylphie said that they have a plan for the near future, and once Kosuke is done with the wall, they will give a speech. Milty added that she will make sure that everything goes well. After some time, the young man was in his workshop and was about to start his work, as he was stretching his shoulders. Suddenly Danon approached him and asked why the boy did nothing to the princess if the servant's collar did not work. Kosuke replied that he believed that by nothing, Danon meant harming Sylphie. That's because there was no reason to do so. Sylphie saved his life. He feels he owes his life to her, so he doesn't see the point in hurting Sylphie. Danon was very surprised. He stood there silently after the boy's answer. Then Kosuke told Sylphie that he wanted to check out the surroundings and such, so he asked the girl if she could send him someone who knew where to go. Danon said that he could accompany the boy. Kosuke asked Sylphie if she minded. The girl smiled and said that she didn't care. Kosuke approached Danon and asked his name again, then said that he was very pleased to meet him. Danon agreed and said that the boy's name was Kosuke and that he could talk to him more simply. Kosuke agreed and said that it would even be easier that way. He wanted to start at the entrance of the village and walk there. Danon replied that they should go that way. Then they left, and the others smiled and looked at them. After a while, the young man said that it remained to make a large gate. In an instant, he placed a huge gate right between the gap in the wall. Finally, the deed was done, and a huge circular wall stood around the entire perimeter of the village of elves and refugees. Kosuke was pleased and said that it was faster than he expected. Danon replied that he did not think that the boy would really succeed. Then Danon looked at the left side of the wall, and then at the right. Kosuke said that from what Danon saw, he had succeeded. He then asked if such a height would be enough to stop Jism. Danon asked what the boy meant. Kosuke replied that in the world he lived in, there were insects similar to Gizm. However, they were this small in size, but they could jump onto a person's hair. Danon told the boy not to worry, as Gizmi couldn't jump that high. Their strong paws were needed to jump forward. They usually ambush and attack their prey. They move quickly due to their weight and use their shell as a shield. Sylphie approached them and asked that everything seemed to be ready. Kosuke smiled and said that it was done. Then Sylphie pointed to the crowd and said that they would start performing then. They climb the wall and Kosuke says it's cool because there are so many people there. He even sees elves. Finally, everyone gathered. Sylphie increased the power of her voice with magic and ordered everyone to listen. The girl said that with the help of the villagers, they completed the barrier. The walls they built are so thick and strong that even if the Gizmas try to break in, they don't have to worry about anything. Sylphie is confident of that. It was because of the power of this man, Kosuke, that they were able to create such a powerful barrier in just one day. The girl declares that he is not from their world. There are rumors of lost people from distant places who wander through other worlds under the guidance of spirits or deities. It seems impossible, but there is proof. Kosuke is a person from another world, but there is no magical power in this body. There is absolutely no power. Every living creature in their world has some kind of magical power. Of course, animals, plants, demons, even the smallest insects have magical abilities. However, Kosuke does not have even a fraction of the magic power. This was confirmed by the magic eye of the court magician Aura. But words alone are not confirmation. So Sophie draws everyone's attention to the servant's collar around Kosuke's neck. They all probably know that no one except the master can remove this collar. The girl looks at Kosuke and smiles. The boy starts to fiddle with the collar, and everyone is scared, because if he tries to take it off, the collar will squeeze his neck. Suddenly, Kosuke takes off this collar, and everyone is incredibly surprised that he took it off. Sylphie said that the collar doesn't work on him because Kosuke doesn't have magical powers. This is proof that he's not from their world. They say that lost people have special powers, but the girl thinks that she doesn't need to explain anything anymore. She holds the collar up in the air and asks if anyone wants to check this collar to make sure it is real. Beastmen come out to the girl, a lizard man, a snake man, and another cat man. The people ask to check for 3. Sylphie puts a collar on the cat man and orders her to kneel. She immediately obeys the order. The girl says that she cannot disobey the order. Then the lizard man puts a collar on the snake man. The girl asks him to do this so she can try to take it off. She tries to take the collar off, but it starts to squeeze her neck. Everyone looked at the boy at once. Sylvie said that now that they were sure that the collar was real, she asked to put the collar on Kosuke. They put a collar on Kosuke. The girl ordered him to kneel. The boy refused. Then she ordered him to kneel again, but he refused. They were surprised. Then the young man takes off the collar and says that he owes his life only to Sylphie. Sylphie then puts the collar on Kosuke and tells him, calling him dear, that she will put the collar on him and take care of him. The girl then said that as everyone saw, the collar was real. Nei thinks that now everyone is convinced of this. Kosuke is a guest from another world who has nothing in common with the inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom, which they hate. He is rather their comrade who helps them. From now on, she wants them all to treat Kosuke as a guest and their assistant. Everyone started to applaud the princess and Kosuke. The boy saw that Melty was also applauding, and then he heard the excited screams and thought that it was even a little scary. Sylphie said that it was good to see that they all agree with her. Starting from tomorrow, they would be conducting preparatory and defensive training for the arrival of Gizem. She wanted everyone to actively participate. Kosuke wonders if this means that some kind of truce has come. Now all that's left is to deal with the Gizmas. The next day, Sylphie said that she was thinking about making a defense plan regarding Gizma. The boy noticed that there were quite a few new faces. There was even the beast woman who had wanted to put a collar on him earlier. The girl said her name was Jagira. She was in the reconnaissance squad of the Royal Army. The other girl said her name was Piran and she worked with Jagira. The wolfman said his name was Wog, and he was the commander of the guards in Tanto City. Kosuke thought that Jagira was a cat type, Peruna was probably a harpy, and Wog was something between a dog and a wolf. Then a girl approached the boy and said that her name was Gelda, and that she fought in the heavy infantry of the Marinard Kingdom army. Kosuke thought that Gelda was like a bear. Kosuke told Sylphie that even though they were all former soldiers, for some reason they were mostly girls. Sylphie replied that it was because, among the beastmen, men and women were about equally strong physically and because there were more women in the population. Then she asked Kosuke to take out weapons from his inventory. The young man agreed and took out new crossbows. Everyone was very surprised and did not understand what these things were that looked like a bow. No one had ever seen such a shape. Sylphie said that it was called a crossbow. She asks Kosuke to demonstrate how to use the crossbow. The boy places a log inside the restored armor. He takes the crossbow and pulls the string until the lock clicks. Then he installs the bolt and the preparation is complete. Then you need to aim and pull the trigger, which results in a shot. Sylvie says that as everyone can see, the shot is powerful. It won't shoot quickly, but the weapon is easy to use. With a little practice, anyone can hit the target quite well. That's all, so they can try shooting themselves. Jagira says she'll try first. Ira also picked up a crossbow. Jagira asked if it was possible to keep the bowstring taut all the time. The young man said that he thought it would have a negative effect on the bowstring and the crossbow itself, but if the girl tidied it up before the fight, it wouldn't be a problem. The girl pulls the bowstring and says that she understands. She crouches and says that this weapon is quite interesting for reconnaissance. This shape is great for stealth shooting. Ira said that the mechanism is not that complicated. However, it is surprising that for such a small size, it is much stronger than a bow. It looks like it would take a lot of skilled craftsmen to make a lot of these things. And the maintenance costs look high too. Kosuke replies that he agrees. It's possible that without him, mass production would have been difficult. Plus, it's unlikely that anyone other than me would be able to maintain the crossbows in working order. Danon says that without Kosuke, however, production and repair of this will be impossible. In terms of weapons, this is a problem. Milty says that in the long term, this is indeed a problem, but for now, things are not so bad. It is quite possible that he will study this mechanism. They will be able to create something similar. Gelda says that with her body type, this thing is difficult to use. Vogue adds that he has no complaints. Compared to a bow, this weapon is much simpler. He thinks even townspeople without any combat experience can use it. Kosuke and Sylphie smiled. Tagira said that the weapon was cool and easy to shoot, and the power of the shot was impressive. She asked about the range. Kosuke said that he hadn't tested it, so he couldn't say for sure, but he thought it was about 50 meters. If it's about the arrow's range, he thinks it can fly quite far. But there are questions about the accuracy and power of the shot. Danon then asked Sylphie how many of these crossbows could be prepared. The girl asked what Kosuke would say. The young man said that with the materials already available, he thought about 300. However, if a large number of bolts were to be made, the iron reserves did not inspire confidence. Sylphie thought about it, and then asked Danon if 300 crossbows would be enough for everyone, including the reserves. Danon replied that it would probably be enough. They had about 100 or 130 people capable of defense. Sylphie says that in that case, she asked Kosuke to be kinder and make 300 crossbows. As for the arrows, let it be 5,000. Kosuke says he has enough iron. He tells Sylphie this for sure. Sylphie says that then tomorrow they will go for the missing materials. She asks him to use everything he has for now, so that the boys will have arrows for further testing of the weapons in practice. Kosuke agrees, and says that what they already have is enough for this. The young man immediately creates arrows. Everyone is surprised that there are quite a lot of them. Kosuke says that there are 202 arrows. Together with the ones he made before, there are 230 in total. Jagira tells Commander Danon that she will go and test these things quickly. Kosuke tells the girl to just collect as many used arrows as possible. The girl agrees and jumps over the wall. Danon says that she probably won't do anything rash. To test their strength, he'll borrow 2 crossbows and 100 bolts. He gives Melka the crossbow and says that it's her responsibility. The girl agrees. Sylphie says that if there is a shortage of weapons or materials, they should report it. She also tells them to make a list in order of need and submit it tomorrow, and not to wonder if Kosuke can create it or not. Kosuke was scared because the girl said that in front of Milty. Danon and Milty said goodbye. Kosuke thought that it looked like he was about to die from overwork. It was too bad that Milty was giggling stupidly with an expression that was inappropriate for a girl. Sylphie then says that she and Kosuke will go meet the elders. He built a protective wall as promised, so now it's their turn. After some time, they come to the elder's house. The elf girl says that, as they expected, this man really came from far away. Who would have thought that the protective wall would be built in one day? Now Sylphie will also be at peace. Sylphie said that not in 1 day, but in 2, and they've completely lost their minds. The girl said that everyone who speaks like that. However, even if such a high wall can protect against Jism, isn't it questionable to have a human on their side? For now, the main problem and danger is the Gizmas, not this man. But if he dares to attack their village, they will roll him up. The forest disappears when someone kills outside the forest. Everyone was discussing what happened while Sylphie and Kosuke were standing there. The girl says that was the promise. They will send 20 skilled spirit archers to intercept the Gizma. Kosuke asked Sylphie if 20 of these same spirit archers was really a reasonable number, and who these spirit archers were anyway. Sylphie says that spirit archers are elven warriors who can shoot arrows infused with spirit magic. An arrow accelerated by wind magic can fly twice as far as a normal arrow. The spiritual power concentrated in the arrowhead will disperse explosive energy when it hits the target. 1 spiritual archer will be like 10 human archers. Kosuke said it was amazing, as expected from a world with magic. It's like a soldier with a grenade. Only he can throw it 100 meters. The elf says that tomorrow they will send the leader of the refugees to Danon so they can take advantage of this. Sylphie thanked and bowed. They still have some things to prepare before tomorrow, so they'll go. The elf girl said that it was true. Kosuke and Sylphie would probably want to spend time together, so they wouldn't keep them. They were sure that Sylphie would have incredibly cute children. It must be hard for Kosuke to have fun every night. Next time they come, they will prepare medicine for Kosuke. It helps even their cold-blooded male elves. Since Kosuke is a human, the dosage should be reduced. Everything will be just great, because Sylphie is just great with them. The girl became embarrassed and said goodbye to everyone. She told Kosuke that they were leaving. The young man replied that he would be happy to leave. The elders smiled. Sylphie was very angry and said that these elders had never heard of tact. Then a young man named Nate called Sylphie. He called Kosuke a dirty animal. Sylphie got angry and hit the boy in the face with her fist. Then she went further. Sylphie said that if she heard the boy open his filthy mouth again, she would kill him. Kosuke noted the girl's excellent strike. After a while, Kosuke said that the girl had hit Nate, which made him feel better. Sylphie asked what he was trying to tell Kosuke. The boy smiled and said that he had no idea. Kosuke asked if this Nate was really always picking on her, because he always disliked something. The girl answered that she was just who he wanted to take revenge on for his parents. Kosuke was very surprised that Nate wanted to take revenge on Sylphie for her parents. Sylphie asked if the boy wanted to know her story, although it was not a funny one. Kosuke said that he would listen to whatever she told him. Sylphie said that it all started 3 years ago, when a rebellion arose in the Marinard Kingdom, which was a vassal of the Holy Kingdom. The girl at that time, upon learning of the rebellion, could not resist, stole all the spirit stones from the common storage, and headed to Marinard. Kosuke replied that this was very presumptuous. Of course, this was immediately noticed and a pursuit was sent after her. Her followers were, at that time, Nate's parents. While she was gone, a group of 317 refugees, led by Danon, crossed the vast desert. Unfortunately, they encountered a pursuing force of 5,000 soldiers sent by the Holy Kingdom. Those bastards were overwhelming compared to Danon's group that was trying to escape. It was like a cat playing with a mouse whose head he could rip off at any moment. When she saw this, anger and hatred took hold of her, and she attacked the army of the Sacred Kingdom. Because of this, the darkness took over her as a result, and her skin darkened. Her body became stronger, and her muscles became denser. Kosuke asked what the girl meant by her skin darkened, and her muscles became denser. Sylphie explained that if an elf driven by anger and hatred uses the power of spirits, darkness envelops him, as elves are something between spirits and humans. Thus, the elf's skin darkens, and his body becomes a killing machine. Kosuke thought about the body's evolution under the influence of a specific situation. Isn't that even more absurd than his abilities? Sylphie said that because of this, elves who were touched by darkness are called tainted and despised. Kosuke asked if that was why Nate disliked her. He then asked about revenge for her parents. The girl said that no matter how many spirit stones the elves had, it was impossible to destroy a 5,000-strong army alone. Gradually, the army of the Sacred Kingdom began to retreat, and the elves, including Nate's parents who were pursuing them, caught up with them. Kosuke asked what had happened then. The girl said that many elves had been killed, but the pursuing army had been destroyed. After that, the surviving elves dubbed her the Witch of the Black Forest. Kosuke thought about killing more than 2,000 people by herself. It was scary. Sylphie said that because of her recklessness, many parents of the current generation of elves in this village died, so they harbored a grudge against her. In the end, her skin color is the mark of a murderer. It seems that Danon and the others feel guilty that because of them, I allowed the darkness to take over Sylphie's body. Her body had changed so much. She was white, fragile, and cute. Kosuke smiled and approached Sylphie. She told her to leave her past. He thinks that a girl should love herself the way she is now. Skin color is not important at all. He likes the girl he sees in front of him now. Sylphie smiled and laid her head on Kosuke's shoulder. Then they looked at each other and their lips touched. They were holding hands at that moment. That pleasant night, the bonds of this couple became even stronger. It was the 7th day of survival. Kosuke was in his workshop, saying that the things he had put in since last night were ready. He found them and thought that this time the highlight of the program is an improved crossbow. Its shoulders are now metal. He tried to pull the bowstring and realized that it was very difficult. He thinks that if he imagined that he was choosing an action in a game, it should work. He managed to pull the bowstring, and he realizes that he really did it. The ability to choose an action is too imbalanced. He was able to pull this rigid bowstring with one hand. Then he inserts the bolt and decides to shoot the tree. He realizes that the initial speed of the arrow is higher than that of a regular crossbow, so the shot is much more powerful. It's some kind of special weapon that they'll give to the strong guys. You'll have to agree with Sylphie first, though, and this thing requires a surprising amount of iron. Now he decides to put it in the corner for the blacksmith. He notices that the number of glass items that can be crafted has increased. He notices the pharmaceuticals tag. It doesn't look like a brewing stand, so it's probably a workbench. He decides not to waste time and put it on crafting. It was in the workbench menu. However, the brewing stand requires too many resources. He decides to prioritize the glass items needed to craft the brewing stand. Then the young man remembers his achievements and skills. If you imagine the action selection function, it seems like there are more new crafting recipes. There is no explanation at all, not a drop of solidarity with users. Of the new achievements, only 3 were blocked. Skills also increased. He decides to take a lumberjack and a demolition worker. With the remaining points, he decides to take a cardiopulmonary function enhancement, a fast runner, and an excellent marksman. Because when using a crossbow, the usual tactic is to strike and retreat. Suddenly, Sylphie appears in the doorway. Kosuke bids the girl good morning. Suddenly, Sylphie gets embarrassed and runs out of the workshop. Kosuke smiles and says what to do. He thinks the girl is cute. Perhaps due to the constant stress, as soon as night falls, Sylphie becomes open and her brakes fly off. When she wakes up in the morning, her great warrior consciousness returns and she goes into a suffering mode due to the feeling of shame. Kosuke thinks it's just amazing. He wants Sylphie to always stay like this. After some time, the girl made breakfast, something like okonomiyaki. The girl turned to Kosuke and asked him not to say anything about the previous night. The young man agreed. The girl then asked if he had finished making crossbows. Kosuke agreed. Sylphie said that they would then give the boys the crossbows they needed for training, and as planned, they would go to collect iron ore. After a while, they arrive at the right place and distribute duties. Someone says that he will patrol the perimeter. If suitable game appears, it must be shot. Kosuke thinks that the view of the landscape makes his hands itch to clear a plot of land for construction. Yagira said that Kosuke will be able to drag home any large catch. She says that she will go and test the power of this improved model. Kosuke thinks about who knew that some crossbow could turn her on like that. Jagira says goodbye and runs away. Peruna says that Jagira is not very good with bows, which is why she liked crossbows so much, since the arrows fly much more accurately. And so the girl asks if there are any other weapons, like crossbows, that even she could use. Kosuke thinks about it. The girl looked at Kosuke with hope in her eyes. Kosuke replied that it wasn't that he had no ideas, but that there was nothing he could get rid of right now. Peruna replied that it was a great pity. She told Sylphie that she would also go on a reconnaissance mission. Sylphie told the girl to be careful. Kosuke thought that bombs or shells with poison gas or at least a Molotov cocktail would be enough. Peruna flies away, leaving Kosuke, Ara, and Sylphie alone. Kosuke asks if they will dig. Sylphie says that he can dig as much as she wants. The boy asks if he can dig from above too. Sylphie replies that it doesn't matter, only how he plans to get there. A young man takes out a wooden cube and says he has an idea. He stands under a pyramid of cubes. He flies higher and higher, and Sylphie and Ara stand below and watch the boy. Ara says once again that this is absurd. The young man said it was something like this. Iris said that the young man had climbed up, but how was he planning to get down? The young man places another cube and takes out a pickaxe, then says something like this. Ira watches him. Kosuke says that he will gradually go down while getting materials. The young man makes neat environments. After a while, the young man came down, leaving the straight wall, and asked how it was for girls. It was very simple. Sylphie said that her head was spinning. Arita added that she seemed to understand, but her brain refused to accept it. Sylphie said that in this way the boy can get over even the fortress wall and anything at all. The boy says that it seems something like that. He thinks that, frankly, there are more effective means to overcome the fortress wall. At this point, Ira says that she will go and collect. Each time, she never ceases to be amazed. Sophie asks what gathering Ara is talking about. The girl clarifies that she will be gathering poisonous and medicinal herbs. Sophie replies that the medicines Arama makes with alchemy heal the wounds and illnesses of refugees. That's why they can't do without her. The young man says he understands, then takes out a pickaxe and says he's going to get more resources. After some time, the young man extracts a lot of different ores and thinks that this is very good. He even extracts 13 mithril ore. The young man thinks that they have collected enough and there is no trace left of the previous landscape. As a result, he now has about 1,500 units of iron ore, about 500 copper and 200 silver, and there are still 13 mithril. Sophie and Era immediately shouted about the mithril ore. Ara ran up to the boy and demanded that he show her the mithril ore quickly. The boy gives her a small stone. Era says that this is indeed mithril ore and of excellent quality, although it depends on the smelting. But from this amount of ore, one can make at least 2 swords. Sophie ordered Kosuke not to dare tell anyone about this ore. Kosuke thought that it seemed like he had dug up something really cool. He takes the ore from Ara and says that he will put it back in his inventory. Suddenly, the young man realizes that he cannot take the ore from Ara. He starts waving his hand and realizes that she will not let go. Kosuke looks at Sophie, who sighs and tells him that he can give it to Ira. The boy gives Ara the mithril ore, and the girl seems to glow with happiness. Kosuke said that Ara was happy like a child. Sophie replied that it was because she could use this piece of ore for many different purposes, both in magic and alchemy. Then suddenly Peruna and Jakira came. Sophie said that Kosuke should prepare dinner, and they will go and return to the village. At that moment, Ara quickly hid the ore in her pocket, and Peruna and Jakira were surprised by the sight of the earth. They asked if Kosuke really did all of this. They asked how he did it all by himself. Sophie demanded that Kosuke quickly prepare dinner. Ara asked Kosuke to take the herbs into his inventory. After some time, they returned to the village. Sophie asked Melty if there was any news. The girl replied that according to the intelligence report, it was confirmed that Gizmus had invaded the forest. They're still only on the outskirts, so she thinks it'll take them a while to get to the village. Sophie said it would be a good idea to organize a rapid response team to eliminate them. Milty replied that the master thought the same. Then the young man remembered, looking at the simple stoves, about resources. Then he created another building. Ara asked him what it was. The young man said it was a cooking stand. Ira asked again about the cooking stand and suggested that it could be used for cooking. Kosuke replied that she can brew potions with it. He wants to test it, so he asked the girl if he can use her herbs. Ariask, the young man opens the panel to see what he can make here. Suddenly, he is very surprised. The young man can create gunpowder. The first recipe for gunpowder is saltpeter, sulfur, and coal. No matter how you look at it, it's just regular black gunpowder. There are several types of gunpowder, but putting them all in one pile is too strange. It's obviously a black powder recipe, but he has a feeling it's going to be a high explosive, smokeless powder. Kosuke said that was just absurd. If he had gunpowder, he could make many more different things. For starters, he would craft what he could make right now. He makes some potions, and the girl asks if that's really all he can do. The boy says that the red potion is a health potion, the green one is an antidote, the yellow one is a cure potion, the purple ball is a poison potion. Araya asks what effect the health potion has. The boy asks if it is not for healing. Ira asks if the potion is used externally or internally. The boy says he does not know, but he thinks it will work. Arira asks about the antidote and what kind of poison it is for, or if it can be for any poison. Kosuke replies that it is for poison, so it can most likely be for any poison. Ira asks about the potion for curing diseases and whether it can be against all diseases. The young man answers that it cures diseases, so against all diseases. Ira was shocked. The young man understands that he is talking nonsense, but he can still answer. The young man asks the girl. Suddenly, Ira, with a dark eye, demands the young man to give her all the potions he made. The young man agrees and puts all the potions in a basket. Kosuke thinks that the girl's gaze is too empty. It's like looking into an abyss, and the abyss is looking back at you. Since it was made by an absurd creature, it can't be that absurd. He looked at Ira's retreating silhouette and thought that these were the words that flashed through his head at that moment. The next day there was a crossbow practice. Danon was in charge of the practice. He said that the group had done a good job, and now the next group should get ready. At that moment, Juby and others were teaching ordinary citizens how to use a crossbow. The sun was shining very brightly, and the young man was hiding from it in the shadows. Suddenly Sylphie came up to him and asked him what he was doing there. At that moment, the young man was sitting with a tat loom and spinning a rope from yarn. The young man told the girl that he was making yarn. Sylphie didn't understand why he was doing that. Kosuke replied that he had managed to craft a weaving loom and was preparing the raw materials for it. He added that he wants to make cloth because it has so many uses. You can never have too much cloth. In survival games, bandages can stop even the worst bleeding. If they have cloth, they can make them. Sylphie realized that she needed to look for clothes for the boy. She looked at his clothes. Kosuke smiled, because the girl remembered even such a small thing. He could make his own clothes. It wasn't difficult for him. The girl suggested that the boy go to the warehouse and find something suitable for him. The boy agreed. Sylphie asked where Ara was doing. The boy answered that she had taken his potions and gone somewhere. After some time, they came to the warehouse and handed the ore to the employees. They replied that for such a fee, they would find them everything they wanted, so they should not hesitate to contact them. Kosuke was surprised that they were so happy about ordinary ore. The girl replied that he was well-versed in earth magic, and after the death of Elder Gaston, the supply of precious stones had significantly decreased. Then, an elf girl approaches Kosuke and Sylphie and asks them how she can help. Sylphie says that they need clothes for Kosuke. The girl asks the boy if he needs anything else. He should speak up and not be shy, because he deserves it thanks to that ore. Kosuke says that's great. The boy says that in that case they need leather, glue, and alcohol. The girl asks about alcohol, to which Kosuke replies, something like wine. The taste is unimportant. The stronger, the better. The girl agrees and says that she will take them inside so that they can take what they need themselves. Sophie and Kosuke are looking at the shelves of goods. The girl says that she found clothes that suit the boy's body type, so he can try them on in the shade. Kosuke thanks her. After a while, the young man changes his clothes and asks the girls what it's like there. Although the fabric is thick, the clothes made from it are quite comfortable. The elf girl says that the color doesn't suit him very well because of his black hair. Sylphie says that hair can be dyed. Kosuke says that clothes can't go wrong because of the hair color. The boy sits down on a chair, and the elf girl ties up his pants, saying that they are tied up like this. Kosuke thinks that even though their assessment was questionable, as for him, if the clothes are comfortable, then everything is fine. After some time, Sylphie and Kosuke approach the workshop. They are met by a very upset Ara. The girl says that she tested these potions using reagents and animals that she has. Kosuke asks how she did it. The girl got straight to the point. She was able to confirm that all the potions had the stated properties. Without long-term observation, she can't say for sure, but she hasn't noticed any side effects yet. Or better yet, because the instant potency of potions is too high, it is not clear how to evaluate them at all. Kosuke asked why this is. Era said that Kosuke said that these potions heal wounds, neutralize poisons, and cure illnesses. However, people's lives may depend on them, and it is simply unacceptable to irresponsibly prescribe them without careful study beforehand. Suddenly, Ara starts to feel bad. She starts to cry and apologize to Kosuke. The boy didn't understand why she suddenly started apologizing. The boy asked her not to cry and then asked Sylphie to help him. The girl replied that she would take Ara on herself, and the young man should go and get down to business. She orders him to finish with these potions already. After a while, the young man was busy with his own affairs and thought that, without a doubt, Ira is a genius. Smart but taciturn. She gives the impression of someone who conflicts with others or keeps away from everyone. If you think about the last dialogue, she took the potions she had prepared to confirm their effect. Since someone's life could depend on them, she wanted to be able to prescribe them only after a full check. However, after saying this, she began to claim that everything was wrong and apologized, and then suddenly burst into tears. Kosuke does not understand anything, and was the manner of speech a little rude. Then Sylphie calls him and asks the boy to come over for a moment. After a while, they talk about how Ara is jealous of his abilities. Potions were always the result of rigorous training and knowledge of chemistry, And then a young man came along and simply created potions with stunning effects. Seeing this, Ira was beside herself. And now, after finishing the potion test during the conversation with him, she realized her true feelings and therefore began to apologize. Somehow it seems similar. Ira says that the boy's strength is not something that the boy acquired for nothing. The boy had to pay for it with everything that he had in the past. She bows and asks the boy for forgiveness. Kosuke replied that he is not angry at all, so he asks Ara not to worry so much. He then notices Melty and Sylphie and asks them why they suddenly became quiet. Sylphie replies that it was just that Ara's words made her a bit thoughtful too. Melty approaches Kosuke and asks if his power really came from being in this world, and Kosuke agrees. In other words, this power is given to him in exchange for his family, friends, and homeland. She asks if she is not right. Kosuke says that it is difficult to argue with anything, and he himself thinks that he has not really thought about it, but he doesn't even know if he will be able to return back to his world. Sylphie said that they wondered if he was using the poor boy too much for their own convenience. Kosuke said that he still owed Sylphie a debt and didn't think he would be able to repay it in full anytime soon, so they shouldn't worry. Besides, he is currently developing his abilities as he wants to be able to create even more different things. A place where he can eat in peace or wait out the rain and wind, and it goes hand in hand with what they want to do. Plus, they all help him meet his needs as he does them. Everyone is very happy. It's a win-win. Therefore, he asks the girls not to be shy, because they can use his power as they wish. However, of course, he would like to work without sleep and rest. If there are any complaints, you must definitely say so. Sylphie says that they have agreed. He also tells Ira to treat him as before. He is always interested in discussing magic and alchemy. In his world, there was neither. The girl agrees. He extends his hand and asks if they have made peace. The boy says that this is a custom accepted in his world and is called a handshake. When people make peace or show friendly feelings, they shake hands. Ira talks about shaking hands and agrees by extending her hand. They shake hands, and the boy says that they have made peace. Ira smiled and Sylphie and Melty looked at their handshake. Kosuke notices this and suggests that the girls shake hands as well. Sylphie and Melty then shake Kosuke's hand. After a while, Sylphie tells Kosuke to continue crafting. The boy agrees. Sylphie then tells Melty to tell Danon to choose the soldiers for the Jism extermination operation. They will set out tomorrow morning. The young man comes to his workshop in Sylphie's yard. Sylphie says that today is quiet. The young man replies that before him, he is only self-digging. This time he did not think, and encroached on Era's territory. He was lucky enough to avoid trouble only because Ira herself is an innocent and pure soul. From the point of view of those who take their craft seriously, his crafting ability is an immediate threat. She easily questions their social status and even their daily lives. It seems he got carried away and went too far. Sylphie told Kosuke that without his power, they wouldn't have a chance of survival, so the boy didn't need to be so upset. If the boy did not use his power to the fullest, they would have problems. She would take care of minor troubles, so the boy should not hold back. Kosuke asks what the girl's wish was. Sylphie says that she will protect the boy. For example, if he is persecuted or exiled because of his strength, she will be on his side. Kosuke replies that when a girl says something like that, it's impossible not to respond. Then the boy says that really, who's flirting with whom here? Sylphie smiles in response. After some time, the assembly was completed. Kosuke thinks about crafting tires as well. The crossbows and arrows will be ready tonight, so he will also go fight the Gizmas tomorrow. Sylphie says that they will get up early tomorrow. The boy agrees, and says that they need to get down to business. Sylphie asks Kosuke to stop, as they need to give their bodies a good rest. It was the 8th day of survival. Danon had said that they were moving in groups of 3. The priority was the lives of each of them, not killing Jism. The Harpies were to watch from above so that they wouldn't be surrounded. Kyugubi sensed something with your nose. He gestured for Sylphie and Kosuke to stop. Sylphie thought that the Gizmas were invading their lands very quickly. At that moment, the girl grabbed her sword, and the boy took his crossbow. They noticed that the soil was exposed. Kyubi took the parka and threw it directly at the exposed soil. The stick landed, and suddenly there was an explosion. Izen crawled out from this place. Kosuke thought that this was really an ambush interception. This was a serious threat. Gizmo attacks. Sylphie shouts that she will go around them from behind, and Kosuke and Kyuubi should gradually retreat, but do not stop shooting. Now the attack was in the forest. Kosuke and Kyuubi agreed. The boy put his finger on the trigger of the crossbow and thought about imagining that he was pressing the left mouse button. Suddenly, he noticed the sight. The boy takes aim, but at that moment Kyuubi shoots at him. Gizmo screams. Kosuke tells Kyuubi that he made a great shot. Suddenly, Gizmo notices them. Kosuke thinks that he can try something. The boy takes aim and fires. The arrow hits Gizmo right in the head. Kyuubi yells at Kosuke that they need to get out. He says that going at her head-on is too dangerous. Kosuke smiles and says that he knows that. Then asks Kyuubi if he really thinks that he stood in front of her without any plan. Gizmo rushes straight at the boy. Suddenly the boy puts a brick block right in front of the monster, and the monster slams his head right into the block. After a while, Kyuubi says that it was disgusting. Sylphie adds that it's not like she's in a position to say anything about that. Kosuke said that he didn't think that a frontal attack would go so smoothly. He had originally planned to use wooden stakes, but he had some doubts that they would be able to stop such a giant. Kyuubi didn't understand what the boy was talking about. After a while, Kosuke takes out a structure made of spears. Sylphie says that it's really doubtful that it could stop Gizmo. Kyuubi added that it was unlikely that Gizmo could be pierced with something like that. Kosuke replied that the stakes weren't metal, so it would be problematic to pierce it directly. Sylphie tells the boy that cleaning up the corpse is up to him. Kosuke agrees and assembles a block of bricks first. He plans to install wooden stakes on the outside of the walls later. They are currently in the process of being mass-produced anyway. After some time, the boy puts Gizmo's corpse in his inventory. Sylphie suggests that everyone go to the next monster. Kyuubi and Kosuke agree. The next time, Kyuubi throws a rock at the exposed ground, and Gizmo jumps out again. The monster once again rushes straight at the boy, and he places a huge brick block. However, Gizmo jumps out of the block, and the boy screams that she is still alive. At that moment, Sylphie comes to their aid and stabs the monster with her sword. Sylphie says that hunting Gizmo is so easy for the first time. She will be added that as long as they were attacking from nowhere, she didn't think they would lose. Kosuke said that the vile method was quite good. At the moment, the wall is covered with stakes. On the bottom of the dry ditch around the structure of stakes is installed. A large number of soldiers armed with crossbows are ready. If the circulation is broken, in no case should one be in underground or above-ground structures. Then the young man remembers something. Sylphie asks what happened, because the boy suddenly put up a wall out of nowhere. The boy says that he will only do a small experiment. He then takes out a pickaxe and removes the bottom column of blocks. He then uses a double jump and jumps onto the wall. He is surprised that it does not fall and hangs in the air. Sylphie tells Kyuubi that it might be from fatigue, but she sees something strange in front of her eyes. Kyuubi replies that he sees it too, so it must really be happening. Kosuke laughs and says that this way he can make a base in the air. He then jumps off the floating wall and apologizes for taking up a bit of his time. Kyuubi says it's okay. Kosuke asked Sylphie and Kyuubi why they were so exhausted. Kyuubi replied that Aura kept saying that it was absurd. But now he fully understood why she said that. The boy says he understands, but Sylphie says it's not for him to say. She keeps thinking that it's time to stop being amazed at what the boy is capable of. But somehow, she can't do it. Suddenly, they hear a sound. Kosuke asks what happened, to which Kyuubi replies that he hears gizmos and not just one or two. It is possible that a whole flock of gizmos is heading towards them, which is very dangerous and creepy. After some time, the heroes discover a pile of fallen trees. Kyuubi senses 3 gizmos and then corrects himself and says that there are 4. There is a crunching sound. Kosuke said they were getting close. Kyuubi pointed out the exact location, and Sylphie ordered them to hurry. At this time, the gizmos were chasing a fox girl and a snake girl, who was carrying a lizard boy on her back. The gizmos were catching up with them. The fox girl told the snake girl to go ahead and she would hold them back. The girl nodded back and told the narc that she was relying on her. At that moment, the girl jumped up into a tree and shouted at the gizmos to turn their attention to her. She ordered them to attack her. Then 2 gizmos crashed into the tree and began to knock it down, tearing it out with its roots. However, the girl deftly jumped onto the branch of another tree. Suddenly, a third gizmo crashes into this tree, while the other two are picking at another tree. The fourth gizmo moves away. The girl lost her footing on the tree branch as the third gizmo suddenly hit it, causing her to fall. At that moment, Sylphie ran towards them. The girl said she could see them. First, she had to focus on drawing the enemy's attention to herself. She ordered Kyubi and Kosuke to watch where they were shooting. The two already had their crossbows aimed. At that moment, a girl named Nark fell to the ground and screamed as two gizmos began to attack her. The girl tried to run away, but Sylphie was already behind her. She cut off one monster's head with her sword with extreme speed. At that moment, Kosuke said that he would cover these guys. Sylphie agreed and continued to fight the other gizmos. At that moment, the fourth gizmo attacked the snake girl carrying the lizard man in her arms. Kosuke arrived and shouted to Gizmo to come here. The snake girl approached the boy and asked what he was doing. Kosuke told her not to worry and to duck. Suddenly, Gizmo jumped, and he placed two brick blocks at once. Then the boy jumped on them with a double jump. He took aim and shot Gizmo straight in the head with a crossbow. Kosuke put the crossbow on his shoulders and smirked. If he could get the monster into his inventory, there would be no question about whether it was alive or dead. It was as easy as pie. At this moment, Nark and Kyubi were shooting at another gizmo with crossbows. Sylphie, who had defeated the last gizmo, said that it seemed to be over. She turned to the others and asked if they were okay. Kosuke answered positively. Nark added that they had helped them out a lot, so they were okay. The snake girl told the princess that everything was fine, but her comrade had a serious wound. Sylphie was afraid that someone had been hurt. The lizard man had an open fracture of his leg. Suddenly, the young man remembered something, namely that he had a splint that he had made in the morning. The potion's effectiveness was also approved by Ira. An experiment is definitely needed here. More precisely, first aid is needed. He tells the beastman that the treatment will be painful, so he must endure it. Nark was very surprised that the boy could heal that leg. Sylphie asked them not to worry and to trust Kosuke. First, he takes out a bottle of water and says that the wound needs to be washed. Kosuke notices the head of this reptile and does not understand what kind of expression it has. He assumes that it is in pain. He then takes out a bandage and a splint to apply it all. He has zero experience with such things. Then the young man notices a pop-up window and presses the use button. The young man realized that his body was moving on its own. The snake girl told him to stop, because first he needed to set the broken bone. The young man put on a splint and the healing process began. No one understood what the crunching sound was that they heard. Then the treatment ended and somehow the leg straightened itself. Everyone was trying to figure out if everything was okay. The sound of cracking and crunching could be heard all around. Then the young man said that it seemed like the treatment was finished, so he was taking off the bandage. The leg was completely healed. He then gives the healing potion and says that it has been approved by Ira. The snake girl and Nart began to ask their comrade how the potion tastes. The lizard man replied that it tastes slightly bitter. Then the lizard man stood up and started jumping on the spot. He said that it didn't hurt anymore and his leg was completely healed. The girls were shocked because their friend had just had a terrible fracture. They didn't understand what was going on and it was just absurd. Kosuke said that it seemed like everything had really healed. The lizard man bowed hugely and thanked Kosuke. It was such a wound, if it hadn't worked out, he thought he would have had to amputate his leg. Kosuke smiled and said that he was glad he could help. Still, he couldn't figure out what kind of expression the beastman had on his face. Kosuke says that it is likely that the blood that the lizardman lost has not been restored, so he tells him to be careful and evacuate to a safe area. Sylphie completely agrees. Sylphie then asks the trio how many they managed to kill. The snake girl tells him that they killed 2 gizmos. Sylphie continues and says that plus the ones they just killed, plus the kill before that makes 13. Sylphie thinks that's enough. She says that's all for today, so she suggests that everyone return. She asks the 3 to tell Peruna the order to retreat. After a while, everyone was in the camp. Danon said that is, arrows fired from a crossbow easily penetrate their armor. However, depending on the position of the shooters, 10 or more shots were required for one gizmo. Nark said that the 3 of them managed to get off about 2 accurate shots at the very beginning. After that, they had to shoot back while running. If you lure the rest of the gizmos into a trap, Kosuke thought that without his brick blocks and Sylphie in close combat, the others lacked firepower. Danon said that he understood. Sylphie says that it is better to form groups of 6 rather than 3 from the security images. Danon agrees. He then says that he will go and pass on the information about the change of information. Sylphie replies that she is relying on him. Kosuke notices Danon's limping leg and realizes that he has a problem with his leg. He calls Danon and asks him to wait a second. The man asks what's wrong. He asks him to sit down at 100 and show his right leg. Danon said that he had to give instructions to their squads as soon as possible. Kyubi told him to sit down. Then Danon notices a wooden prop. He says that this thing won't heal his leg. He asks if they really think he's a complete fool. He asks them not to mess around. At this point, Kosuke had already put on a splint and bandage, and then began the healing process. Danon was very surprised when he heard the sound of cracking and creaking. Sylphie and Kyubi smiled, and the snake girl and her companions watched closely. Suddenly, the man's leg was healed. Kosuke smiled. Danon, shocked, asked the boy what he had done. Kosuke replied that he had simply healed his leg. He then gives the man the medicine and tells him to drink it just in case. The man looks at the potion with tension. Danon then drinks the potion and says it doesn't taste that bad. Kosuke asks how his leg is. The man says his leg doesn't hurt anymore. He bent his knee and was surprised that it also bent. He feels like a fairy is playing a joke on him now. Kosuke says that his leg is fine now and isn't that a reason to rejoice. And now let's get going, because work doesn't wait. Danon agrees. He runs off to do some business and says that he will definitely thank him later. Everyone was glad that Danon smiled. They were surprised that Kosuke was able to heal Danon's leg with just that wooden splint. Maybe he could help others who had injured arms and legs. Sylphie calls out for Kyubi, and the boy says he will gather them. If there is a way to heal the cripples, it would be better to do so. This way, they will increase their military strength and raise their morale. However, Kosuke did not expect that his idea would actually work. Sylphie then turns to the snake girl and asks her if she could call Melty. She wanted to distribute the meat from the gizmos they had brought. After a while, Melty comes in and asks if it really needs to be distributed. She asks how many gizmos this meat is from. Sylphie says that it's for now and that it's from 9 gizmos. Melty is surprised that there are so many. Even if you pickle it, it won't last long, so she wonders what to do. Kosuke is surprised that Melty is so strong. Sylphie said that as long as the meat was in Kosuke's inventory, it wouldn't spoil. Melty asked if that was true. Kosuke thought about Melty burning a hole in him. Then Sylphie tells everyone to distribute the meat from the 2 gizmos. Melty asks Kosuke if he could take this into his inventory. Kosuke thought how good it was that his owner was Sylphie. Melty would have exploited him mercilessly. After some time, Ira approached the camp and saw a huge line of wounded people in a huge tent. After some time, Ira came to Kosuke's tent and asked if everything was okay. At that moment, Kyubi called the next one to come into the tent. Ira was surprised and said that she would do the next one, and that it was probably all about adjustment. Kosuke said that everything was fine, and he didn't feel sorry. Kyubi brought in a new victim and said that it looked like her knee had been damaged by Gizmo's tendril. The girl said hello. Ira bandaged the girl's paw. She asked the girl how her paw was. The girl replied that it wasn't like anything had changed. Kyubi said that this girl had a fracture. It had not healed properly, and her knee was hurting badly. After so long, there was no point in putting on a wooden brace. Kosuke said that Ira should try giving it to him. As a result, the young man applies the treatment, and suddenly the rabbit girl is frightened by terrible sounds. Then the girl's leg was completely healed. Ira asked what the girl would say. The girl jumped up and down and said that her leg didn't hurt anymore. It didn't hurt at all. Then the young man looked at Ira, whose vision was blurred. The young man realized that it was better not to touch her for now. Ira remained in this state until the very end. Finally, it was time for lunch. Araya said that it was just absurd. Danon said that Kosuke's abilities were very versatile. Kosuke added that he would say unusual, but Kyubi added that they were more accurately disordered. Kosuke agreed and said that it was definitely not easy for the gods. As long as there were no bugs, then everything was probably fine. Sylphie replied that there was definitely no problem with his useful skills. Then the warriors who had gone into the forest returned. It seemed that there were no seriously wounded. Then Sylphie cleared her throat and asked what they should do after noon. Kosuke asked what the girl meant. Sophie replied that she was worried about whether it was a good idea to take the boy to hunt Jism. If he died, those who could be saved by him would be doomed. Sophie asked Kosuke what he thought he should do. Kosuke thought that he should first set up a defense on the approach to the wall, but that it wouldn't take too much time and resources. He says he has several ideas for defending the settlement. First of all, visibility must be ensured in front of the walls. Then obstacles must be placed on the approaches to kill the Gizm force that can break through. There is also a possibility of a night battle, so lighting should be prepared. Sylphie asks if the boy has any ideas on how to pull this off. Kosuke smirks and says that they can prepare torches. After some time, the young man makes a torch. He says that by placing the torch on top of the block, they will be able to kill the Gizm breakthrough forces and provide lighting. They will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They'll space them out a little bit apart. Sophie said that might work. Kyubi tried to drop the torch, but it wouldn't fall. Ayla thought it was a tumbler torch. Kosuke says that by cutting down the trees, they will provide visibility. He shows the area they will cut down, but they start working. After a while, they finished cutting down the forest. Sylphie and Kosuke stood on the wall and looked at the illuminated area. Kosuke said it looked great. Plus, the torches made it pretty bright now. Sylphie was scared because there was no forest. Kosuke thinks that with this, the Gizmas won't be able to get close to their protective wall. Kosuke then calls out to Kyubi. He says that it doesn't look like the torches are burning out at all. Kosuke smiled and said that it was a torch and there was nothing to be done. Once a torch was set up, it would burn without stopping until it was destroyed. This was a common occurrence. Ira looked at the torch and thought that it was an eternal flame. Sylphie ordered to post guards. They will go to rest. Then the boy looked at the moon and noticed a red moon. He asked Sylphie if the girl thought the moon was red. The girl replied that everything seemed normal. Kosuke asked Ara if she saw that the moon was red. Ara said that if we talk about the color of Lanicle, it seems to be yellow, and today it is still yellow. Sylphie asked Kosuke what was wrong. The boy replied that he didn't know why, but he saw that the moon was red. As far as he knew, a red moon meant that enemies were rapidly approaching. In other words, it is an omen of bloody carnage. At this moment, there were a huge number of Gizmas in the forest. The battle preparations were announced. The inhabitants climbed the wall and prepared their crossbows. Many Gizmas rushed straight towards the village along the area, which was lit by torches. The command to fire was given, and a huge number of crossbow arrows rained down from the wall. The Gizmas began to scream in pain as they passed between the walls with torches. Kosuke announced that everyone should start reloading their crossbows, as their army was simply invincible right now. Jakira laughed and said that their army was at full strength. And the young man was right. She smiled and said that with such a weapon you want to shoot again and again. She asked Kosuke for more arrows. Kosuke replied that the strength of crossbows is in the number of shooters, and they have about 200 of them here. Kosuke once again announced that everyone should prepare themselves. Roughly speaking, there were about 20 Gizmas attacking at once. If they kept this up, they wouldn't get anywhere near them. They used the bodies of their fallen comrades to get over obstacles. In any case, their guys are very good at reloading their crossbows. Since the moment they were attacked, they continue to fire 1 arrow every 10 seconds. Jakira said that it was because the beastmen's bodies were very durable. She thought that even if they all used improved crossbows now, the shooting speed would not decrease. Kosuke thinks that it looks like he should think about mass-producing improved crossbows. He wonders if there will be enough materials. At this point, Danning commanded the attack. He told the villagers not to let them advance, and then gave the command to advance. The hail of Gizm arrows was heard again. Kosuke said that if this continues, there is no need for the elven spirit archers to come. Jakira smiled and said that was true. Then Melty turned to Kosuke and said that they were short of arrows. Kosuke thought that if all their guys were shooting at a rate of 1 shot every 10 seconds, then 5,000 arrows would last them about 7 to 8 minutes. He creates 5,000 arrows and tells Melty to take them and not to be shy. As they begin to sort the arrows, Jakira reaches out to Kosuke. Kosuke thought that the girl had only taken up a position next to him because she wanted direct access to the supply of arrows. At that moment, Kosuke takes out 100 arrows right in front of Jakira. The boy then asked how quickly Gizm meat spoils. Milty replied that if you leave it for half a day without doing anything to it, she thought it would start to spoil. The boy says he understands and then says he'll go there and collect it. Nolte asks if he's really going to go straight there. Kosuke said that if he went there with a squad of those who could fight Gizmas in close combat, everything would be fine. Gizmo meat tasted pretty good, so it would be a shame to let so much food go to waste. The boy came to the gate of the village, specifically the command post. Donan asked the boy what he was doing there. Kosuke asked if the Gizmas really did not attack continuously but in waves, so he thought about going to collect Gizm carcasses near the walls. With his abilities, he could do it quickly, and the meat wouldn't spoil in his inventory. Danon said he understood the idea. Then they will form a squad of close combat fighters for this sortie. He turns to Vogue and says that he leaves command of this place to him. Gelda approaches them and says that since it has come to close combat, she is with them. Kosuke says that if his memory serves him right, the girl's name is Miss Gelda. The girl says that the boy can simply call him Gelda. Kosuke looked at Gelda's sword and said that her sword doesn't look very reliable. The girl says that's true. She's incredibly strong. So swords break very quickly. Kosuke thought that Gelda herself was a large girl. In her hands, an ordinary one looked like a kitchen knife. The young man said that he would try to make a suitable weapon for her. He asked about any wishes she had. Gelda replies that when she served in the Royal Heavy Infantry, she had a full-length shield and a long mace. The youth says that this means that a full-length shield and a long mace are needed. He asks Gelda to tell Donan that he will go make weapons and return. After some time, the young man approaches the improved furnace. The young man searches the menu for a long mace. He sees that the list includes a mace, but not a long one. At such moments, if he concentrates as before and imagines an accurate image, suddenly a long mace appears on the menu. Kosuke says that it will be heavy. The materials are solid metal, so it's not surprising. Copper plate and iron for this. Now the life-size shield. The life-size shield requires copper plate, wood, raw leather, and glue. He thinks it's great. Then Kosuke says that it would be nice to make a weapon for yourself. In any era, in any country, every ordinary soldier had a spear or a club. The boy creates a long mace. At that moment, Sylphie, Danon, and Gelda approach him. Sylphie asks the boy if he really wants to go outside. He asks if the spiritual archers are really in place. Sylphie replied that their preparations took a long time. Kosuke said that it would be a waste of resources to let good meat spoil. Then he tells Gilda that her weapon is ready. He asks her to take it and try it out. The girl thanks the young man. She takes a shield and a long mace. The girl says that it is a good weight, and now she can deal with even Gizmas. Kosuke at this moment said that the sound of the wind from her swings is very frightening. He takes out his mace and says that maybe he should try helping with his weapon. Sylphie asks if he really just made it. Kosuke says that he's not used to such heavy things. Sylphie asks if the boy can give her the mace. He says he doesn't mind. Sylphie waves the mace and says it's not bad at all. Kosuke realizes that Sylphie also has incredible physical strength. Danon says that since everyone is ready, they need to move out. After a while, the man said that he quickly introduced everyone. He points to the lizard man and says that this girl's name is Miss Samira. She is his mentor and master of the spear. She was his spear instructor as Marinard. Kosuke thought once again that he was completely unable to understand the expression of emotions on the reptile's face. Danon then introduces Lord Leonard. He is a dual-purpose swordsman. In the kingdom, his swords were known as Leonard's twin fangs. Kosuke was surprised that the aristocracy had arrived. Leonard said that Kosuke healed his arm so that it is now as good as new. Danon said that he has the same story, but only with his leg. Danon asks if he really used that strange medicine on him too. Then a huge girl approaches the boy. He thinks that she is a red demon. Danon says that this girl is called Sumeru. She's a former adventurer and the top of her class. She was given the nickname Meat Grinder. The girl tells Kosuke that she is pleased to meet him. Kosuke says that he is pleased to meet her too. Danon says that these three, him, Gelda, Ara, and Her Majesty, are their sortie party. Sylphie tells Danon that this is an excellent choice. Then Kosuke asked Ara how she was and if she was okay. The girl said that she was okay. The girl says that the court magician is not just a title. Kosuke thought about a ray shooting lasers from his eye. No, he would probably fight with some spells. He would be interested to see. Then Kosuke looked at Sylphie and they both nodded to each other. Kosuke then asked if everyone was ready. Everyone raised their weapons at once and answered yes. Sylvie said that the purpose of the operation is to collect the jism meat that Kosuke is collecting. Everyone else is to protect Kosuke. Then they head out. The heroes went to the front lines to get gizmo meat. The young man took one gizmo body after another into his inventory. He was accompanied by a detachment of their experienced fighters. Leonard sighed and said that Kosuke's abilities were, how to describe it, strange. He could heal and make things disappear. At this time, Kosuke placed another gizmo in his inventory. Sumeru added that it wasn't like she understood what was going on, but such abilities were very useful. As she understood, it was some kind of magic. Danon said that it wasn't magic, since Kosuke didn't have magical energy at all. Samara replied that she wasn't very good with magic, so she was really taken with the guy. At that moment, Kosuke asked them to stop talking about him. At that moment, Zamiru told them not to let their guard down. Gizmo is a master of surprise attacks. At that moment, the girl looked around. Gelda said she agreed with Zamiru. However, she finally had a good weapon, so she wanted to test it. The girl showed off her elongated mace, and Zamira said that it looked so amazing that she's even jealous. Zamira asked Danon if that man had really made his weapon, too. Danon called the girl a mentor and agreed with her. Zamira looked at Kosuke. Although the reptile's expression may not be clear, its eyes show that it also wants a high-quality weapon. Leonard added that he needed better swords, too. Samira replied that since we were talking about weapons, she was literally using a log. Kosuke noticed their weapons, all of which were dull and chipped on the blades. Kosuke thought that their piercing gazes were simply piercing his body. The young man looked at Sylvie, who was smiling sweetly next to him. He said that Sylvie had given her the go-ahead, so they had won this time. He would make them weapons. He asked them to think in advance what kind of weapon they wanted from the young man. Everyone agreed. Suddenly, Gizmo's squeak was heard. Leonard got angry and said that it seemed like they had guests. Kosuke asked if they were leaving or what. Leonard told him not to worry so much. He says that they won't be surrounded here, so there's no need to rush. Danon tells Lord Leonard that he's being overly optimistic. At that moment, Samara was swinging a log over her head. Sumeru asked if it wasn't so, that Lord Leonard was right. In a place like this, the gizmos wouldn't be able to use anything against them except their antennae. Leonard replied that it was very rude of the girl to call him an old man. Sumeru replied that in the current situation, everyone is equal, so it doesn't matter whether you are an aristocrat or not. Sylvie then turned to Kosuke and told him to ignore Gizm and continue collecting meat. The youth agreed. Gelda and Zamira also prepared for battle. Zamira said that she would come from the flank. Then Danon said that they were advancing. Kosuke thought that even though they were under such an attack from Gizm, they were all somehow too calm. At that moment, the group met Gizm face to face. Danon used his weapon and immediately cut the monster's head off. Kosuke was surprised. Gelda then covered herself with her shield, repelling the monster's attack, and then, removing her shield, she attacked the monster with her long mace, turning its head into mincemeat. Then one of the monsters stood right in front of Lord Leonard. Leonard suddenly found himself behind the monster, which was shattered into several pieces by his swords. At that moment, Zamira lunged and used a circular air attack. Suddenly, Samira's scream was heard. The girl told the gizmo to receive and hit him with her log. Leonard told Sumer that if she turns them into mincemeat when she kills the jism, they can't be collected later. The girl said that she admits it and it's her fault because she simply miscalculated her strength. At that moment, a light appeared from the side. It was Ara, who was casting a spell about an approaching thunderstorm. She used lightning and hit several gizmos with one spell. Kosuke was very surprised. He turned to Sylvie and told her that it was great magic. Sylvie said that Sylvie was like a child who had just seen magic for the first time. Sylvie then realized that this was the first time she had seen magic from Kosuke. Kosuke agreed and said that before this time, he had only seen magic when the girl healed his wound, but nothing more. Sylvie said that Ara's destruction magic was a court mage level magic. It wasn't something you could see every day. Arera was happy to be praised by Her Majesty. Then Kosuke said he had a question. Everyone was talking about him as someone super interesting, but aren't these guys much more interesting than him? He can't cut a bug of this size in half, much less turn it into mincemeat with one blow. and he can't shoot lightning. Sylphie says that anyone who has undergone training can do so. At that moment, the girl attacked a monster that appeared right behind her. Kosuke asks if the girl is serious about this. Then, in her humble opinion, anyone in this world is much cooler than him. Sylphie says that she thinks that this is beyond the scope of common sense for the boy because he is from another world. And anyway, since the boy has free time to think, he better get moving and start collecting meat. After some time, the squad returns to the village. Kosuke says that they managed to collect the corpses of 216 gizmas. Kosuke is happy that Melty will be very happy. If they count 2 gizmas a day, they will be able to provide the refugees with meat for 108 days. Sylphie adds that the gizma's meat will change their diet for the better. Gelda added that it was true. If you add meat to the soup, the taste immediately becomes richer. Leonard replies that gizm meat makes a good broth. Thanks to Mr. Kosuke, he can hunt now too. He can repay them for the food he got for free before. Sumeru says that Old Man Leonard just wants to eat more delicious things. Leonard says that his blades have already reached their limit. They have been with him since the Holy Kingdom. They look like if magical energy were to pass through them now, they would simply crumble in his hands. Zamiru also said that, as they say, any sword is dull for a bad swordsman, but even here there is a limit. Her spear is already at its limit. They looked at the boy again. Sumero said that anything would suit her, as long as it was big and heavy. Sylphie said that she wanted something longer. Kosuke said that she would go with it too. Suddenly, Ara tugged at Kosuke's sleeve and said that she wanted a staff with this. The boy did not understand what Aran meant. The girl gave him ore, and the boy understood that she wanted one with mithril. The young man said that he was not sure if he could make a staff with the equipment he had at the moment, and whether any special runes or rituals would be needed. Ira agreed. She says she'll go and get the blueprints. Kosuke tells the girl not to rush, because he might not go into much detail at all. Then Kosuke asked everyone to tell him their wishes. A little bit of specifics and what kind of weapon they would like a one-handed sword or a two-handed sword, light and sharp or heavy and strong, with a straight blade or a curved one, and so on. Zamaru said that she would like a spear that she could easily pierce the enemy with, but a longer tip so that she could also cut them. And it would be wonderful if it were heavier. Sumaru said that anything would do, but she wasn't very good with blades, so she wanted a weapon that she could just hit with. Leonard said that he wanted a broad-bladed single-edged sword. Then the boy said that he wanted Sylphie. The girl answered that anything would suit her, if Kosuke did it. The boy still asked her to describe roughly what would suit her. The girl said she wanted something with a blade. She asked what about a scimitar, since they had discussed it earlier. After a while, the young man stood in his workshop and thought about the scimitar. He himself recommended this weapon to Sylphie. It would look great in the hands of such a beautiful girl. By the way, he still uses mithril for Era's staff, so shouldn't he try making a scimitar out of mithril? Why not? It would be interesting to try to make a weapon from this material. The young man places all the mithril in the crafting window. He is very interested in what can be crafted from this strange material. The 9th day of survival arrived. Peruna flew to Sylphie and began to report. There were no signs of gizm in the area. Sylphie thanked Peruna for the report. Danon said that as soon as the sun rose, the gizmas stopped attacking. It seemed that they had survived the attack safely. At this point, Leonard, Zamaru, and Sumaru were all enjoying their new weapons. Leonard said the blades were a bit rough, but very practical. Zamaru was happy with her spear, and Sumaru was delighted with her new club. Leonard said it was a shame he hadn't had a chance to try out the new weapon on Gizma. Sumeru said it was true. Kosuke said that he was very happy that they were all happy, and he had already finished collecting the Gizmas as corpses. He then turned to Sylphie and said that he had prepared something special for her as well. It took 2 hours to make the ingots, and another 4 hours to craft the weapon itself. Sylphie was very surprised. She pulled the blade out of its sheath, and your mouths dropped open in surprise. Sylphie guessed that it was a weapon made of mithril. The girl asked if the sword had a name. Kosuke answered negatively and said that he hadn't really thought about it. When making it, he imagined the month. If you give it a name, something like Moonlight or Blue Moon. Then he asks, what about calling it Blue Moon? Sylphie said that she liked it very much, and from now on, this sword is called Blue Moon. Everyone applauded enthusiastically. Kosuke said that the reaction was quite nice. Ara replied that the mithril sword is a relic of the royal family, and here they receive one from a passing person from another world. It's quite funny. Kosuke was surprised and asked Ara where she came from. The girl held out the precious blueprints. Kosuke said that it was a blueprint and a staff and a piece of mithril ore. The boy was taking the materials, and at that moment, Sylvie told Kosuke to bring Gizma's corpse here, and she would try out the new sword. Nosha took out the corpse, and the girl swung her sword. There were cracks on the monster's shell, which later became larger and, eventually, the entire monster was cut into 4 huge pieces. Kosuke wondered if it was too sharp. Sophie said it was a great blade. He would have to be careful with it or she might cut off her arm or leg. Leonard approached Her Highness and said that if she wanted to train, he, Leonard, would always be at her service. Zamiru responded the same way. Sophie said that she thought she would approach them for training sooner than they thought. Sophie then said that she would leave things to them for now, and that she would take the chance to rest a bit. After some time, the young man puts the bolts to be crafted, and all that remains is to wait for the crafting to be completed. Then he realizes that he hasn't checked his achievements and skill level for a long time. The young man notices that his level has risen quite a bit. His profile statuses now have numerical values. Physical strength and endurance are now 120, and his skill points are now 12. He won't think long. He'll immediately choose a pack of skills. It looks like he'll get 1 skill point for each level. It's like this. It was necessary to take this skill earlier to increase the efficiency of collection by 40%. Then the young man thinks about achievements. The young man notices so many new skills. Then he realizes how the numerical stats in the profile have been unlocked. It's hard to estimate the quality improved by 5%, but the crafting time shortened by 10% is even. Kosuke noticed an interesting achievement. It was necessary to achieve an attack against the opposite sex. He thinks that he knows quite a lot of girls besides Sylvie. Then the young man realizes that he did not do this to the elders. Then he decides that he won't think about it at all. He is with Sylvie, and for him, she's the only girl in the world. Then he decides to look at the achievements again. The Survivor achievement, which is given for the hero remaining alive after the night of the red moon. There was also an unlock for increasing the level of skills. After some time, he told the girl about the attack every 7 days. Kosuke says that he knows that maybe he is thinking about it too much. However, given the absurdity of his abilities, he can't completely deny this development, which is why he wants to strengthen the wall's defenses. Sylvie says that she will tell Danon and the elders to pay attention to this. The citizens of the Marinard Kingdom and the elves can be relied upon to supply resources. The young man thanked the girl. Tomorrow he would need to collect clay as soon as possible. Sylvie replied that there was nothing to thank her for. It is not unusual that she tries to take measures so that the young man has fewer worries. Moreover, it is good for everyone anyway. The young man says that then before going to bed he will work on the staff for Ira. He was about to get up from the couch, but Sylvie grabbed the boy's hand and their lips touched. Suddenly, Sylvie asked how the boy dared to say another woman's name when they were alone. He apologizes, but Sylvie says that a servant who does not think of his mistress first should be punished. The youth asks if there is anything he needs to say here. Agreeing, the girl takes the boy in her arms and says that now it's time to punish him properly. The girl throws him on the bed. The young man asked her to wait and asked if it shouldn't be the other way around. The girl changes places with the young man, and he asks her to stop. After some time, it was the 11th day of survival. The young man was working, digging clay. Also, all the other residents were also actively engaged in their affairs. The young man even caught the scene of a quarrel between the elders. 2 elven girls told the chief that 500 years ago, as now she had a flat valley and not a hillock in sight. The girl answered that her valley would surprise them yet. Thus came the 13th day of survival. The young man had not yet prepared Era's staff, but instead he continued to mine a lot of ore. Then came the 13th day. On this day, the young man created even more weapons, such as swords, crossbows, and spears. The 14th day arrived. The young man built a lookout point above the entrance to the village, from where Danon looked out. Thus came the 15th day of survival. It was a dark night, and Sylvie, standing with Kosuke on the wall, asked him if the moon was red. The young man said that it seemed that the moon was not red. Not a single gizmo had been seen in a week of patrolling the approaches to the Black Forest. It seemed that their numbers had decreased even in the desert. Kosuke said that it was out of topic, but the moon was so beautiful today. Shouldn't attacks be a weekly event? Sylvie agreed and said that the moon was absolutely stunning today. She would like to see the light of the blue moon, but she also likes the soft, warm light of this golden moon. Then Sylvie asked what to do now that there is no red moon. Kosuke also didn't know what to do now. Sylvie added that, thanks to the boys' efforts, the wall around the village is in full combat readiness. Kosuke asks if the girl will really go and try to take back the kingdom of Marinard. Sylvie smiles and agrees, as she has been thinking about it for some time. Kosuke hits his chest and tells the girl that if that's the case, he will help her. Right now, he can't imagine them breaking up. Sylvie was very touched. She said that there was still one problem that could not be ignored. Even if all the villagers and Marinard citizens who were here agreed to help her, there would not be 300 who could fight. They won't stand a chance against the Holy Kingdom army that is currently in Marinard. Kosuke agrees and says that there are different ways to solve problems. If they're outnumbered, you can just build a fort, plus set traps. Plus they have crossbows. He's collected some nitrates, so he can do something interesting. Sylvie smiles and replies that if you listen to the boy, everything doesn't seem so complicated. Kosuke smiles back and says that if the girl didn't know, then he is a real optimist. Then the girl looks into the distance and says that it is decided. She looks at the young man and says that the kingdom of Marinard will be hers again. Then they look at each other. After some time, Sylvie announced at the common table that she wanted to take back the kingdom of Marinard. Everyone was incredibly surprised, and Kosuke thought that this was about the reaction he expected. Kyubi said that it was great and that it seemed like the princess was finally starting to look like herself again. Sumera replied that she was sick of being pushed around by those pigs from the Holy Kingdom. Lord Leonard said he agreed too. They couldn't let them keep their homeland under their thumb any longer. Zamira replied that her spear would always be at the girl's service. Dinan, surprised, said that he would wholeheartedly support the girl's plans. Melty said that, however, it would take time to prepare enough supplies to go to war. Many would have been willing to support Sylvie, but there were still some issues that needed to be resolved, which led to a long conversation. Ara said that with Kosuke's strength, they should be able to handle it. Thus, one well-aimed statement from Ara, who saw through his and Sylvie's true motives, decided the further course of action. And now he, Kosuke, is surviving in another world. He arrived in the Great Amit Desert as part of a group that was to go ahead and do some early fortification work. Kosuke was asked to place a marker somewhere in the area. The young man created a brick pillar and placed a torch on top. The goal of the expedition was to build a base in a place where it would be possible to arrive from the village in good time before sunset. Kosuke was removing the lower blocks under the torch and said that this was the 8th landmark. Leonard replied that they would soon need to decide on a location for the fortress. Zamira replied that they were already quite far away. It would take at least 10 days to cross the desert. The young man looked into the distance and realized that the forest was no longer visible. Zamira replied that if they saved their strength, then it would be something like that. If there was a road, they would move faster. Kosuke added that they would have to build 8 more bases. Being in the front lines was very tiring. Suddenly, Leonard put his hand on Kosuke's shoulder and said that he would like a mithril sword too, and it would be nice if it had a name. Zamira told Leonard that it was not nice to just go and ask for a weapon from everyone behind their back. A mithril spear would also be very useful. She would be even more useful to their squad. Leonard asked if the young man would really make a mithril weapon during this expedition. They wanted the mithril named sword and mithril named spear. Kosuke thought that was why they went with them. At that moment, a shot rang out. Leonard and Zamira were very scared. At that moment, Chikira said that she had hit the target. Sylvie stood nearby and covered her ears. Chikira yelled at Kosuke that his lever-action rifle was something special. Kosuke told the girl not to shoot too much left and right. He could only make 3 of them, and the production of cartridges had not yet been established, so the girl had to be careful with it. Chikira replied that she understood everything. Leonard said that the weapon was too noisy and he didn't like it. Zamira said that she didn't like it either. However, Chikira was happy and said that there was nothing better than a rifle. However, its effectiveness cannot be argued with. Jakira managed to finish off that huge gizmo with just 2 shots using the rifle. She also added that she would leave the collection to Kosuke. The young man agreed. Leonard then turned to Sylphie and asked her where they would build the base. The girl told Leonard to let her think about it. At that moment, Kosuke asked Jakira to shoot the gizmo somewhere closer next time. Sylphie asked Leonard what about that hill with the cliff over there. Leonard replied that it would give them a good view. Plus, the terrain would be good for defense. Sylphie announced to Kosuke that they were setting up a base on that hill with a rock on top. After a while, they reached the hill and decided to prepare their overnight stay for today. First, Kosuke will level the terrain slightly. He uses the newly unlocked skill, bilateral symmetrical laying. He will make the floor and set the axis of symmetry, where the axis of symmetry will pass. Then he puts the wall at once, not just one cube at a time. He also decides to make the wall and the roof at once. Sylphie told Kosuke that for some reason walls were appearing everywhere. The boy said that it was his new ability. An advanced construction skill. Finds herself facing Roar. Avisa and Mida hadn't finished the inside yet, but in principle it was livable. Now he needed to build a protective wall around it. He thinks he will make a square with sides of 100 meters. Then he needs to put 100 blocks on each side. He will first mark the borders with blocks to determine the shape. After that, he'll dig the transom. Right around the perimeter, 5 meters deep. Jakira says that even if he's just digging, that speed is simply impossible. Leonard adds that he doubts even earthbenders could do it. Kosuke says that to prevent the possibility of undermining, he decides to fill the trench with stone blocks. The thickness of the protective wall will be 3 blocks and the height 7 blocks. He would build fortifications at the corners and install the main gate. The base was finally built. Leonardo said that there was no thought that they would finish it today. There were just some finishing touches left. Sylphie then orders everyone to inspect the walls. If anything is wrong, they should tell her. At this time, Kosuke says that he decides to build a ladder here first. Suddenly, Kosuke feels a strange sense of danger. Suddenly, the young man starts running away. Leonardo says that they were noticed. Zamira replies that they hid their presence. Leonardo adds that he suddenly became very fast, and Zamira is surprised by his strange way of moving. Kosuke didn't know what to do. First, he decided to climb higher. Then the young man realized that he had backed himself into a corner. Leonardo told Kosuke to go down, because they had nothing to fear. Zamira confirmed Leonardo's words. Kosuke said that he was Sylphie's servant. Without her permission, he could not make weapons from such a valuable metal. If they really wanted to, they should go and ask Sylphie's permission. Kosuke didn't know what to do now. Then someone called him. It was Peruna who asked if Kosuke was in trouble. She was on his side so he could grab her and she would carry him away. Kosuke said that was the best thing he could do. Peruna said that she doesn't know what to do because she doesn't have enough energy. She thinks that if Kosuke finally made the weapon he promised her, she would have more energy. Kosuke said that he was no ally. Peruna was just another predator, and that was it. Then a familiar voice asked what was going on here. It was Sylphie. Kosuke rushed to Sylphie and said that it was all because of him, it turns out. Leonard turned to the princess and told him to let him make a mithril weapon for them too. Sylphie said that she had to admit that she was impressed by their dedication. But when it came to the mithril weapon, it was even capable of conquering an entire country, so she couldn't just say what needed to be done. Kosuke says that his understanding of values is being destroyed by this world. He understands that he is slowly becoming a crafter, which will destroy countries. Sylphie says that Kosuke does not belong to their world, so he is not bound by their value system. If they would take the trouble to become his friends and agree to pay the appropriate price, she was sure he would make them the weapons they wanted so much. However, she also thought that sooner or later ill-wishers would begin to attack Kosuke, and at that moment, when she could not be near the young man, she was sure that Danon, Leonard, and Zamira could protect them. Kosuke says that these protectors wanted to force him to make mithril weapons almost by force. Sylphie says that she still wishes he would listen to their wishes. In return, they would protect him no matter what. Kosuke thought that this meant that the great warriors of the Marinard Kingdom would become his personal bodyguards. In that case, he decides to make a mithril weapon. Leonardo says what one would expect from Kosuke. He understands perfectly well what is going on. He notices that Peruna is quite despondent. He says that he has finished developing a weapon that the Harpies could use. Peruna was very surprised and asked if this was really true. The boy creates a weapon, and no one understands if it is really just a club. Peruna said that she doubts that the club will help her in any way. Kosuke says that instead of trying to explain it verbally, it would be faster to demonstrate it. He asks them to climb the wall and wait. Kosuke threw the weapon from the wall, and upon contact with the ground, a huge explosion was heard. Everyone was shocked by the new weapon. Leonardo said that it was very similar to the explosion magic that only high-level ones can use. Zamira said that if this weapon was distributed to all the fighters, the army's combat power would be very strong. Peruna asked the young man to give her the weapon and test it. Kosuke said that the weapon was called a hand grenade. He offered to explain again how to use it. There was a safety catch at the end of the handle. If it was removed, a ball would fall out. You need to wrap this string around your finger and measure approximately this distance. Then you need to throw. Then the grenade exploded. Kosuke said that once the girl threw it, the explosion could not be prevented, so she had to be extremely careful. If she did not handle this weapon very well, there would be no trace of her left. The girl said it tickled her legs a little. The boy said it could be tiring, but she should never let go until she was sure she was ready to give it up. The girl flew off the wall and said she was there and back. The girl then pulls out the balloon and throws a hand grenade, which explodes upon landing. Then she turns around and says that now a sudden throw is waiting for her. She rushes straight down from a great height. Then she adds a sharp stop at the very end of the dive and throws a hand grenade. The girl hits a log and it explodes from the enormous explosive force. Leonardo said it was amazing. Such destructive power. It would completely change the situation on any battlefield. Peruna told Kosuke that she did it and that she was cool. Kosuke asked Sophie what she thought. The girl thought about it. Then she apologized and said she was thinking for a moment. Jakira said she couldn't do it anymore because her stomach was already stuck together from hunger. Sophie said that it was indeed so. The sun had already set, so they should wrap it up because that was all for today. After a while, Jakira said that it was not enough for her, so she wanted more. The others also asked for more. Kosuke was surprised that he could craft using gizzard meat. The boys asked Kosuke what the food was called. The young man replied that in the world he came from, this dish was called a burger. The boys thought it was pretty good. The young man was very happy that everyone liked it. Leonard asked if the meat was really roasted beef firm. Jakira thought about eating it with your hands. Peruna said there was no problem with eating it. Kosuke said his crafting ability didn't work that logically, and here they have those who prefer to eat in silence. Then Sylvie said that Kosuke would announce the plan for today. The young man said that he would like to ask Jakira and Peruna to do something. The girls asked what happened. The young man created a lot of bullets and told the girl that they could shoot anywhere and at anything, so the girl didn't even have to worry if the rifle became unusable. This is a test of the weapon's durability. With continuous shooting, the barrel heats up and, because of this, its strength decreases. In addition, there may be malfunctions in some other internal mechanisms. Depending on the malfunction, there is a possibility that the rifle may even explode. He asks the girl if she will test it. The girl tells the boy to trust him. She takes the basket and the machine gun, because she won't be there for long. Then the young man takes out a huge lead chest containing hand grenades. He asks Peruna if the girl could try to figure out how many shells she could safely fly with. In terms of heaviness, I would like to think that soon she will need to fly from their base to the enemy to bomb them, again and again. The girl replied that she understood. Then the young man said that she also needed someone to help her carry the shells and put them on. By the way, these don't have gunpowder, so they are just dummy shells for testing. Zamira said that she would help Peruna. Kosuke says he will go and continue to bombard the base, as they need to figure out how Peruna will carry them. Sophie says she and Leonard will accompany Kosuke then. While Peruna trains, Kosuke is setting up the base. Leonardo said that the quality and speed of construction are incredible. Sophie absolutely agrees. Kosuke's strength is amazing. Nothing else comes to mind. Then the young man finishes installing the door, and everything is ready. Kosuke talks about 20 barracks. Then Kosuke says that as they asked, there are 4 double rooms on the floor and 1 living room on them. And since there are 2 floors, 16 people can live here. Since there are only 20 houses, The total capacity is 320 people. Also, before it slips out of his head, he takes out a shovel. Leonardo asks Mr. Kosuke what he's doing this time. The young man replies that he thought it would be a good idea to prepare toilets. Leonardo says that if he recalls, both he and the young man in the village like to mess around near cesspools. He asks if the gentleman really has some special interest in the remains. Kosuke says that there is nothing of the sort. Is it even worth trying to explain that he was only trying to get materials for gunpowder? Kosuke says that cleanliness and hygiene are very important. When there is unsanitary conditions, the risk of diseases increases. Sylvie says that this matter speaks. Leonardo says that the epidemic is very scary. Then he says something about a cesspool. The boy creates a simple toilet, then duplicates it and creates several more. Kosuke says it's a bit tight, but that can't be helped. Leonard says it's quite good. Kosuke thinks that they should set up several in different places. Sylvie agrees and says that near the barracks and near the ladders for climbing the walls. After a while, Sylvie asked Kosuke how he was doing and if he was suffocating. Kosuke said that everything was fine because there was a fresh breeze. He felt even better than on the surface, and all thanks to the girl's spiritual magic. The boy then digs up the bottom block, then removes the 8 blocks surrounding it, and fills that surrounding space with cobblestone, and then another block down. Then he is surprised. Sylvie asks if the water has come. Kosuke says that the water has come at the same depth as in other places. Then he is going to dig the last meter block and climb back out. After a while, the young man climbs out of the well. Leonardo tells him about the excellent work. Kosuke thanks him. 4 wells in the corners of the base are done. Sylvie says that they will check tomorrow whether the water is safe to drink. Kosuke asks if they can really tell whether the water is safe to drink with spiritual magic. It is strange that not a single plant grows in this desert. There is water, though, and it is not that deep. Sylvie tells a story that it is said that this is because the destructive power of the Spirit Stone was abused in these lands. As a result, the spiritual balance in these lands was disrupted, and now not a single plant can grow here normally. Kosuke remembers about the elders. The power of the spiritual stone is destructive to the human body, isn't it? He felt a bit scared. Leonardo then asks what they are going to do now. Kosuke says he is making beds. Leonardo realizes it is some kind of fertile soil. Kosuke says it is because he used a block of dirt from the Black Forest. The soil from the Black Forest, plus his abilities. It is no wonder that the soil looks very fertile. He thinks that in 3 days after sowing, it will be possible to harvest. Then it's the turn of the hoe, because the land needs to be plowed. He loosens it and gets beds. Leonardo says that now he understands why His Highness and Ara sometimes can't come to terms with what's happening. Kosuke was having a lot of fun plowing at that moment. Then he creates rice seeds as the sowing was ready. Leonardo says that he also has a headache. Kosuke at this point was having a lot of fun sowing the seeds. Leonardo then tells Sylvie that there are already sprouts there. Sylvie says that it is because Kosuke is in charge there. The young man thinks that the field needs water. Maybe he should make some kind of spring out of blocks. He better make it 4 by 4 and dig 2 blocks deep. Then he will line the inside with stone blocks, and then he will pour a bucket of water into each diagonally opposite corner. The boy finishes. Sylvie asks why the boy only poured 2 buckets of water into that hole, and it's already full. Kosuke laughed and wondered why indeed. Then, he decides to collect water to irrigate the field. He thinks it will be enough for the first time. Sylvie asks if no matter how much water he collects from there, the level does not go down, or if she has problems with her eyes. Leonardo says that maybe she's imagining things, or that it's an optical illusion. Sylvie cuts it off and says that no matter how you look at it, it's not an illusion. Kosuke says it's a well and just a weird well. They are interrupted by Jakira, who says she's used up all her bullets. Kosuke can't say that he just accidentally created an inexhaustible source of water. At that moment, Jakira asks what happened, and Leonardo and Sylvie replied that nothing happened. Jakira says she used all 500 rounds but had no problems. Kosuke says that's great. Jakira says that even the aiming accuracy seems to be intact. Kosuke asks if there really is no problem after 500 shots. In any case, it would be better for the girl to use a new rifle. So far, there don't seem to be any problems with using it on the battlefield, so he's more or less calm about it. Due to its abilities, He finds it difficult to say whether the weapon's effectiveness was so good from the start, or whether it was a result of him crafting it. He thinks that, as a test sample, it's still not enough. Suddenly, Peruna flies in and asks where the vegetable garden came from. Besides, there is already something growing there. She asks why and what happened. Chikira said that, where did the plants come from all of a sudden? Kosuke asked Peruna if she had decided on the optimal weight she could carry at a time. They tried different options, and it turned out that this was the one he could carry the most with him. He says it's quite heavy and then asks if Peruna is sure she can handle it. He thinks it's at least 3 kilograms. The girl replies that everything is fine. If the road in one direction is 10 kilometers, she will be able to fly with such a load as much as she wants. Kosuke says that carrying the projectiles in this form is quite convenient, and it will be easy to drop them on enemies. The normal weight of a hand grenade is about 4 times less than that of the dummy ones. In this case, he will be able to fill the heads with a lot of gunpowder. This will no longer be a hand grenade, but a real bomb. He thinks it will be 6 times bigger. Kosuke says he will make several trial versions to make sure. He then turns to Sylphie and asks what's next on their agenda. The girl suggests having lunch, and then they'll decide. After a while, they split into pairs. Lord Leonard with Miss Samiru, Chigira with Peruna. They are on reconnaissance in the vicinity of their fortifications. Kosuke will be in charge of weapon development, and Sylphie will be guarding Kosuke. Kosuke then tells Miss Samiru that they could please specify the desired appearance of her mithril spear. After some time, the young man gets to work. He creates his own workplace. He decides to start with bombs for harpies. The young man opens the menu to focus on the image. Once he gets the crafter skill, he can craft even things he has a vague idea about. A very convenient thing. It takes 3 times more resources than to make a hand grenade. He'll make about 10 of them to start with. Now he'll make a rifle scope. A 4-fold increase is enough. Kosuke notices Sylphie's upset expression and asks what's wrong. Sylphie asks Kosuke if he's okay. Kosuke asks what that means. The girl asks if the young man really lived in a peaceful country before. These rifles and hand grenades. These are weapons of incredible power. She worries about how he feels about making things like this just because of her. It must be really hard for him. Kosuke says that, to be honest, he hasn't really thought about the consequences of his crafting. And he's making weapons of mass destruction. Yes, he bears a huge responsibility for creating such things. Because of his weapon, the people of the Sacred Kingdom will die one after another. Surely, he will be blamed for all these deaths. In the coming war, soldiers will kill enemies. But all these dozens, hundreds of deaths of enemy soldiers will lie on him, as the creator of the weapon that killed them all. He says that he will burn in hell. Sylphie asks about this expression. Kosuke says that it is a concept from his past world. Hell is a place where people go after death. There is God Enma, who instills fear and trembling in all living things. There he judges the souls of the dead for their sins and decides what punishment they will bear for them. Of course, the existence of hell has not been proven by anyone. Sylphie says that it is the afterlife. In this world, they say that the souls of the dead become stars in the sky. Kosuke says that it is quite romantic. However, since the boy says he will go to hell, he will go there with her, since she is the one who makes the boy make all these horrible things. He does not understand whether he should be happy about this. He will not be able to watch Sylphie burn in hell. No matter how heavy the sin, if its weight is divided between 2, then the punishment will be half as much. He will not allow her to suffer alone. Kosuke says that he has a very kind mistress. In that case, he would try to alleviate his sins with as many good deeds as possible, so that the god Enma will not be so angry with him. Sylphie says that her weapon will not only bring death, but will also save many other lives. Sylphie is absolutely right. Their goal is not the genocide of the people of the Holy Kingdom, but the recapture of the kingdom of Marinard. Killing people is a means to an end, not the end itself. Kosuke says that, in any case, it's much easier to kill them all than to try to keep them alive. Sylphie says that, of course, you can't argue with that. Kosuke says that, no matter what, they will have to demonstrate Marinard's military might a couple of times, so that the Sacred Kingdom will realize that going against them will be more expensive for them, and only after that will it be possible to somehow steer in a direction of preserving as many lives as possible. Sylphie replied that Kosuke was right. Kosuke thinks that they will mostly sit under siege and periodically make attacks near the camp. Since their numbers are small, starting a battle in the open field would not be the most far-sighted decision. Harpies will quietly bomb enemy fortifications from the air, and if enemy troops begin to approach their fortress, they will push them back with the help of improved crossbows and hand grenades. And he also made this. It's an anti-personnel mine, which is a trap. If someone touches the stretched fishing line with their foot, the mine will explode and small metal fragments will fly around. Sophie asks if it's not dangerous. Kosuke says that whether it's an enemy or an ally, they're mines. After the battle, they must be defused and removed. Otherwise, tragedies will be unavoidable. Sophie says that if possible, they would like to avoid using that weapon. Kosuke says that he absolutely agrees, and then says that there is one more thing. Sophie asks what it is. Kosuke replies that it's a block of explosives. If you set it on fire, it'll probably go boom. He hasn't tried to blow it up yet, but he'd like to set it all on fire from as far away as possible. Sophie says it's best to consult with Aura first about artifacts that have fire magic. Then Kosuke says that, by the way, if they have a way to blow up this block from a distance, he has an idea. They can let the enemy army capture them and blow them up all at once. From a man's point of view, art is an explosion. Sophie didn't expect the boy to be so heartless. Kosuke says that's all he can offer for now. Sophie then asks if the boy will improve the rifle. Kosuke replies that, to tell the truth, he has made some other firearms. He asked the girl to let him present this weapon. Sophie asked if there really were varieties. Kosuke agreed and said that there were a revolver, an automatic pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun. Sophie asks if she can see them. The boy agrees and says that they are not charged right now anyway. Sophie picks up the revolver and says that it is heavier than it looks. Kosuke replies that it is because it is made entirely of metal. The young man says that the girl has a revolver in her hands and is intended for shooting at short range. He shows the girl what position to take. It can fire 6 shots in a row. The cartridges are lead balls about the size of a fingertip. The firepower is enough to kill a person with 1 shot. Kosuke says that it is a pistol that can fire up to 8 shots without reloading. Sophie asks if the pistol in Kosuke's hands is also for short-range shooting. Kosuke agrees. In the world, young men have not fought with swords and spears for a long time. Mostly, fights are fought with machine guns and other firearms. In short-range fights, pistols or submachine guns are also often used. Sophie says that this weapon can only fire 6 shots at a time. Reloading it in the middle of a close-range fight is not the most convenient option. However, in her world, as a rule, it does not come to close combat. If someone tries to engage in close combat, they will simply be shot into a sieve before they can do anything. The girl then picks up another weapon and asks what this huge tool is. Kosuke says it's a shotgun. Then he says that this is a vertical double-barrel shotgun. Sophie says that they are both guns, so what is the difference? Kosuke replies that the shotgun can fire different types of ammunition. You can fire several bullets at once, similar to those fired from a pistol, or a handful of smaller bullets. Although he said that in his world it rarely comes to close combat, this weapon is just right for him. It is used during military operations indoors and when hunting. Sophie asked if that was all. Kosuke said he had prepared something else. He suggested the girl to climb the wall. They climb up the wall, and the boy sets up an elaborate contraption. Sophie said it was a large crossbow. Kosuke said it was called a ballista. It shot arrows about the size of a spear. The first thing he does is turn this lever and pull the bowstring. Then he takes out a ballista arrow from his inventory. Sophie said it really is almost like a spear. Then he sets the arrow. To shoot, you pull this lever. Sophie replies that she kills. The boy then presses the lever and fires. A huge arrow pierces the stone. Sophie said that it was piercing power. Kosuke replied that it was possible to attack the enemy from even greater distances than with crossbows. He thinks that with the help of the ballista, even the ram can be destroyed. Then he takes out another thing. Sophie asked what it was and if it was some kind of gun. The boy replied that it was almost like a cannon. This particular type is called a swivel gun. This gun can fire long distances, and the projectiles are much larger than those used in rifles, easily outperforming the ballista in destructive power. As Sophie can see, it takes a lot of iron to produce, but this little thing has incredible power. Sophie replied that is, mass production of this weapon is impossible. Kosuke replied that only after they get the mines by reclaiming the kingdom of Marinard. Even so, he doesn't think there will be many situations where they would need such a firearm, since there is magic in his world. He has some ideas about why there are absolutely no technologically advanced weapons here, and decides to try it out. He reloads. The preparations are complete, so he fires. He advises Sylphie to cover her ears. Suddenly, there's a loud explosion. Sylphie was surprised by what she saw. Just now, a bunch of small bullets flew out, and did she really see that? Kosuke said it was buckshot, a projectile similar to one of the shotgun shells he had shown her before. Sylphie asked when the boy had managed to create all of this. Kosuke replied that he had been slowly crafting while the village wall was being rebuilt. The only thing he demonstrated that could be mass-produced was the ballista. He thinks the guys will learn how to use it without any problems. Sylphie asks what about the revolvers. They are quite nice weapons. Kosuke asks if he really likes them. If the girl wants one, he will make one, especially for him. The girl asks if he really does. Kosuke agrees that it will definitely happen. He can't wait to see the dark elf cowboy. Suddenly, a scream was heard about what that terrible noise was. At the bottom of the wall were Leonard and Zamiru. Leonard said that as soon as they heard the noise, they immediately ran to the wall. Then there was another scream about what had happened here. Jakira and Peruna appeared. Kosuke apologized and said that it was the sound of a test shot from a new weapon. Sylphie replied that she wanted the boy to demonstrate the weapon to them too. Jakira said that they were all just shocked. If each of them had such a weapon, wouldn't they be invincible? Peruna also thinks that the boy's weapon is incredible. Leonardo said that this weapon does not feel the pride of a warrior. Zamira replied that in front of this weapon, the warrior's body, hardened in countless battles, and any military skill are worth nothing. They are effective against humans, however. Her skills are on par with anyone armed with a pistol. Leonardo told Kosuke that he could shoot him with a few bullets to make sure he could parry them all. Kosuke asked if the man was sure he would be okay. Leonardo replied that the boy should not worry. Kosuke thought that if he accidentally shot Leonardo, his bandage skill would probably be able to heal him. Then, loading the gun, the young man shoots straight at Leonardo, but the man starts moving his hand, which holds the sword, at lightning speed. Kosuke can't believe his eyes. Leonardo was like something out of an anime. Leonardo says he can predict where a bullet will go, based on where the gun barrel is pointing and where the shooter is looking. Zamira adds that compared to the sudden stabbing attacks of martial artists, bullets aren't that scary. Jakira says she would be able to dodge something like that too. Sylphie replied that she wouldn't lose to someone with a gun either, but the speed of a shotgun is too fast to handle in close combat. Kosuke is very surprised that even Sylphie is in the same boat. He thinks that he's trying to make the wrong weapon. Jakira replies that she does not think that the boy is doing anything wrong. Leonardo replies that the boy's weapon is truly remarkable. However, he is a little worried that whether it is in their hands or in the hands of a human, it makes no difference. Sylphie is worried about what will happen if the Sacred Kingdom somehow gets their hands on Kosuke's firearm. If they had it, she was afraid to even imagine what kind of lawlessness they might learn. Kosuke said that such a prospect was frightening, and then thought that it was worth remembering that this was a world of magic and alchemy. That is why he can analyze unknown mechanisms and substances with the appropriate spells, and then recreate them with alchemy. Leonardo realized that Kosuke had withdrawn into himself. Jakira replied that it seemed like it would be a long time, so Peruna told everyone that he had to stay. Kosuke thinks that in order to win and take back something, one needs strength, so he began to think about a weapon that could effectively kill enemies. However, there is a possibility that the enemy may take their weapon as a trophy. He was just talking to Sylphie about how their goal is to save lives, not the other way around. Because the original thought that prompted him to create the weapon was the thought of taking back the kingdom of Marinard. He is thinking about how to take back the land without using military force. Suddenly, Kosuke's comrades call him. Jakira called Kosuke and said that it was almost time to harvest. It seemed that the Great Omit Desert was now habitable. There was water here, and the grains of this wheat were so large. 5 days later, Kosuke's group returns to the Elven village. Sylphie tells Melty to gather the people, as they have a lot to tell. Sylphie says that the first camp has been successfully set up. Inside the protective wall are living quarters that can accommodate over 300 soldiers. Several wells with potable water have already been dug there. Most likely, Both Sylphie's relatives and the refugee families are currently enslaved by the Sacred Kingdom, so there is nothing surprising in her words and feelings. Sylphie then says that she wants everyone to listen to her. Because there are so few of them, they are incredibly weak, and their goal is not to drown the people of the Sacred Kingdom in blood. They will go to the great desert of Omit, establish strongholds there, develop lands, strengthen their position, and build up their forces. Their plan is to eventually penetrate the kingdom of Marinard, recruit people there, take them with them to the Omit Desert, and increase the number of people on their side. This plan was not yet thought up by Nai. In the desert of Omith, they will create a place where all beastmen, elves, and the like can live. They will become stronger, there will be more of them, and then they will be able to take back the lands of the kingdom of Marinard. Most likely, the people of the Holy Kingdom will not just sit back and do nothing. If he decides to attack them, they will be able to counterattack them with the weapons he recently made. Sylphie says that they would like to send about 50 people to the first base to test the agricultural areas that Kosuke has created. At the same time, they plan to begin building the second base. Danon asked the girl how many outposts she planned to make in the end. The girl replied that she planned to make at least 3, one to communicate with the elves, one to be their main base of operations, and one to defend the front lines. Of course, between them, it will also be necessary to put many small shelters along the way. Regarding the proposed location of the stronghold for protection on the front line, it will be located 5 days' walk from the lands of the Kingdom of Marinard, which is approximately in the middle of the great desert of Omate. This entire distance, 5 days' walk away, is the Omate Desert. According to their plan, it will serve as a natural defense against sudden attacks from the Sacred Kingdom. They also intend to free the people of the Kingdom of Marinard, who are in service in the nearby settlements, and will make every effort to establish contact with their other compatriots. Danon asks if they really intend to lead the people through the desert in their clothes. Sylphie replied that they would take care of that problem as well. With Kosuke's help, they plan to make shelters underground for safe overnight stays on their way through the desert. Danon says that in this way, step by step, they will withdraw the people from the lands of the kingdom and increase their own power. Ira asks who they mean by compatriots. If people, then there is a high risk of information leakage. Sylphie says that's exactly what she's counting on. That's why they'll have one stronghold right at the forefront. They'll see how the enemy attacks the entire fortress after they've been traveling through the desert for 5 days. Melty approaches Her Majesty and says that she would like to know more about the agricultural methods used by Kosuke. Sylphie says that they can approach Kosuke directly about this. The boy is surprised and asks if that is really the case. He wonders if Sylphie has decided to hand over the meticulous Melty to him in this way. Suddenly, Sylphie turns away from the boy, and he understands everything. Kosuke says he'd like to show you something first. Melty asks what it is. Kosuke says it's straw bales filled with wheat. It's the harvest from 1 hectare of land. Melty asked about the harvest and said that they had been gone for less than a week. Kosuke said that he could harvest the crops about 2 or 3 days after planting. Melty narrowed her eyes and asked the boy if he was serious. Kosuke thought that Melty's gaze scared him. Kosuke shouted that he had planted the seeds on the land he had prepared, and that he had also watered them, meaning that everything had been done by him alone. If someone else were to do all this, he would have no idea what the result would be. So Sylphie said that it would be necessary to check all this. Melty said that she understood about the field, but still, such a large harvest from just one field was very amazing. All the grains are equally regular in shape and very large. This wheat is some high-quality variety, and at the same time, such a quantity from only one field in just 3 days. Melty said that all this could only be done by Kosuke's hands and no one else's. Kosuke thought that it seemed that depending on the result of the test, he might be forced to plow the fields 24/7. Then Kosuke asked Ara what was wrong. He thought that she had the look of a dead herring again. The girl answered that among the alchemy potions, there was one called a cultivation accelerator. The boy's field looks like the boy was pouring this high-quality potion all over the land like water. Kosuke said that his powers are something like a trick, so she shouldn't worry too much about it. Sylphie asked if there were any questions. If not, the meeting was over. Suddenly, Sylphie asked Sumiru. The girl said if she understood correctly that they were no longer planning to hurt the Holy Kingdom. Sylphie agreed and said that it didn't mean they would sit idle. Several of their people would have a very important but dangerous mission. They would infiltrate the kingdom's lands and free the villages from their service one by one. Sumeru said that she understood everything. Any activity that disrupted the Holy Kingdom's plans would please her. She was happy with everything. Sylphie says that this will be settled then. They will develop new lands in the Great Omit Desert and free their compatriots who are under the oppression of the Holy Kingdom. And then they will gather enough power to take back the kingdom of Marinard. It will be a difficult path, but by combining their powers, they will overcome all adversity. Kosuke thought about how they had decided on a plan of action. He wondered how much they could develop the land of the Great Desert, how deep they could penetrate into the territory of the Marinard Kingdom before the Holy Kingdom learns of their movements. From here on, it's a race against time. 3 days later, he, Sylphie, the boys, and 50 other former subjects of Marinard set out for the Omit Desert. That same day, they reached their first stronghold. After 3 days of being forced to expand the cultivation areas inside the base, the 6 of them moved into the depths of the Great Omit Desert. After half a day of traveling, they decide to set up camp. Sylphie tells Kosuke to get to work already, since they don't have much time before sunset. After some time, the young man began to create a stronghold. Kyubi said that his speed of construction simply boggles the imagination. Ira said that this was complete nonsense. Iyubi said that the pride and honor of the carpenters were now shattered into pieces. Kosuke asked that wasn't that cool. Era asked what was there. Kosuke answered that it was a water tank. He decided to try it. Water would flow through pipes from there. He even built some kind of baths. After some time, the young man took a shower. He thought that after work it was time to take a shower. He did not understand how and what exactly to do with the plumbing system, but he was glad that everything worked out. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing could be arranged in the great desert of Omit. At that moment, the girls were also taking a shower. Sylphie said that there were toilets and a bathhouse, that Kosuke was clearly a hygiene freak. Sumeru said it was great to finally be refreshed. It wasn't easy being an adventurer, so she was extremely grateful. Iris said it was amazing that they could sit in the water and take baths in the middle of the desert. Peruna said she was so glad she could wash herself. She had a lot of sand between her feathers from flying in the desert. Kosuke said that the girls seemed to like it. Kyubi said that he liked it too. Kosuke asked who it was. Kyubi said that there was nothing to be done. The fur needed to be washed well. Otherwise, there would be all sorts of problems like ticks and fleas. Kosuke said that when he was wet, he was like a different creature altogether. He offered him a spin. The man thanked Kosuke and told the boy not to touch his tail. He would wash it himself. If someone other than him touches him, he itches all over. Kosuke decides to help Kyubi. He thinks that it's cool to have fun like this. Using the small outpost as a starting point, they spent several days exploring the surrounding desert. Sophie said that the area would be good for establishing a main base, geographically speaking. Kosuke said that the visibility here is very good, and you can even see yesterday's shelter. Sylphie said that something is wrong here. She has a strange feeling. Araya said that she will check. Kosuke asked what it was while looking at the sphere that Ara created. The girl said that it was research magic. This ball can recognize magical waves. Now he's picking up magical waves that are almost undetectable to humans. There's clearly some strange magical device here that's making Gizm and other magical creatures avoid this place. Sumeru noticed the ashes of a fire. She remembers something. When they were running into the Black Forest, there was one night when the Gizmists didn't attack them at all. She's sure it was somewhere nearby. Kyugubi said that it was true. When the girl mentioned it, he remembered that it happened. Peruna said that she also remembered it. Aruna said that she dot remember it. Aru replied that she did not remember it. Kyubi said that it was because their lady Ara had safely passed out after overusing her mana that day. Sophie asked why something like that was here. Era said that this thing was abandoned about 300 years ago. It uses the magical energy of the Earth's arteries. Sylphie asked if it was really a relic that had been preserved to their era from the Omi Kingdom. Era agreed. She is surprised that the device works, since this barrier device is very old. Any external influence can change the type of magical waves emanating from it. And then, who knows, maybe it will, on the contrary, attract crowds of Gizma. Kosuke asks if the girl is overdoing it. Array replies that even the slightest possibility cannot be denied. Sophie replies that they must take control of this device. She asks Ara if the girl knows his exact location. Ara replies that his magical radar reacts directly to the source of the waves. Then she says that it should be right below them. Sophie calls Kosuke and he agrees. He takes it and starts digging. After a while, the young man said that he had dug down to some stone wall. Sophie replied that she understood and added that they were going down now, so the young man should make a bigger space there. After a while, everyone went down. Ara said that there could be no mistake. There was some kind of underground structure under them, a ceiling. Sophie asked Kosuke to make an opening. Kosuke makes a hole in the ceiling. He is surprised and says that these are real underground ruins. Sophie said that the glowing ball on the pedestal must be the relic. Ira agrees and says that it is a barrier device that repels magical beasts. She has seen something similar in old materials, judging from the patterns in the form of decorations. This place belonged to the royal court magicians, and also the statues. Sylvie asks about the ones on the sides. Sumeru says that she knows them. Hubie asks if they are really golems. Sophie says that they are the guardians of the device. It will be difficult against two at once. Kosuke asks what makes the golems move and if they have any weak points. Eira answers that they have a magic crystal inside them somewhere, and that it is the energy that allows them to move. If the crystal is destroyed, the golem can be stopped. She wouldn't say they had a weak point. Neither magical nor physical attacks could affect them. Kosuke asked how they would feel about an intruder. Eira replied that golems, like humans, see with their eyes. Kosuke replied that he would manage somehow. Sophie asked what the boy was planning. Kosuke says that he will first get closer to the golems. The young man continues digging and then blocks the golems with brick blocks. He says that he will first block their limbs and head with blocks, and then he will just dig. The young man digs up the golem's body and asks Ara if this is it. Everyone was surprised. Sophie said, "How should I put it? Your way of doing things, and it seems like he almost never has any problems." Kosuke replied that his way of fighting is that of a survivalist craftsman. If he had the right tool, he would smooth out all the corners and get to the desired result. Sylvie said that Kosuke's style is not a head-on. Araya said that even though his style is quite energy-consuming, it achieves the desired goal. Sylvie said that they got what they wanted. Since the device was still in working order, they would borrow it. Kosuke suggests that they fortify their positions first so that they don't have to worry about safety. Sylvie replies that she would like to see what's behind that door. Then they will return to the surface first, and Kosuke still needs to have time to build a shelter for today. After some time, Kosuke built a shelter, and our heroes all dined together at the common table. After some time, the young man was in his workshop. He was making bricks, and he was very interested in whether this supply of materials would be enough for him. Kosuke smiled and said that tomorrow they would have to build a base for 3,000 people. He looked at the plans and said that his hands were already itching, and somehow he's starting to feel tired, or more accurately, stressed. And to be completely honest, he really wants to be alone with the girl. It's been 10 days since she and Sylvie even touched each other. So of course, a lot is piling up. Since they're in the process of taking the first step to reclaiming the Marinar Kingdom, there's not a minute to spare. He and Sylvie are always in the thick of things and in full view all day. But at night, they are separated. And the girls seem to all sleep together. There's no way to sneak into Sylvie's bed. Then the boy from behind is asked by Sylvie if he is really working. Kosuke is very scared. Sylvie asks why he is scared. Sylvie's scared he's scared, and Kosuke says that he was scared out of surprise because Sylvie spoke to him so suddenly. He asked Sylvie why the girl was not sleeping, since it was already possible. Sylvie blushed and said that she was lonely, and the young man probably understood. The girl then asked the boy how he was feeling. Kosuke replied that he had been thinking the same thing, but there was so much going on that it was very difficult. Sylvie then approached Kosuke and said that it couldn't be argued, and yet the girl asked how about now. Their lips touch in a passionate kiss. After a while, Sylvie relayed Sumeru's words that they can do whatever they want, so there's no need to think about them. That's why Sylvie came to Kosuke. The boy thought that his opinion of Sumeru had skyrocketed in an instant. He would have to craft her something that she would ask for. After finishing her business, Sylvie asked the boy if this was not all. Kosuke told the girl that he was not finished, but asked the girl to catch her breath. At this time, Sumeru, Ara, Peruna, and Kyubi were watching them. They were smiling and happy for Kosuke and Sylphie. Sumeru told him to go to bed. Sumeru said that she was looking forward to tomorrow morning to see their faces after all this. At this time, in Melanesburg, the capital of the Kingdom of Marinard, in the royal palace, a man asked what was going on with their kingdom and whether they had done anything. The man replied that due to the protracted war in the empire, anti-war sentiments are gradually gaining momentum among believers. More and more mages are dying in battle, so the demand for them is steadily growing. If their plan in the Black Forest goes well, they will be able to get even more beast girls. He says not to kill the males, as they can be used too. If everything goes smoothly, the man can expect to be named a cardinal. Then he says that the demand for pets is also growing, and how the man wants to manage it. The man thinks for a moment and replies that there have been a couple of gizm attacks around the Omet Desert in recent days. In that case, perhaps a couple of villages on the border with the desert will be destroyed by those monsters. The man replies that he understood the order. Then the man replies that the break is over. He turns to the beast girls, calling them pathetic animals, and says that the archbishop himself is standing before them, and he will personally drive out the evil that is settled in them. It can't hold back their sinful cries. The girls were very scared, and then followed by heart-rending screams. A week after the construction of the main base began, the rest of the key figures of the plan and about 100 more residents of the Kingdom of Marinard arrived there. The young man begged him to let him go, because he did not want to die, and he would soon die from overwork. Milty said there was so much space here. It looked like they had even finished dividing the land into building plots. By the way, she sketched out similar plans for this base. Kosuke was very scared and decided to run away. Milty ordered Kosuke to stop and ordered the others to catch him. However, he was not even allowed to run 5 steps. He does not understand why beastmen are so superior to humans in physical characteristics. Kosuke asks if he really wants it to be not just one room for 16 soldiers to sleep in, like a barracks, but something that families could live in and just regular residential buildings. Kosuke replies that he is thinking of houses that could accommodate 4 to 6 families under one roof, and there would be approximately 3,000 people. Then they introduce a strict 8-hour workday, no overtime, and 2 days off a week. Kosuke asks if that's really the case. Milty asks if she's ever lied to a boy. Kosuke thinks that it is true. Milty has never lied to him yet, although he can't say that there is a crazy sparkle in her eyes sometimes. He asks if he is entitled to any reward for his efforts. Milty asks if he sees Her Highness as someone who would make someone work hard for nothing. Kosuke realizes that Milty herself had no intention of giving him anything. Sylphie says that it is true. They rely heavily on the boy and his abilities. Of course, if she can help him with something, she will do it. If she can give him what he needs, then whatever it is, she will give it to him. Kosuke smirks and asks if the girl really just said whatever it was. He smirks again and says that she did. Milty replied that she had said exactly that. Her Majesty always values workers highly and rewards them accordingly for their services. Kosuke asks jokingly what he should ask for. Kosuke looks at Milty and says that Sylphie would do anything for him. It's beyond his wildest dreams. Sylphie smirks and says that she will do anything. She is not the type to take back her words. The girl then turns to Milty. She asks the girl if she is prepared for the consequences. The girl agrees and says that she is a loyal servant of Her Highness. Sylphie agrees and says that she is. They exchange glances and laugh. Kosuke whispers to Dannen and asks if it's okay for her to do this, since the servant says so. Dannen says that for a servant, this is usually beyond the pale. But Milty and Her Highness have known each other since childhood. Milty's mother was Her Highness's wet nurse, so they are, in effect, milk sisters. Sometimes they have fun like this. Kosuke says that he now understands what kind of relationship they have. Sylphie says almost nothing about her past. Dannen says that Her Highness has had a hard life, so he asks Kosuke to be her support. The young man replies that it goes without saying. They are then interrupted by Milty, who addresses Kosuke. She grabs his hand and leads him to break up the virgin soil, as new fields await them. The boy asks if she is serious. Milty says that at the previous base, the fields that the young man had tilled and planted were harvested in 3 days. The fields that the young man had plowed and they had planted were harvested in 2 weeks. And in the fields that they plowed and sowed, the seeds did not even sprout. Therefore, according to the results of the experiment, it is obvious that the young man will have to plow and sow. At this time, Danon said that Ara was nowhere to be seen. Sylphie replied that she was probably doing research underground. She was investigating the underground ruins of the Olmec Kingdom. Apparently, this is where the arteries of the earth converge. She is looking for a way to extract the magical energy of the arteries so that they can use it. Sylphie then asks for everyone's attention. It's a bit late, but she greets all the new arrivals. This will be their main base. They have a lot of hard work ahead of them, so she is relying on each and every one of them. She asks everyone to do their best to make this land a place to live. 2 weeks later, Sylphie was saying that it was amazing. Danon added that he never thought they would be able to build such a beautiful city. Kosuke said that since they had finished with the main base, it was now the turn of the frontline base. There he would show his best. Sylphie said that after this, they would finally begin to carry out their plan. Kosuke has unlocked a new skill. He can now register blueprints of entire structures. He can install registered structures in one action. Of course, you can't do without spending the materials necessary for the construction of the desired structure. And if Kosuke adds and combines it with the bilateral symmetry mod, he starts creating huge walls. Kosuke says the frontline base is complete. Then it was time for lunch. Sylphie said that the boy had exceeded all their wildest plans. If this continued, they would have no problems at all. Kosuke says that since this is the main base on the front lines, there will be a defensive point here. He has installed ballistas along the perimeter walls. He also plans to make a ditch around the walls and put wooden stakes along the bottom. Era says she will help the boy with the ditch. Then Kosuke says he will make a drawbridge, and also an underground escape route. We'll place dynamite, make automatic detonation. Still need to improve something in crossbows. Sylphie asks Danon how the preparations for the liberation squads are going. The man says that currently there are 12 fighters in each squad. In total, they are currently preparing 6 squads. Those familiar with the local area are planning a route of advance. They plan to send 2 detachments in 3 different directions. Although they have a map, it is 3 years old. Who knows how things have changed here? Sylphie agrees and says that one of the goals of the liberation squads is to gather information. They have high hopes for the squads. While everyone is here, she has something to say. Thanks to Kosuke's power, they have completed the construction of the base on the front lines. And now it is their turn to speak. They will be sending out their first squads in the coming days, so no one should neglect training and be prepared. At night, a few days later, people started coming into the man's house. Sykes said he was very scared. He couldn't even imagine what would have happened to him if those two hadn't walked by. So Sigi and Kyuwabi were smiling. Sykes said that he was just walking towards the barracks. And suddenly, from somewhere in the shadows, he was grabbed from behind and almost dragged off to God knows where. Leonardo says that it would be better for the boy not to go anywhere alone. Kyubi replies that sometimes even he gets a chill down his spine. Indy from the Blue Demon clan says that there's nothing to be done about it. Who doesn't live here, and it's always mating season for someone. Kyubi replies that we need to think about their feelings too. Donan replies that given the past, it's hard to imagine how this will turn out. Leonardo adds that he wants them to think about the atmosphere and mood. Kosuke asks if they are really being hunted. Kosuke thought that they were all really being subjected to all sorts of touches from the girls of the local squads. Kosuke said that he had never had such problems. Indy replied that it was because he was the princess's henchman. But most likely, both Ara and Melty have already set their sights on him. He is not sure about Sumeru, but neither are Gelda and Peruna. Kyubi added that everyone understands this perfectly well, which is why they do not touch him. Kosuke shouts that he is hearing about this for the first time. Everyone unanimously asks if he is really blind. Leonardo says that the girls have a lot to discuss about this. Kosuke replies that it turns out that his relationship with Sylphie is only to his advantage. Danon says that Kosuke is irreplaceable. Besides, the Elder of the Black Forest recognized him as a miracle that descended from the world of the gods, so he has nothing to worry about. Leonardo added that he does not have to worry about. Being attacked. In any case, they are severely short of men. If they don't infiltrate the kingdom soon and bring men, then Seiss will be in trouble. Kosuke asks why they don't all just agree. Danon replies that if they agree, there won't be enough for everyone. If they agree, then Kosuke will have to get closer to Ara. Kosuke replies that he is happy only with Sylphie. Leonardo says that he respects his loyalty. But a true noble man should embrace any woman worthy of him. QB asks about Leonardo. The man replies that his heart belongs to his late wife. The man then changes the subject and asks how the construction of the underground shelter is going. The young man replies that he is already finishing setting up the shelter and packing the necessary supplies of food, water, and ammunition there. QB asks what is coming soon. Danon says they will announce the operation the next few days. Sykes asks Kosuke about food. The boy shows the bars and everyone decides to try them. QB tastes nuts and dried fruit. Leonardo decides to keep some for himself, and Sykes likes the crumbly texture. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. It was Ra. Kosuke asked what was wrong. The girl replied that she had finished the design of the device to drain the energy from their magic crystal. And this time, she was confident in her work. Kosuke says that there is still a problem, and whether he can register this drawing in his database. Array says that he will succeed. She takes the boy's hand and calls him to come with her. Kosuke remembers the words about Era and Melty being interested in him, and then becomes embarrassed. The young man wonders what it is about Ira that attracts him, since he is the one going after her. He thinks about the seasonal mood and understands that there is no point in worrying about it. He is more or less satisfied with their relationship, so it is better not to worry unnecessarily. After some time, a meeting took place. Sylvie explained the purpose of this operation and then wished all the squads good luck. She says that the Liberation Party has set out and they have actually started to implement their plan. This is a very important step. Kosuke asks Sylvie if he should have come along. Sylvie says that with his abilities, the operation was indeed more than successful. Danon replies that if the mission is completed using his abilities, it will be nothing more than an exception. This time, the squad needs to gain experience. Sylvie says that there are others who can take on the liberation mission, so Kosuke must do what only he can do. Sylvie says that his safety is more important than hers, so as much as he would like to go to the front lines, they can't afford it. Era says that thanks to Kosuke's equipment, the squad is well equipped. Peruna adds that his job now is to believe in them and wait. Kosuke's job is to protect a place where everyone can return. The young man goes to the workshop and gets to work. At this point, Kosuke is distracted by a snake girl who says that she borrowed Kosuke's ideas and created a lever crossbow. Kosuke decides to make a test shot. He says that it is easy and simple. The young man shoots and says that with this reloading device, the frequency of shots will increase significantly. The boy then asks what about attaching a golem-type mechanism to the crossbow. Araya replies that it is unrealistic, since the dimensions are too small and this is obvious. But with the ballista, there will be no problem. Sokai can't say, since it all depends on what they're needed for. But if the golem only needs to do some simple action, like pulling a bowstring or something like that, then it won't be difficult. Kosuke asks what the golem's core is made of. Sykes replies that it is an alloy of mithril and copper. It is similar to the heating artifact the boy made at the main base. Kosuke says that in this case, he will be able to register the drawing with himself, and it will be possible to craft it. Era says that Kosuke's view of things is completely different from theirs. Simplifying the golems could be a great tool to have around. Sykes asks, how about charging the golem with magic directly from the shooter's hands? Ira says that since the golem only needs to draw the bowstring, the mana consumption will be low. Kosuke says they have decided on a plan and it's time to get down to business. 5 days later, everything is ready. When the shooter takes hold of the lever handles, the supply of magical energy to the core will begin. The golem's hand will pull the bowstring and the ballista will be loaded. All that remains is to aim and press the lever handles. Kosuke says that the golem ballista can be used alone. It is a successful work of the workshop. Sylvie says that considering they are constantly short-handed, this is quite an achievement. Sylvie has grabbed everyone, and they are happy about it. Suddenly, Peruna flew in with a report. The girl says that a detachment of 12 fighters led by Jakira is heading here, along with 37 liberated people. The day after tomorrow, they should arrive at the base. The dark-haired guy waved his hands, and his robe flew up a little from his sharp movements. Kosuke adjusted his robe by holding it at his chest, and said with a satisfied grin that everything was fine. The dark-haired girl with one eye looked at the guy in confusion, asking what the white clothes were for. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that doctors wear white coats. The girl with horns looked at them and said that the free people had arrived, then asked if everything was ready. Kosuke said confidently that she could count on him. Many people came to their gate. They were told that they had to give their name and hometown first. and then they could be given clothes, and that the treatment of wounds was done in the tent behind. A small wolf boy approached the girl with horns and holding his injured arm, said that it was broken. The girl pointed at Kosuke with a smile and said that she should address him. Kosuke looked at the various bottles, wondering if they had enough potions. Kosuke turned to them with a wide smile and said that they had their first patient and that it was great. The wolf boy trembled and moaned softly. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at Kosuke and said in fear that he was a man and that there were people here. Everyone around him stared at Kosuke in fear, their mouths open. They said they knew it was too good to be true and asked why they brought them there. The girl with horns tried to calm them down, saying that even though Kosuke was a human, he was on their side. Kosuke felt a little sad, thinking that everything was just like back in the elven village. The little children started calling for their mother, and the others loudly demanded that they let them go back to their village while wishing for the end of the man's life. The Cyclops girl and the girl with horns tried to calm them down, and Kosuke thought that he was in the middle of a fight. After some time, a crowd of various creatures went somewhere, saying that they would be better off moving to the square. Meanwhile, in the office, the elf girl, sitting at the table, thanked the creatures standing near the entrance and asked if anyone was hurt this time. A strong, tall man stood next to her. Those who stood near the entrance said that all 12 members of the 5th squad were safe. The girl asked them what was next with a very serious look. The strong man standing next to her did not take his eyes off them. The creature standing near the entrance looked just as serious. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that it was quite difficult to enter the kingdom's territory in the first place. Recalling how they were sitting in the bushes in front of the kingdom, she said that it seemed like the attack from the Gizmo had taken place within the kingdom as expected initially, and all of their holdings, including the Amit Wasteland, were on high alert. After this, she continued that, according to the plan, 2 squads invaded there under the cover of darkness and passing through the forest and impassable terrain. The elf girl listened to them very carefully. She said that she understood them, and then asked if there were any other villages there. Recalling what had happened, the girl said that there were, but it was somewhat different from what they expected. The girl recalled standing on a hill overlooking a small village. She said that life in the individual farmlands remained at the same level as before colonization, after which, with a frown, she continued that, judging by everything, the key goal of the Holy Kingdom was to establish control over the mines, with first-class rock salt and iron. Recalling how many animals worked to extract something from the earth, she said that although they use the villagers as labor, they do not starve them, because they realize that if they impose too harsh laws, it could undermine their international standing. She then went on to say that, however, the common people were still under the oppression of soldiers. The taxes were simply exorbitant, and freedom of movement was limited. Her thoughts were filled with how the workers were so scared to watch the cruel treatment of other workers. She said that if someone showed disobedience, their relatives were subjected to cruel punishments. The elf girl and the strong guy who stood next to her met each other's eyes. She was clearly very angry, as was the guy. After this, the girl added that in addition, they are forced to convert to the faith of the Holy Kingdom, accepting the doctrine of Adol. She said that at night, they killed all the soldiers and took out all the villagers under the cover of a bandit attack, and that crossbows were very effective in a night attack. While making a plan of action in her head, she said that Lord Leonard's forces were heading towards 2 more settlements deep in the kingdom, so they were going to join them, providing support in their mission. The girl looked very confident. She continued that the residents they managed to free this time were strictly controlled in their movements, and therefore they did not have significant information about what was happening in the city. The elf girl folded her hands and closed her eyes, saying that she understood everything. Then she raised one finger and asked if they had any ideas about what might be useful to them there. The girl and the lizard looked at each other thoughtfully, after which she confidently said that this was so, and then a couple more things would definitely be useful to them. After some time, the elf girl, looking a little dissatisfied and confused, came to another place and asked what he was doing and what that white outfit was. A small wolf child was sitting on Kosuke's shoulders and was playing with his hair with interest, demanding that he give them cookies. Several other children were crowding around him, also demanding cookies from him. Kosuke looked quite calm. The girl with one eye said that she was feeling nostalgic for some reason, and the blonde girl told her that it was probably a response to hatred. Kosuke took the child off his shoulders, placing him on the ground. He pointed his finger at the elf girl and said with a slightly angry expression that at first they had a real mess with those who came from the elf village. The elf girl frowned slightly, looking at Kosuke. Recalling what happened, Kosuke said that the freed ones panicked when they saw him, and the Melties and the others tried to calm them down, but they refused to be treated by him. But when he finally managed to heal at least one, they finally trusted him. Kosuke smiled contentedly and said that he hoped that the freed ones would know about him next time. The girl with horns said, a little guiltily, that they had completely forgotten that Kosuke was a human. The elf girl said that they had a hard time here. After that, Kosuke's face changed to serious and he asked her how the reports went. The elf girl smiled contentedly and said that she would share with him later. Then she started talking about what was more important. She raised 2 fingers and said with a smile that they had 2 requests from the front lines, and that it was the turn of the Kobo and the workshop members. Kosuke and the girl with one eye looked at her with interest and a little confusion. After some time, they came to the workshop. They stood near the table, talking about the first thing, some hot dish that can be cooked without fire, and some means of communication with comrades at a distance, without the risk of being noticed by the enemy. Standing around a small table, they discussed how the quality of food had a big impact on morale, and how communication was essential to collaboration. They expressed their frustration that it was really that hard. The monkey boy looked at Kosuke with a little suspicion, saying that good food could still be provided, but communication was no longer easy. Kosuke smiled slightly and said that was true, but he had some ideas. Afterwards, he said that we could have one thing at a time and asked about hot food. The girl with glasses said that they could make a small portable burner, but the dark-haired girl folded her arms and asked discontentedly that she could also give them a cauldron to act as a shield. Kosuke said that it didn't sound very good. The monkey guy raised his hand and asked curiously what they wanted to power the heating pad with. The hooded girl looked at him and said that it would be powered by the user's magic or magic stones. The girl with one hole tugged at Kosuke's clothes slightly and awkwardly asked if Kosuke's knowledge suggested any solutions. Kosuke tensed up a bit at the question. Kosuke thoughtfully took his chin and said that he thought there was a way to heat food by reacting quicklime and water. The monkey guy said that slaked lime seemed to quickly release heat during the reaction. The one-eyed girl asked if food was cooked using the quicklime reaction in Kosuke's world. Kosuke indignantly said that it was not, and it was not a popular method in his world. Kosuke was a little disappointed, and said that this method would work for small amounts of food, but they needed something for larger groups. The dark-haired girl said with a smile that it was so, but it was still better than nothing, and that they would still have time to find a solution. Kosuke smiled contentedly and said that this was true, and that they should move on to communication issues. He raised his finger and said that in his world there is Morse code. Everyone around asked about Morse code in a very surprised and confused manner. Recalling Morse code, Kosuke explained that it is a method of communication using a code that combines short and long sounds. He then added that as far as he remembered, the device at the main base periodically emitted magical waves to repel demons, and it seemed to be sending out magical waves, using them to communicate. He smiled a little uncertainly and said that if they could superimpose their voice on the magic wave, then that would be just wonderful. He was a little surprised when he noticed that the others were discussing something. They were saying that they could use the golem core, and the reception was done using detection magic, and if they sent it flying, they could adjust the wavelength. They looked at Kosuke with a satisfied smile and said that they thought it could be done with golem technology. Then they added that they would also continue to refine the signal transmission, including creating a cipher. Kosuke looked at them in surprise. Afterwards, he said that it was a good idea and that they should get to work. Everyone enthusiastically agreed with him. After some time, night came. A large moon and many stars were visible in the sky, but on the ground it was pitch dark. The next day, a bright sun rose in the sky, illuminating the earth with its rays. Kosuke and the others saw off the liberated, who waved goodbye to them. The elf girl smiled contentedly, placing her hand on her hip, and Kosuke, with a wide smile, continuously waved his hand at them. After some time, Kosuke and the elf girl were walking towards the main gate. They were talking about how they should hope that nothing happens on the way to the main base, even though they have weapons and the gizmo activity has died down, but they should still hope for it. Kosuke and the elf girl were walking between the buildings. The girl was saying that the main thing was that everything was fine with them, although the children didn't look so exhausted, but the adults had lost quite a lot of weight, but they would be well fed at the main base. Kosuke smiled widely and folded his hands behind his head, saying that there were so many men there, and they were all moving to the main base, and that perhaps Psyche's problems were far from over. The elf girl listened to him attentively. She frowned a little angrily and asked with displeasure what he meant. After some time, they were already in the office. The elf girl, leaning on the table, said that she did not know what would have happened if she and Kyubi had not come. Kosuke sat on the couch, saying that he understood what she meant, and that there really was a shortage of men. The elf girl crossed her arms over her chest and smiled slightly, agreeing with him, saying that it was a serious problem. Kosuke said with displeasure that he was not joking. He looked away and smiled a little nervously, saying that the male population really did have problems. Afterwards, the elf girl quietly called out to Kosuke, and he looked at her with confusion. She blushed slightly and frowned, saying that they hadn't seen each other since they were on the front lines. Then asked if Kosuke was interested in other girls besides her. Kosuke looked at her a little confused. He raised his head and said that all the girls were cute and beautiful, and that he would be lying if he said that he was not interested in others. The elf girl looked at Kosuke with indignation and anger, clenching her hands into fists. He smiled slightly and said that his number one was Sylphie after all, and that he didn't think he could like anyone more than her. The blonde girl blushed very deeply at Kosuke's words. She twirled her finger on the table and asked a little sadly and uncertainly if she wasn't very feminine. She looked away sadly, her face and ears still flushed. She said that besides, she was not a beauty at all. Kosuke frowned and asked her what she was talking about, a little displeased and confused. The girl looked at him and asked him, a little hesitantly, what was wrong. The guy smiled evilly and reached out to her with his hands. He said that it was obvious that she didn't even know what she was talking about, and if Ira and Melty heard this phrase, they would go crazy. Then he offered to show her how wrong she was. She immediately began to cover herself with her hands and asked him discontentedly what he was talking about and began to forbid him to do anything. Kosuke chuckled maliciously. Sylphie loudly asked him to stop, but Kosuke suddenly took off all her clothes and she fell on the table. Kosuke loudly said that he would make it so that she could no longer say that she was not feminine or beautiful enough. The girl loudly asked him not to do it. After a while, Kosuke rubbed his forehead and let out a tired sigh. Sylphie was wearing a fluffy but short dress, and it was quite revealing. The girl was clearly embarrassed, and Kosuke said contentedly that she was cute. Afterwards, he dragged her outside, telling her that she had to show herself to everyone. The girl tried her best to get back to the office, saying that she couldn't let them see her like this. Kosuke started calling out loudly for Melty, and Sylphie, worried and embarrassed, tried to stop him by grabbing his clothes. Melty stood in the distance, noticing them, and asked what happened and if someone had called her. Kosuke grabbed Sylphie by the waist and called her again. Melty became wary when he called her to him. The guy grabbed the elf girl by the hands and turned her towards Melty. Sylphie blushed deeply. Melty looked at her with a ferocious gaze, saying that it suited her very well. Sylphie frowned a little and became wary. Sylphie pushed Cusco and ran away. Melty, still with the same fierce and glittering gaze, asked where she was going and said that this needed to be shown to everyone. After some time, Kosuke could be heard from behind the barricaded door, calling out to Sylphie and asking her for forgiveness. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and said that he was very sorry that she was locked up there. Melty stood next to him. Sylphie was sitting on the couch in the office. Kosuke said he just wanted her to wear something nice. Melty said he was bad at fashion and Sylphie was a bit suspicious and stubborn. Sylphie tucked her legs under her, hugging her knees and covering her face with her hands. Melty turned to Kosuke and said that she had an idea. She continued that Kosuke would make a lot of costumes for them, and that would make Her Highness jealous, and she would go out herself. Kosuke frowned a little and asked incredulously if that would make her even more upset. Melty smiled slightly and said no, and that she had known her for a long time. She assured him that he could trust her. After that, Kosuke asked her if she wanted to put them all on herself. Melty turned her head away, blushing a little, and Kosuke told her not to turn away. After some time, Kosuke was sitting at the table and doing something. There was a line of girls next to him, chatting among themselves. Not far from them were 8 fitting rooms, near which there were also many girls. Kosuke was working at the sewing machine. A board appeared in front of him, and he selected one position. An outfit appeared in his inventory. He gave it to the girl without much enthusiasm, who thanked him with a sweet smile. It was very noisy near the fitting room, and there were a lot of girls crowding around. Someone said that her outfit was not right at all. Melty was wearing a very pretty outfit, with a tight skirt and jacket, and there was a slight smirk on her face. The girl with one eye said with displeasure that she felt more relaxed in this outfit. Kosuke put his hand on her waist and asked her what she thought about it. The girl said with displeasure that she didn't ask to be dressed like a child. Kosuke gave her another outfit, and she said she would go change. After a while, she came out in a cute dress and blushed slightly, bending one leg. After a while, all the girls put on their beautiful outfits. Some were quite revealing. Some just had short skirts. Kosuke, slightly blushing and with his mouth open, looked at them. Melty approached Kosuke and hugged his arm with a smile. She thought about him trying to look out the window. Maybe he could see something. Kosuke blushed a little and felt awkward. Afterwards, Kosuke turned his gaze to the window and peered a little. In the distance, Sylphie was looking out of the slightly open window. She was clearly very unhappy and angry. Kosuke said that he needed a little more. Melty put her hand on her chest and leaned forward a little, a flirtatious smile on her face. She asked if she should wear another outfit, something even more attractive. Kosuke refused her, saying that they were for Sylphie. Melty turned away from him, upset and displeased. Kosuke reached out and sked, telling her not to worry and that he would leave them for her. Suddenly, someone came up to Kosuke and called out to him. It was a girl with one eye. She said that she had already changed. She was wearing a very cute flowing dress. There were several other girls standing next to her, in equally beautiful dresses. Kosuke said with a satisfied smile that everything was fine, raising his thumb. All the girls smiled widely and blushed. After some time, Melty approached Kosuke in a different dress, which emphasized her figure. She asked him with a slight smile and a blush on her cheeks what he would say about this. She approached Kosuke and said flirtatiously that this dress was very comfortable, putting her hands on her waist. Kosuke looked at her a little embarrassed. Suddenly, someone came running up to them and called out to Kosuke. She said that he looked like he was having a lot of fun. Kosuke, with his wild, glittering eyes, thought that here she was. It was Sylphie. She looked away shyly, putting her hands behind her back. Kosuke said contentedly that he had been waiting for her. She asked him what he was talking about with a displeased expression when Melty and Kosuke took her somewhere. He said with a smile that he still had a lot of clothes that she should wear. Melty added that since she was already here, she should definitely try them on. Kosuke smiled widely and wickedly, asking if she saw all those awesome outfits and telling her that she had nothing to be afraid of. Sylphie bared her teeth in displeasure and blushed deeply, saying that he was the one who started all this. Melty sternly said that a beautiful girl should have a large number of outfits. Sylphie looked at her with displeasure and embarrassment and said loudly that she should decide for herself what to wear, and that it was very disgusting to be so open. Melty dragged her into the dressing room, saying that she had to dress up more for Kosuke, so she should stop resisting. Sylphie pulled back, saying that she couldn't. The girls around looked at Sylphie with a bit of surprise and concern. Kuzco said contentedly that Melty was the best in the world. Suddenly, someone asked very loudly what all the fuss was about. Kosuke turned to the person who had come, a little worried. It was that strong and tall guy. Someone said loudly that the liberators of the force had come into motion. Kosuke raised his hands and called out to Danon a little hesitantly. He said loudly that everything was fine. After a while, Melty looked out of the fitting room and said with a satisfied smile that their changing was finished. She pushed Sylphie forward. The girl was very embarrassed and indignant at the same time. She had a rather revealing outfit. The guy stared at her in surprise and embarrassment. Danon said in surprise that even the princess did it. She put her hands forward and began to deny it cautiously, and her denial had already turned into a scream. After some time, cute girls were walking down the street and chatting with each other. Danon was looking out the window. In the office, Sylphie, Kosuke, and Melty were kneeling. They looked very upset and guilty. Danon stood at the other end of the room. He asked why he had to lecture them now, when their morale had been so high. They began to apologize, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. A Cyclops girl suddenly entered the brother-in-law's room. She said, a little worried, that Birna had returned and that she had an urgent report. The girls and Kosuke turned around, and Kosuke and Sylphie's gaze became very serious. After some time, the girl drank the liquid from her glass. She stood next to the other girls, saying that even the water tasted better after the long journey. Sylphie called out loudly to Birna and told her to report what was happening. After a while, everyone was standing on the platform. Birna said that the 1st, 2nd, and 6th Corps attacked the salt mines in Veniska, and after a long battle, they were able to take them. Everyone looked at her in shock. Birna recalled what happened there and said that about 800 people were freed, including those who were mocked in the mines, and they began their journey to the Great Valley of the Wasteland. But they were running out of food, water, and other supplies. Sylphie was a little shocked and stood in a bit of a stupor. She asked Birna what all these people were going to do. Kosuke covered his eyes with his hand and thought about how there were about 800 people, and Danon began to remember how many buildings they had. Birna told them that they said that they would move towards the Great Valley of the Wasteland, freeing all the lands from invaders on their way. Birna frowned and said confidently that they expected to reach the nearest shelter in a week or so. Kosuke grabbed his chin and thoughtfully said that it meant that their numbers were still growing. Danon looked at him and told him that they wouldn't be able to provide them with everything in time, with our current supply methods. Sylphia grabbed her chin and looked away, thinking about something. After that, she stepped forward and said that they should start transporting supplies to them from the main base now, and they would also leave a minimum supply at the forward base, so that Kosuke could take it with him and Melty would sort out the supplies. She was thinking of a plan of action in her head, saying that they would stop at the nearest shelter in the territory of the Kingdom of Marinard, where they could receive them. She confidently said that he would have to hold out until they arrived. Sylphie told them to pass the message to the main base. Danon lightly punched himself in the chest and said that he would do it. Afterwards, Sylphie told Birna to tell her about this liberation army. Birna confidently and loudly said that she would do so. Then she looked at Kosuke and the Harpies. She said that now it was his turn and the 5 Harpies' turn. Kosuke grinned slightly and made an approving gesture, and the Harpies frowned. Everyone raised their hands and said that they would start preparing right now to leave before dawn. After some time, the Harpies were already flying somewhere quickly and confidently. There was still a big moon in the sky. Kosuke and Sylphia ran forward quickly. Kosuke said with a wide smile that thanks to this technique, he could keep up with her without getting tired at all. Sylphia looked at him without much emotion. The Harpies flew above them at incredible speed. One of the Harpies came down to their level and said that they had noticed 2 gizmas ahead. Looking forward, Sylphie said that it was them, and Kosuke confidently told her to leave it to him. He grabbed his weapon by the handle and pointed it forward. He said with a smirk that he didn't have time to play with them. After that, very loud sounds were heard and empty cartridges began to fall. Some huge creatures ran towards them. Many shots hit them right. They ran on. Sylphie said with a satisfied smile that it was good that Kosuke was such a skilled warrior. Kosuke said that it was while he was armed. The Harpy told them seriously that they had almost reached shelter number 2. Sylphia saw something in the distance and said that she saw it. The sun was shining brightly high in the sky. Sylphia said that they would continue to shelter number 3 and set up camp. After some time, they were standing near a tower. They breathed a sigh of relief. After that, Kosuke suddenly opened the wooden doors in the ground, and dust flew off from them. He frowned and smiled contentedly, saying that they should bathe, eat, and sleep. Everyone looked at Kosuke a little surprised, and Sylphia asked in confusion about the fact that they needed to bathe, eat, and sleep. After a while, loud sounds were heard. The girls were splashing in the water, saying that it was very pleasant to bask in the warm water, and the bathtubs were very big. Kosuke looked at them and thought that the girls in this world did not care what men thought. Sylphia lay in the water, and a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She said that it was very pleasant, and it must be difficult to heat so much hot water every day. The Harpies basked in the water, saying that it must be so. One of the Harpies flapped its wing, water dripping from its feathers. Kosuke stood at the table, asking if they would mind having a hamburger and a salad sandwich for dinner. The girls quickly agreed. After a while, there were a lot of hamburgers and sandwiches ready. He told them to eat when they got out of the bath. The girls agreed and agreed loudly. After a while, Kosuke began to unbutton his clothes, saying that it was time for him to take a bath. The girls were already sitting at the table and eating. Suddenly, he stared at something, a little confused. He saw a feather floating in the water. Kosuke took the feather and began to examine it. A slight blush appeared on his cheeks. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly that it was her feather. One of the harpies blushed very much, looking at Kosuke. She told him to throw it away. Kosuke asked without much emotion what she was talking about. Because it was very beautiful. Kosuke ran his finger over the feather with a wide smile and said that the feathers were beautiful and very pleasant. The harpy covered her face with her wings and blushed very much. Everyone looked at them. Kosuke looked at the feather, asking if he had done something wrong. Sylvia smirked, and holding a half-eaten hamburger in her hand, asked how he would feel if someone played with his hair, telling him it was beautiful. If someone played with his hair, telling him it was beautiful. Kosuke closed his eyes and mumbled uncertainly, saying that he would feel uncomfortable or ashamed. Afterwards, he bowed slightly and told her that he was very sorry and apologized. The harpy flapped her wings and nervously told him that it was okay if he liked it. The harpy smiled very sweetly and, tucking her wings, offered him the feather. Kosuke blushed slightly and agreed. He thought it was good that he didn't have to throw it away. Afterwards, all the harpies looked at each other. They suddenly held out their feathers to him, offering to take them as well. Kosuke smiled contentedly and thanked them. He held 5 completely different feathers in his hand and looked at them with his mouth open. He noticed Fronte's feather and asked if it was a unique item with its own names. Sylvie looked at them with displeasure, asking Kosuke what he was so happy about. Kosuke smiled a little nervously and asked if that was true. He then explained that when he was a child, he kept bird feathers in his treasure box. He looked at the feathers again, saying that where he lived there were few birds and so feathers were a great rarity. He thought that they didn't even have harpies. Kosuke ran his finger over the feathers. The harpies blushed deeply and tucked their wings, looking away. Kosuke looked at them a little nervously, wondering what was wrong with them. Sophie frowned and said that, in any case, they should get up early tomorrow and be at the shelter by noon. Kosuke put his hand on his waist and said that it was indeed so. The harpies smiled and agreed with her in unison, and Sylvia smiled contentedly. The sky was very dark, and a huge moon was visible in it. They were asked to go and get ready for bed, and everyone agreed. After some time, Kosuke was floating in the water completely naked. Rays of light were seeping through the surface of the water. He thought that he felt very warm. Some unknown limbs began to wrap around his body. Kosuke opened his eyes and thought that he was as if covered in feathers, and they were stroking him. These feathers touched his entire body. He asked to continue, but suddenly someone began to call him. Kosuke opened his eyes. There were bruises under his eyes, and he groaned. It was all a dream, and someone kept calling him. The harpies sat next to him. They wished him good morning with a smile. Kosuke sat up and stretched, sighing loudly. Then he smiled warmly and wished them good morning too. He thought that this was very interesting. After that, he went outside and the harpies flew out with a smile. He thought that he was quite tired yesterday, and that's why his body feels tired even now. The harpy said that he finally got up. As he walked up the stairs, he thought that his lower body felt surprisingly fresh. He went upstairs and wished everyone a good morning. He mentally suggested that it might be his imagination. The harpies smiled sweetly and wished him good morning, and one of them said that another beautiful day had begun. A slight blush was visible on their cheeks. Sophie also blushed and looked away. She looked a little displeased, but she still wished him a good morning. Kosuke looked at her a little nervously, wondering why she wasn't looking him in the eye and why the harpy's skin was so shiny. Sophie turned her head away and proudly said that he should hurry up and make them breakfast. Kosuke agreed without much emotion. The harpies followed him, asking what they would eat. Kosuke said that they would now look, when suddenly a harpy touched his lower body with its wing. Kosuke looked at them with indignation and confusion. The harpy suggested that he should have breakfast faster. Kosuke smiled broadly and said that today they were clinging closer to him than yesterday. The second harpy offered to help him. Sylvie folded her arms and asked him what he was unhappy about. She told him, with displeasure, that he should be glad that he was treated this way. Kusu looked at her, a little confused when she told them to get ready. The sun was already rising, and its rays were illuminating the land. Sylvie said that they should attack the shelter number 5 on the front lines before noon. After some time, the sun was already quite high. After some time, they came to another place. They said that they were on the territory of shelter number 5. Kosuke shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand and said that he could see the forest and lands of Marinard. Sylphie turned to the harpies and said with a serious expression that she wanted them to search the perimeter. The harpies raised their wings to their foreheads and agreed. The harpies flew off in different directions. Kosuke said that they could build a defensive fort there. Sylphie confidently agreed with his idea. She raised her hand and said that they should get to work then. She raised her hand up, and a block of material appeared above her. After some time, they had already built dormitories, warehouses, and wells. Kosuke quickly worked with a shovel, digging tunnels for evacuation. He also placed many blocks of dynamite, thereby making traps in case of an attack. After some time, huge walls were already built. Kosuke said that the walls were ready and the construction of the fort was finished. The harpy flew over this huge structure and was very surprised, saying that the fort was already built. In the fort, near the huge beds, stood the rest. Kosuke said that if he sowed the seeds, then in 3 days they would be ready to harvest. Kosuke gave an approving gesture and said with a satisfied grin that this would give them enough food to last for a while. Sylphie looked at him incredulously, saying that, as always, she was amazed by his abilities. After that, she sighed and agreed, saying that they now had a place where they could stay for a while. Kosuke began to sow seeds in the beds. Kosuke turned to the others, and everyone agreed with her, after which they confidently said that they could handle it. 5 days have passed since then. The sun began to rise and illuminate the earth with its rays. Kosuke was looking tensely somewhere, frowning. He said that something was wrong. Kosuke sat on the bed, his arms folded across his chest. He said thoughtfully that for the last 5 or 6 days, including the sleep in the shelter, he felt like he was sleeping strangely. The guy sat on the edge of the bed and leaned his hands on his knees, saying that he could not sleep through the night, from evening until morning, and that he had never had anything like this before in this world. After that, Kosuke went to the window and looked out. He blushed deeply, saying that besides that, he seemed to have a strange dream every time he fell asleep. He remembered what he had dreamed. He stepped back a little and noticed that when he woke up, his lower body felt rested. Kosuke opened the window doors, and in his mind, he assumed possible reasons. Outside the window, near the table with food, stood the harpies. They unanimously wished him good morning and said that breakfast was ready. Kosuke smiled sincerely and wished the girls a good morning. He thought that the harpies were okay. Afterwards, Kosuke thought about what he felt, like a feeling of growing excitement. The harpy said with a very sweet smile that another beautiful day had come, then offered him to eat together. Kosuke immediately agreed. Afterwards, Kosuke looked at Sylphie, who was standing on the other side of the table. He wished her a good morning with a wide smile. Sylphie ate the bread, and her cheeks were heavily blushed. She looked away, placed her hand on her waist, and reluctantly wished him a good morning. Kosuke frowned slightly and pursed his lips, wondering why she wasn't looking him in the eye. After a while, Kosuke came out of his room. His thoughts were occupied with the fact that he wasn't sure if she knew something, but maybe he really should ask Sylphie about it. After that, he went outside and headed towards the table and thought that he would ask her about it when she had a chance to be alone with her. High in the sky, a harpy was flying. She said loudly that she was ready to report. The harpy landed on the ground and stopped, saying that the rear guard had left the 4th shelter. Kosuke looked at her, listening attentively. The harpy said that Captain Jagira said that they intended to reach the front line before noon. The harpy took the glass of drink and started drinking. Sylphie put her hands on her waist and said that they were definitely ready to receive them now. Kusu grinned and said, "It looks like we made it in time." The smile disappeared from Kosuke's face, and he was a little surprised. The harpy said very loudly what she was reporting. After that, she suddenly flew up at an unimaginable speed. Everyone looked at her as she said that the Liberation people and their troops were being pursued by the Holy Kingdom army, and they hadn't caught up yet, but the cavalry was catching up. Kosuke and Sylphie frowned. A multitude of creatures from one people were running along a path in the forest, from other creatures pursuing them, who were clearly aggressively disposed towards them. One of the harpies was flying in the air with a very serious and slightly worried face. She said that Sir Leonard was requesting air support. Sylphie smirked and frowned slightly, agreeing with the harpy. She asked if it was time for them to use that thing. Kosuke put his hands on his hips and agreed with her with a confident smirk, saying that they should do it. Sylphie thanked Fitch and Ray for their reports, then said that they should rest for a while, and the other three could quickly begin implementing the plan. The three girls loudly agreed, and Kosuke went somewhere and said that they should spread out around the square. After some time, they arrived at another place. Arrows were flying in the air, but they crashed into an obstacle, breaking in half. The man stood confidently near the other creatures who were riding horses. They continued to attack with their arrows. A burly male lion with a very lush mane said that their attacks from afar were very annoying. He did not understand why this was a waste of arrows. A wolf standing nearby said that in close combat they would not have a single chance against them. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the side and began to talk about all this. Behind them walked a whole row of villagers. They said that the ranks were getting too long. The lion hummed thoughtfully. In front of them lay a pile of broken arrows. The lion frowned with a serious but slightly irritated expression and said that this was very bad. The wolf clenched his fist and agreed with him. The wolf took a fighting stance, looking at the enemies in the distance. He said that if they flanked them, the people of liberation would hardly be able to defend themselves. The enemies began to explain something to each other with gestures. Suddenly, the wolf pointed his finger somewhere and called out to Lord Leonard in surprise. He said loudly that something was happening there. Some enemies were also standing on the road and attacking them with arrows. But they saw that on the right, near the forest, another group of enemies were running. Leonard shouted loudly that it was a group and that they were going to attack their flank. The wolf deflected another arrow with his paw, breaking it. Leonard looked away, saying that this was very bad. Someone flapped a wing in the air, telling him to leave it to them. Leonard and the wolf turned around sharply, looking a little scared and surprised. They were harpies, holding huge missiles in their paws. Leonard said that was great, and that they would make it in time. The enemies ran forward quickly, and the harpies flew even faster above them. They said that they were at a good height, and the speed was also normal. The girls grinned confidently. One of them commanded, "Throw," and all the girls released the shells. When the shells hit the ground, there were huge and very loud explosions. The enemies and the horses they were riding on were thrown in different directions. From the place of this huge explosion, smoke came out, which flew in the direction of the wind. The harpies hovered in the air, watching what was happening. They loudly and confidently said that they had hit the target. Another loud sound suddenly rang out, and then the harpies headed away from the place. They were talking about how amazing the effect was and how powerful it was. They looked down again and said with a satisfied smile that they had done it. One of the harpies wrapped the ring of the projectile around her finger. Kosuke told them seriously that they must put their safety first, and they must do everything possible to prevent their allies from going into heavy fighting. The harpy held the handle of the projectile while spreading her wings. She said loudly that she understood him. Sylphie stood next to them, her hands on her hips. The other harpies watched them and listened attentively to Kosuke. After a while, the three harpies flew away, holding the projectiles in their claws. Kosuke watched them go away and said that he hoped everything would go well. Sylphie looked at them, saying that they had trained hard, so everything would go well. Sylphie looked at them, saying that they had trained hard, so everything would go well. After that, Kosuke stood there for a while and silently looked at them. Sylphia frowned and looked at him, while the other harpies were talking to each other. Suddenly, Kosuke took out some small cylindrical thing. He quickly ran somewhere. Sylphie stayed in place and watched him, a little upset. Kosuke ran quickly up a very long staircase. He looked out from behind a very high wall. Kosuke began to look through a telescope. He frowned and said that this is a real war. Through the telescope, he saw the harpies, who had already flown very far away, so that only the outline of their wings and body was visible. Suddenly, someone told him that he seemed nervous. Kosuke immediately turned around and looked at the person who had come. It was Sylphie, who was walking up the same stairs as Kosuke. She was looking at him without taking her eyes off him. Kosuke put away his telescope and smiled slightly. He told her that he had never participated in combat because he was an ordinary teenager who lived an ordinary life. Sylphie stopped not far from him, saying that he fought against the Gizmo very bravely and courageously. Kosuke frowned and said, dissatisfiedly, that this bad creature is not a human. Sylphie made an innocent face and said that it does not matter. Afterwards, she looked at Kosuke with displeasure and anger and told him that people, elves, gizms, they are all living beings. Kosuke tensed up a bit at her words and pressed his lips together. Then he leaned his hands on the protruding part of the wall and calmly told her that she was right. But he was sorry that separating one from the other was not so easy. Otherwise, everything would be much simpler. Was not so easy. Otherwise, everything would be much simpler. His gaze was tense and worried. He frowned, thinking that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to decide now. He remembered all the moments he had lived before, like eating together at a big table. He thought about how any day he had lived in this world was nothing compared to his ordinary life on Earth. He also remembered their fights with enemies and various creatures. He thought that it was very exciting. Another memory that came to his mind was of being alone with Sylphie, how good they were. He thought it was like a dream. After these memories, Kosuke exhaled heavily and closed his eyes, yawning. He thought about how he couldn't stop thinking about something else. The dark-haired guy became sad and looked away somewhere. He thought that it seemed like he had lost his temper a little. Sylphie came closer to him, almost touching him, and reached out with her hands, intending to clasp his waist. She called out to him a little worriedly. Kosuke turned his head towards Sylphie, slightly confused, and turned his gaze to her. Sylphie hugged Kosuke tightly around the waist and leaned against his back, resting her head on his shoulder. She closed her eyes and said with a little pity that he shouldn't think anything like that, but if he was having a hard time, then he should rest. Kosuke looked at Sylphie with a slightly surprised expression. She continued to cling to him, saying that he was already helping them enough and that they always relied on him, and that he never let them down. Sylphie buried her face in Kosuke's shoulder from behind and closed her eyes, frowning. She told him that no one would ever force him to participate in this war against his will. After that, she added that she herself would not allow it. Kosuke looked ahead, somewhere into the distance. Fizzle was not going to let him go, still wrapping her arms around his waist. She told him that he should calm down and that everything would be fine. Kosuke did not answer her. Suddenly, somewhere in the distance, closer to the horizon, a loud and receding sound was heard. Kosuke and Sylphie looked into the distance in shock, not understanding what had happened. Kosuke frowned and was clearly wary. Kosuke removed his hands from the ledge at the top of the wall and, stepping back a little, told Sylphie that this was not the case at all. He placed his palms on her hands and gently pressed them to himself. He repeated to her again that this was not so at all, saying her name, while the explosion left lifeless bodies of enemies and their horses on the ground, with fragments of broken weapons and arrows sticking out of them. Kosuke confidently told her that he was responsible for her, and that he had made the weapons that were being used in this war. Kosuke frowned and pressed his lips together. He looked very stern and worried, and his gaze was tense and thoughtful. Kosuke thought that this was true. The thought that he had to make a precise decision was spinning in Kosuke's mind. Kosuke looked at the sky while also holding Sylphie's hands. He told her that since he started all this, he couldn't just give up on it, and that he would do everything in his power. After that, Kosuke inserted his fingers between Sylphie's fingers and pressed her hands tighter. Sylphie also clung to him, a sincere smile appearing on her face. She told him that nothing could stop her now, and that she would go as far as it took to end this war. The girl mentally thanked Kosuke for this as they continued to stand near the edge of this huge wall. After some time, the Harpies returned and Kosuke met them, and they were very happy to return. The bombardment of the Harpies stopped the pursuit of the army of the Sacred Kingdom. By midday, the rearguard forces had joined them, and in the afternoon, the relief forces began to arrive. Kosuke and Sylphie communicated with the creatures that had returned from the battle. After that, a whole line of creatures was coming towards them, which stretched all the way to the forest. Kosuke stood on top of the wall with Sylphie and waved his hand at them. After some time, night fell, and the pitch darkness was broken only by lanterns that illuminated the alleys between the houses. People arrived until late at night. The wolf children were again frightened by Kosuke being a human, while he reached out to them with a cheerful, wide smile. After that, the arriving creatures were settled into rooms, and they talked to each other, sitting on the beds. Meanwhile, Kosuke, Sylphie, and Leonard were sitting at the table, discussing the countermeasures to the Holy Kingdom's army. The others were standing around them listening attentively to what Leonard was saying. After some time, Kosuke and his rather large detachment set out on their journey. and from the top of the wall, the others, including Sylphie, looked at them. The liberation forces were divided into 3 groups, which were sent out every 2 days. Sylphie and half of the liberation forces remained in the temporary fort for defense and observation. Kosuke walked through the empty corridors, lit only by a single torch. He continued to explore the desert, expanding the shelter. They lived without incident for about 4 days. Everyone who remained in the fort greeted them with a wide smile, and some waved to them. Kosuke waved back at them with a very satisfied and joyful grin. Behind him walked his squad, and some of them also waved to those who met them. It was on the 5th day, in the evening, when they had already arrived at the forward base. Their huge detachment walked in a long line. At that time, the sunset was already beginning. They entered the main gate, and everyone greeted them, meeting them and congratulating them on their return. The arrivals were surrounded by those who remained in the fort and told them to find the reception room in the central square, and that they would be told where to stay. Donin told Kosuke that the Harpies said that they had fought off the royal army. Kosuke said that they had fought off the royal army. Kosuke said that they had no losses. The Harpies were happily chatting with each other. One of them spread her wings and said that the air missiles were just amazing, and that now they had something to fight with. Another Harpy said that they could no longer call them toilet birds. Danon frowned and asked Kosuke if he understood correctly that the expansion of the shelter was complete. Kosuke grinned contentedly and proudly in recalling the work he had done. He said that it was so and that everything was great. Then he added that they had doubled the capacity to 1,000 people. Danon put his hand on his shoulder and thanked Kosuke for it with a smile. Then he added that now Kosuke should have a good rest and that it was a must. Kosuke smiled broadly and began to say that it was of course a must. Kosuke smiled broadly and began to say that it was of course a must. But there was one but. The guy looked away and calmly told him that tomorrow he was flying to the temporary fort, since several additional preparations needed to be made there. Danon looked at Kosuke warmly, apologizing to him for causing him trouble. Kosuke looked at Danon calmly but confidently, telling him that everything was fine and that he shouldn't worry or be concerned about it. Suddenly, someone tugged at Kosuke's clothes. He moaned a little in surprise, then turned around and looked at the person who tugged at him with confusion. It was a dark-haired girl with one eye. She told him with a warm and sincere smile that there was something that Kosuke definitely needed to see. Kosuke was very surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. He noticed that she looked quite confident. After that, Kosuke smiled widely and told her that in that case, they could see what they had prepared for him. Danon told them seriously that Kosuke was tired, and therefore he might not have a strong reaction. The girl with one eye said that it was nothing to worry about. The girl with one eye told him that everything was ready and that it was in the workshop. After that, they headed there. They were walking down an alley between houses, and they were wearing raincoats. One of the girls walking behind told Kosuke that she was glad that he was here because of her, and now she could walk down the street at night without fear. Kosuke said that it was still not easy for her, and he understood that. After some time, they came to the workshop. The girls walking in front told Kosuke that they should wait there for a couple of minutes because they needed to get everything ready. Kosuke calmly agreed. The 2 girls immediately headed inside the workshop, while Kosuke and the monkey remained standing outside. Kosuke turned his gaze to the monkey and asked curiously what was there. The monkey smiled broadly and said that he would have to wait to see. After some time, the girls called out to Kosuke and said that everything was ready. Kosuke looked at them with interest. After that, the girls took Kosuke inside. While at the entrance, he told them that he would be shocked if they were semi-finished products. The girl with one eye said that he would have to think about whether they were ready-made or not. The second one agreed with her. The girl with one eye smirked slyly and told him that he should watch carefully. Kosuke looked at them with surprise and confusion, frowning. The girls turned their backs to him with the same sly grin. They were wearing small backpacks. Kosuke noticed these backpacks. He looked at them with confusion and surprise, wondering if this was really a school bag, and if this was really the thing they were making so much noise about. Kosuke pointed at the backpacks and asked them, confused, what they were. The monkey behind him smiled contentedly and slyly, and the girls giggled sweetly. The one-eyed girl with a very sly smile ran her hand over the other girl's backpack and told him that it was a prototype transmitter for the golem. Kosuke was very surprised and did not understand what they were talking about. He asked them again about the transmitter for the golem. In his thoughts, the question was spinning, Is this really a revolution of signal transmission in another world? After some time, morning came. The sun was rising over the horizon. The girls from the people who had arrived were preparing food, so steam was coming out everywhere. In one of the houses the girls passed, Kosuke was lying on his bed in his room, his arm thrown up. He sighed loudly. Kosuke opened his eyes and, placing his hand on his forehead, said without much emotion that it was already morning. His other hand was lying on the blanket, under which there was, obviously, something. Kosuke mumbled in confusion and questioningly. The guy took the blanket by the edge, uninterested and a little sleepily, and lifted it. Under the blanket, on his chest, lay a dark-haired, one-eyed girl sleeping soundly. Kosuke gasped, worried and very surprised. He pulled the blanket off her, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He looked at the girl, who was wearing only a short sleeping dress and underwear that was visible from underneath. Indignantly and embarrassed at the same time, Kosuke said indignantly and very loudly that she was also in her underwear. Then he added that he could also see her nipple. He wondered what she was doing here. Kosuke sat up and worriedly put his hand on his forehead, looking forward. The guy worriedly and also loudly said that they were both in clothes and it seemed like nothing had happened between them. But after that, he remembered what happened last night. He remembered that he was in the workshop where they showed him the golem communicator. Then he asked the girls what the range of his signal was. The girls told him that it was unclear, but the forest was definitely not an obstacle for him. Kosuke excitedly and surprisedly told them that it was very cool and that it was really very amazing. The monkey folded his arms and said that it took them a long time to fit him into such a small space. The dark-haired girl with one eye smirked contentedly as she looked at Kosuke, telling him that he could admire her more, or even stroke her head. Kosuke smiled widely and began to stroke the girl's head, telling her that it was really great and that she was doing well. After that, he added that she was also a genius magician and alchemist. The girl smiled contentedly and agreed with him. After that, the guy told them that they now needed to conduct an experiment to see how far they could transmit the signal. The girl told him that he understood and that they needed to get this thing to the temporary base. Then the other girls came and said that they had finally found Kosuke. The girl who came to their workshop told him with a wide smile that she had worked on some prototypes, and she thought he should see them. And besides, she had some bread left. After some time, the girl showed Kosuke a pot for food with handles, as well as a bag for making hot water using slaked sulfur, and also a portable hot water bottle. She asked him expectantly how he liked it and whether it was good. Kosuke, surprised and delighted, told her that it was just great. The girl clenched her fists and twirled her tail, asking him, with a wide smile on her face, if that was really the case. They stayed in the workshop for a long time, near the table. The light from the workshop illuminated the street a little. Remembering this, Kosuke thought about how they talked until late at night. He was still sitting on the bed, leaning his elbow on it. He was looking forward thoughtfully, saying that this was why he was in the guest room next to the workshop. The girl continued to sleep on his chest. Suddenly, someone called out to Kosuke through the half-open window. The dark-haired girl with a wide and joyful smile opened the window doors and asked if he was asleep. Then she added that she heard something during the night. The girl's clothes were quite revealing. Kosuke looked at the girl who had come, surprised and excited, and mumbled in confusion. The other one continued to sleep on him. The girl who had come took her hands away from the window and looked at the situation in confusion, and also mumbled questioningly. She and several other girls were standing near the window, but only the one who opened the window could see what was going on there thanks to her tail. Other residents were walking along the street. After that, the girl's face changed to a colder one. Kosuke jumped out of bed and worriedly shouted at her to stop, and that this was not so at all. From these shouts, the girl with one eye woke up and sleepily moaned. Kosuke nervously waved his hand and wished her good morning. In his mind, he thought that the girl had left after all. Iris sleepily wished him good morning. Sitting on the bed, Kosuke slightly furrowed his brows and asked her to explain why she was lying in his bed and in her underwear at that. The girl rubbed her eye and innocently told him that he went to bed first, and she thought that there was nothing wrong with sleeping together. Kosuke looked at Ira's bed, which was opposite his bed. She told him that the blanket was also thin, and she was cold. Kosuke had already told her that everything had become clear to him. She explained that this was why she had snuggled up to him and fallen asleep in the warmth. Kosuke asked her without much emotion, why she hadn't just gotten dressed. The girl innocently said that her clothes were wrinkled, and that she always slept without them. The girl pressed her lips together and also stretched sleepily. Kosuke looked at her, thinking that everything was clear to him now. After that, he reached out to her with his hands, and with an evil grin said that she needed to be taught a lesson so that she would not go into other people's bedrooms. He said menacingly and loudly that he would eat her now. The girl remained calm and immediately told him that she was not against it at all. Kosuke was surprised by such a reaction and blushed slightly from her answer. The girl's cheeks slightly flushed, and she sweetly told him that he was never boring, and that his abilities, knowledge, and ideas always surprised and inspired her. Kosuke blushed very much and became embarrassed, pressing his lips together. The girl continued her monologue by saying that this is why she wants to be with him always. After that, he sighed loudly and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He smiled shyly and thanked her, saying that he was glad to hear that, but he had Sylphie. He asked if she knew about it. The dark-haired girl answered in confusion that she did. The girl put her hand on her chest and, closing her eye, said that it was so that he would let her be with him as long as possible. Afterwards, she asked Kosuke in surprise if she could. Kosuke looked away and told her seriously that she could, of course. But he still felt uncomfortable with the relationships between men and women in this world, although it was not surprising, because he was not from here. Kosuke raised one finger and told the girl that they should start with friendship. The girl looked at him sleepily and uncomprehendingly, asking if they had been friends before. Kosuke felt very awkward and nervously said that of course they had always been. The guy raised his finger again and just as nervously and awkwardly apologized to her, telling her that he shouldn't have said that. Then he added that she should just be more like a friend than a lover. The girl was very calm. She said, incomprehensibly, that it was not quite so. Then she asked him to just say whether he accepted her. Then she told him that, in fact, she did not know what the word mistress meant. Kosuke scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He looked away and said that she shouldn't rush, and that she should talk to Sylphie about it first. He said that he would talk to her later, too. Ira calmly agreed. Ira closed her eyes and put her palms on her chest with a smile. She imagined how the girls were scheduled by day, after which she said that the order was very important and that she did not want to break it. Kosuke continued to scratch his head awkwardly. He nervously told the girl that he was glad that she followed the rules. Afterwards, he thanked her for not starting a heated argument. Afterwards, Kosuke suggested that the dark-haired girl get dressed so that they could go to breakfast. The girl calmly and briefly agreed to his proposal. After some time, Ira got out of bed and started to get dressed. Kosuke thought about how happy the girl looked, and it seemed like he did everything right. He sat with his eyes closed so as not to look at the girl while she was getting dressed. After a while, Kosuke also got up from the bed when Ira was already dressed. He wondered how he would explain all this to Sylphie. After some time, they were already on the street, in a place where there were large tables at which people were eating. After some time, one of the harpies looked at something in shock and confusion. She stood in a stupor, saying what was happening. At the table, near the harpies, sat Kosuke and looked at the harpy with confusion. Next to him sat a dark-haired girl, who hugged his hand, resting her head on it. The other harpies also looked at her with confusion, continuing to eat. Ira calmly told her that there was nothing wrong with that, and that Kosuke had simply accepted her as a woman. Kosuke smiled awkwardly, and the harpy was in great shock and didn't even move. The harpy turned away sharply and still stood there in a stupor, not understanding how this was possible. Other harpies approached Kosuke and calmly told him that his mouth was dirty. Another harpy turned around and looked at them a little tensely and fearfully. The other harpies offered to comb his hair. The harpy was very indignant and angry at them. Another harpy began to carefully wipe the guy's mouth, and the second began to comb his hair. Kosuke calmly allowed them to do all this, and Ira looked at the enraged harpy with confusion. She trembled all over and somehow managed to smile and, closing her eyes, told him that he seemed to get along well with the harpies. Kosuke smiled brightly and cheerfully, telling her that they had been together for a long time, and that was why they had many opportunities to get to know each other a little better. The girls finished, and Kosuke noted that harpies are a very caring race. The girl turned away again and drooped, sitting on the ground and lowering her wings. She told him, upset and quiet, that she had been overtaken again, and that even these new harpies She didn't understand why they weren't in the same squad. Kosuke looked at her, uncomprehending. After that, Danon came to them. Kosuke stood up from his seat, and he told them that he had just been to the square. He noticed a harpy sitting on the ground who looked very upset and asked if something had happened. Kosuke wished him good morning. Danon looked at Kosuke and wished him a good morning and said seriously that he had forgotten to ask him yesterday whether he was going to return to the thick of things. Kosuke calmly and without much emotion answered that yes, he was going to return there. After that, he smiled warmly and raised his eyebrows, telling him that it would happen very soon. Then he added that he shouldn't worry so much and that he wasn't going to do it all alone. After that, he added that he would choose his own escorts. The harpy, who was sitting on the ground, was suddenly surprised and frowned. She pressed her lips together and her eyes widened. Then she suddenly jumped up from her place and spread her wings. She said very loudly and excitedly that she would be the one to go with him. The harpy tucked her wings and said with a serious expression that 5 of them would accompany him, and that they would do everything just as they had done when he and her princess rode in. She added that it would be better to station their airborne attack Sith at a temporary base in case of enemy action. Danon thought about something, holding his chin and closing his eyes. After that, he said that it was so and that he agreed with her. Kosuke smiled and said that there would be no problem with that, since they would be accompanied by a corps of harpies. The girl was clearly very pleased with her plan. After that, Kosuke confidently and seriously said that he would let Perna choose who would accompany them. The girl said very loudly and enthusiastically that she would do it. The dark-haired girl frowned and stared at her, clearly with a very angry and displeased look. There was tension in it as well. The harpy asked the dark-haired girl very cheerfully, but a little hesitantly, what she meant. Kosuke looked at Ira, who looked very stern, in surprise and confusion. The girl, with the same look, very seriously and displeasedly, told the harpy that she should not bother so much. The harpy smiled very awkwardly, but broadly, and, closing her eyes, agreed with her. Ira looked at her even more tensely, and her gaze was very displeased. She told her that first she needed to get approval from Her Highness. The harpy was already a little scared and hesitantly agreed with the dark-haired girl. The girl told Kosuke, not quite confidently, that she would do everything as expected. Kosuke pressed his lips together and frowned, looking with a little pity at the harpy, who was a little scared. Ira closed her eye and moaned approvingly. Kosuke was a little tense. He wondered if they were really in conflict with each other. He hoped that it was all just his imagination. Danon looked sharply at Kosuke. His gaze was very tense and surprised. Kosuke was already looking at him with a serious and unperturbed gaze, even a little indifferent. After that, Danon folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, saying that when the time came, they all had to be ready. A faint blush appeared on his cheeks. Kosuke looked at Danon a little angrily and indignantly, saying that it was very indifferent. A slight grin appeared on Danon's face. Kosuke smiled broadly and said that he hoped he remembered his promise. Then he added that he had heard that the widower's new wife had shown him signs of attention in the hut. Danon asked him very cheerfully what he was talking about. Kosuke and the harpies also smiled cheerfully, closing their eyes. Only Ira did not show any emotion. Danon said with a broad smile that if he allowed it, it was time for him to go to work. He told him to take care of himself on the road. Kosuke said with a satisfied grin that it would be so. They all went somewhere together, and Kosuke loudly told them that they needed to pack their things and then they could move on. There was a small radio on the backpack. It was attached to the side of the backpack. A voice came from it and called out to Kosuke, asking him if he could hear. Kosuke said with a serious face that he could hear her perfectly well and that they were already at the top of the hill at the second shelter. The 2 harpies simultaneously confirmed this, saying that they could hear her. The girl on the radio said that everything was fine there, and that she knew that at such a distance there would be no problems with communication. Meanwhile, the sun was already rising in the sky, illuminating the entire earth with its rays. Meanwhile, the others were in one of the rooms. Ira was sitting at a table looking at a radio while the monkey was drawing something on the board. Kosuke said that he would try to contact them tomorrow when they reached the 3rd and 4th shelters. Ira said that would be nice. They made a plan for Kosuke to move from the temporary fort to the forward base. They said that in theory, they should be able to contact them all the way to the temporary fort. But there was a chance that things wouldn't go that smoothly. Kosuke, with a satisfied grin on his face, said that in some cases it might be necessary to use a base relay station in combination with the one they had talked about last night. The monkey asked about the base relay station, in confusion. The monkey thoughtfully said that they would need a golem core for this, and that providing it with electricity to keep it running and maintained would be a problem. Ira listened attentively, and the other girl confidently said that they could handle it. Ira told them on the radio that she would discuss it with the others and that they would definitely come up with something. Kosuke smiled contentedly and said that the Goni would contact him again tomorrow. One of the harpies held a microphone near Kosuke. The dark-haired girl said goodnight to Kosuke into the microphone. After that, she added that she loved him. Kosuke blushed very deeply and frowned in embarrassment. He looked at the radio in confusion. He hesitated and awkwardly tried to find some words, but then he simply thanked her. He put his fist to his mouth and coughed into it. After that, he suddenly covered his face with his hands and began to shake his head from side to side, saying that it was very awkward when he was told about it directly. Kosuke sighed loudly and plaintively. The harpies looked at Kosuke with confusion and concern. Pizar, who was standing to the left of Kosuke, asked him with a smile if he would tell her that he liked her too. Kosuke, with a tremor in his body, told her that he did not want to say that. Aya, who was standing to the side, simply hummed thoughtfully, looking at him. Toch, who was standing on his right, told him with a smile that they all liked him. The trembling in Kosuke's body did not stop for a second. He nervously asked them to stop saying that. Kosuke continued to shake his head in confusion as the harpies smiled widely at him. Meanwhile, 2 more harpies returned and landed next to them. They said that they had returned and that there were no signs of enemies nearby. One of the returning harpies looked at Kosuke with confusion, asking him if something was wrong. Kosuke put his hands out in front of him and shook them nervously, telling her that nothing was wrong and that everything was fine. After that, several more harpies landed next to them, and one of them smiled and apologized for disturbing them so suddenly. One of the girls turned to them and smiled warmly. The dark-haired harpy greeted Purna, telling her that she was glad to see her. The second harpy spread her wings and said with a wide smile that they had finally met. Purna turned to them and greeted the girls happily. Some of the harpies were chatting very happily, and one could even say happily. Kosuke thanked the girls for their reconnaissance with a slightly awkward smile, while he himself was thinking that it was very nice to have a place to rest in such a place. After some time, it was already night, and the sky was covered in blackness, and only the stars were visible. A huge torch was burning on their shelter, which illuminated it. Kosuke suggested that the girls start preparing dinner. All the girls agreed with him in chorus. After some time, dinner was ready, and there were some kind of sandwiches on the table. Kosuke told the girls that the vegetables were fresh and tasty, and that the sauce went very well with the meat inside. One of the harpies took another portion. Everyone sat around the table and ate their delicious dinner while talking to each other, and some even argued. Kosuke looked at the harpies with surprise and confusion, saying that there were 17 harpies in the squad, and that he had no idea that there were so many of them. The blonde harpy smiled sweetly as she told Kosuke that they were constantly moving from the elf village to the temporary fortress so that they could have a connection, since they were not able to be together for long periods of time. That was why they were so happy when they were able to get together. One of the harpies looked at Kosuke and asked him with a wide smile if he and Rei could also go for a swim. Kosuke finished chewing his portion of food, while Purna sighed sadly and said that they had beaten her again. Kosuke calmly and a little uncomprehendingly told the harpy that of course they could swim. All the harpies stared at Kosuke. Some were simply surprised, while others, on the contrary, smiled very happily and sweetly. Kosuke nervously forced a smile and asked why they were all looking at him like that. There was a large bathtub not far from their table. Kosuke asked the girls if they understood that the bath would be hot. One of the harpies asked, surprised and confused, if this was a bathtub. Kosuke waved his hands and the tub began to fill with water. One of the harpies said that the water was very pleasant, and everyone agreed with her. After some time, the bath was already completely filled with water. Kosuke smiled contentedly and, putting his hand on his side, told the girls that they were going to bathe first. The girls looked at the bath in surprise, from which steam was coming. The dark-haired harpy told Kosuke seriously that he would go first and they would go later. Kosuke looked at her in confusion, saying that in such matters the ladies come first, The other harpy smiled very broadly and flapped her wings. She told him that in that case they would all go together. Kosuke blushed and began to refuse, moving back a little. All the girls piled on Kosuke with a very cheerful and playful look. The harpy said that they would do so. Kosuke asked them to stop, but they did not listen to him. Kosuke was already completely red when the girls had already taken off their clothes. After some time, Kosuke was already in the water. He sank into it about halfway up to his face, and his breath made the water bubble. He looked at them with displeasure and anger, saying that they should at least be a little more shy. The girls sat around Kosuke, completely naked. One of them offered to rub Kosuke's back, but Kosuke indignantly rose up and refused their offer. The girls were not going to back down. They grabbed Kosuke by the arms and lifted him up, pulling him out of the water. They told him with a cheerful smile that everything was fine and that he should not be shy. Kosuke was in complete shock and confusion. The girls blushed very much, but did not look embarrassed. They told him with a wide smile that they were doing all this as a sign of their appreciation, because they were very grateful to him. When the girls were about to start what they had planned, Kosuke smiled nervously and hesitantly told them that they might not do it. The girls calmly asked him if he was pleased. Suddenly, Kosuke tensed up and moaned very nervously. The girls surrounded him from all sides, and one was kneeling in front of him. She took him between the legs with her wings and said that they would wash him too. Kosuke was all ablaze with embarrassment and indignation. He shouted loudly and asked them to stop, saying that he could wash him himself. There were various sounds coming from the bathroom and a lot of steam from the hot water. Washing the body and massaging with harpy feathers was very pleasant. With a wide smile on her face, Sylphie opened the doors to the room. She stretched out her arms, then called out Kosuke's name and congratulated him on returning to this place. The boy smiled sweetly and greeted Sylphie as warmly as she greeted him. At the same time, Perna, Torch, Pessar, and several other people were standing behind him. They all smiled warmly. Sylphie quickly approached Kosuke, then hugged him tightly and said that she was very glad that he was okay. Kosuke was confused and glanced at Sylphie lightly. Suddenly, the guy realized the situation and screamed loudly, so loudly that his voice could be heard throughout the entire base. Kosuke blushed and told Sylphie to stop. He struggled and told her to stop, but Sylphie wouldn't let go, hugging him tighter, causing his arms to bend in the opposite direction. Sylphie put the boy down and quickly apologized, then said that she was just a little emotional and therefore did not notice it. The boy sighed heavily and said that he was fine and did not seem to have broken anything. Leonard approached the boys and called Kosuke by name, asking if the Liberation Army had reached the front line. Kosuke looked at his ally and said that they should be there by now. Kosuke waved his hand, after which a small bag appeared in his palms. The guy said that right now he would contact the army and find out about everything himself. The boys looked at him in confusion. Sylphie asked if he was really going to contact them through that small briefcase. Kosuke laughed and said that he knew they would have that kind of reaction. The guy put the bag, from which a small antenna was sticking out, on the table. Everyone who was nearby looked attentively at this interesting device. Leonard said that he did not hear anything from the object. Piner thought about it and said that it was strange because they could also talk to Ira from shelter number 4. The guy scratched his head and said that it seemed like the transmission wave just couldn't reach that place. He turned and said with a smile that perhaps 4 days' travel was the limit of this transmitter. He added that Ira and the others must already be working on a relay station that would increase the range of the signal. Sophie thought about it and said that she had just told them that she wanted to be able to communicate with the other units from a distance, but she hadn't expected that they would be able to organize everything so quickly. Leonard smiled and said that he found it quite hard to believe that such a thing was even possible. They said that with this invention they would have communication during various ambushes and offensive operations. They added that even while on the defensive, they would be able to determine quite quickly when and where the enemy would attack them. Kosuke said with a sly smile that, besides, if they allowed the harpies to fly with this item, it would be simply an excellent method of reconnaissance and rapid transmission of information. After these words, he asked if they agreed with his opinion. Everyone looked at him with admiration and said what a great idea it was. The guy was very proud of himself. Sylphie said what she understood, and then she reached for the item. She picked up the briefcase and smiled, saying that this would help them completely change the entire concept of how to conduct this war. Everyone looked at Sylphie and smiled. Kosuke agreed with her words, when suddenly they heard a report from one of the harpies. The girl descended a little lower and reported that the enemy troops had already begun to advance. She also added that they were expected to reach the outskirts of their fort before sunset. Sylphie tensed up after receiving this information. Kosuke turned around, as he was very surprised by the information about the enemy troops. He suddenly looked at Sylphie sharply and asked what it meant to say that they would come here before sunrise. There was a visibly panicked expression on his face as he waited for some kind of answer from Sylphie. The girl was calm. She said that the enemy had 1,000 horsemen, as well as 4,000 infantry and archers. She firmly stated that the enemy's troop strength at the moment was 5,500 men, including 500 men from the supply corps. Leonard exclaimed that the enemy was 5 times larger than the Liberation Army, which they had previously allowed to establish themselves in frontline strongholds. He said that it was good that there was no talk of capturing the Black Forest yet. Kosuke shouted that if they arrived before sunset, the attack could begin tonight. Then he asked if that was true. He asked the guys what they could do in such a situation. Kosuke said that they had dug underground while the others were gone, and he thought that they might be able to hold them off until lunch and then escape. Sylphie smirked and told them not to rush. She had a plan. The girl looked at the others slyly and asked if the information about the temporary fort being mined was true. She stated that they could use it to their advantage. Kosuke pulled the coil onto his back and held the whole structure with his hands. The guy said that the enemies don't even expect that they can throw him and blow him up. The guy said that Kosuke had provided explosives in its base for such a case, and then asked if that was really true. The guy agreed with their words and said that it was exactly like that. He said that it was not only under the paving stones, but also inside the fortifications themselves. He added that if even one explosive block went off, then absolutely all of them would explode, and not a single trace would remain of the fort. He smirked and said that they couldn't let the enemy use it again. Sylphie paled slightly under his gaze. The boy also said that he didn't think 5,000 people could fit in there. He asked if that was true. Sylphie turned around and looked at the fort from above. She said that when they left, they would leave some of the supplies in the warehouses in this place in order to pretend that they had to escape from there in a hurry. She also said that they would set up a watchtower on a rocky slope and then blow everything up when the use of explosives would be most effective. Sylphie rose higher and said that it seemed to be clear. She called Kosuke by name and told him to dig a hole in that place. The boy put his hand on his head and exclaimed that everything would be done. After the boy had done the order, the boys climbed up there and Sylphie told the harpy to see if they could be seen. The girl obediently accepted the order. After that, Sylphie raised her hands, and at the same time, the material that was nearby rose up, blocking her presence completely. Harpy said that it was just perfect camouflage. Kosuke came from the other side and noticed that there was another hole there. He closed it pretty quickly. Afterwards, he walked around the room and said that they had cookies, dried fruits, and water. He asked if that was enough for all of them. Sylphie said that she thought it was enough. Kosuke opened a small hole to observe the fort and said that they had a pretty good view. He added that they would be able to spy on them from there easily. Then he turned and looked at the others, asking if they thought they had gone overboard with the room's decor. The boys said it was fine. Kosuke took out a large device and said that it was a detonator. He added that first you need to lift the lever, removing it from the safety catch, and then it is important to press it, after which the detonation will occur. The boys looked at the object from the side, and then said that they understood what the guy said. They were all in anticipation of what would happen next. The boys stood closer to the cliff and looked at their fort from the side. Kosuke asked if it turned out that they had everything ready. Sylphie confirmed this and said that they had already done absolutely everything that was in their power. Suddenly, Sylphie spoke to Perna, Torch, and Pessar. Hearing her words, the harpies immediately looked at Sylphie, waiting for her words. The girl quickly told them to stay in that place to keep an eye on the bomb and detonate it as soon as a good opportunity arose. She left it to them. Pirun, Torch, and Pessar agreed in unison. Kosuke looked at them, then smiled quite lightly and told them to be careful, as they shouldn't get hurt in this fight. The girls were very happy with his words. They immediately approached him and agreed with glowing eyes, saying that they would soon join him as soon as they finished this mission. They also said that he could count on them. Chisuke was confused and held his hands out, telling them to be calm. Sylphie folded her arms and said that was fine, and that it was time for them to head to shelter number 4. The harpies told them to take care of themselves. Kosuke tried to ask Sylphie for a little more time, and so Quite a lot of time passed. The sun gradually began to set, and it was getting dark outside. Loud cries of misunderstanding were heard in the briefcase. The boys were amazed that the enemy numbered 5,500 people, and therefore the rest wanted to lure them into the temporary fleet and blow them up. They agreed and said that they would pass on the information to Danon. Everyone was very surprised that this object could actually transmit a voice signal. Kosuke smiled and thanked the others for their help. The boy stopped smiling and said he thought they had already left the temporary fleet. Ira said she thought so, since the boys hadn't told them anything. Kosuke apologized to the girl for making the others worry. The guy said that he would let them know if there was any movement. Araya said goodbye again and told the guys to be careful. The signal cut off, and Sylphie stared at the boy. The boys put down the school bag and fell silent. Suddenly, everyone rushed to Kosuke and asked when they would all be able to use one. They were also interested in the mass production of this item. They all asked about how much magic they used and how these items worked. Kosuke was confused and asked them to speak in turn, and also, if they had any technical questions, they should ask the guys from the workshop. Leonard thought deeply, then said that he would go first. Everyone fell silent and looked at the Lord, but he only smiled stupidly and asked when they would start cooking dinner, because he certainly would not refuse beef. Kosuke loudly asked what dinner had to do with it, since they had talked about the briefcase for communications earlier. The guy said that they could talk about it another time. All the guys were upset about how it turned out. It was already late at night outside, and so everyone began to gather in the dining room. Slowly, people gathered to eat. The guy said that 7 days had passed since they had been in this place. Sophie asked Kosuke how he was feeling about this. The boy said that he seemed to be okay, after which he thanked her for her concern. He suddenly remembered something and told Sophie that as soon as they arrived at the fort, Ara took him to her workshop and immediately showed him the communicator. Afterwards, he poured a heavy drink into a glass. Kosuke smiled widely and said that she also had a very bright smile on her face at that moment. Listening to him, Sylphie laughed loudly and said that it was very similar to her. Kosuke sat down next to her, and Sylphie said that the communicator was a very useful thing for all of them. Kosuke agreed, and, closing his eyes, said that he saw many applications for it. Listening to him, Sylphie crossed her legs and smiled warmly. Seeing such a reaction, the guy looked at her and sighed, saying she already knew everything. Sylphie took a sip of her drink and said that Ara had told her about it. Kosuke tensed up and said that he had been thinking about it during their last call. Sylphie agreed and closed her eyes, remembering what Ara said, that she would have liked to stay with Kosuke. She also said that this device took her longer than she thought. Sylphie looked at the boy and asked if he didn't know about it. Kosuke blushed awkwardly and looked away, trying to find the right words to answer her. The guy asked her why, because he had managed to go from being her friend to her loved one, and he thinks that there is still something between them. He seriously said that he still loved her as before, and if he had to choose the right words, then if some other man had confessed his love to her, then Kosuke definitely would not have been able to accept it. He said he was simply sure that he would have died of despair, jealousy, and anger. However, he added that he would have certainly killed him first, and then died himself. Sylphie laughed and said how much love they had. The guy looked at her quietly. Sylphie smirked and said that she had told him earlier that it was a man's duty to have many wives. She blushed a little as she said this. Suddenly, she put her glass of drink back on the table. She said that if he has many wives, then he is obliged to bear responsibility for them all. Sylphie clung to him and said that a husband who starved his wife and children was not a man, and any wife would leave such a man. She would also remember such a man all her life and remember him with very kind words. Kosuke laughed awkwardly and said that she was getting too carried away. Sylphie coldly said that the same thing applies to a woman who is unfaithful to her partner. So Sylphie told Kosuke that he shouldn't worry, because nothing like that would ever happen. Suddenly, Sylphie leaned on him with all her weight and said that as far as Isla was concerned, she was not at all against it, and on the contrary, she had known about her for a long time, and they would get along well. She blushed slightly and said that, among other things, she and Isla could take the initiative in matters of childbearing. Kosuke was very embarrassed that she spoke about it so openly. Sylphie agreed and asked how else to talk about it. Kosuke panicked and loudly asked if she was even listening to him. Suddenly, they noticed that the glasses of drink on the table were shaking. The boys immediately fell silent and looked at their glasses. At that very moment, a loud and extremely destructive explosion thundered, which they did not quite expect. The explosion was very powerful, and because of that, everyone paid attention to it. Kosuke and Sylphie immediately shifted the focus of their discussion to the shaking table. The boys in the cafeteria were no exception. Leonard and the free ones looked away silently, roughly understanding what had just happened. Kosuke and Sylphie jumped up from the couch, and the girl immediately asked the guy what that noise was just now. Kosuke walked around the room a little, roughly understanding what it was. They both went outside, and Kosuke exclaimed that it looked like the fort had just exploded. In the dark night, they could see a bright flash of light in the distance. Pirna, Fakul, and Pesser looked out into the small crack together. The girls said that they did not see any magicians there, but the others agreed with them. A large army had gathered at this time at their fort. One of the men, who stood at the front of the army, extended his hand forward, indicating that the army should move forward. The guys said that the Mage Corps is an integral part of the army of the Sacred Kingdom. They assume that they probably think that they are not needed against the guys. Watching from their small base, the boys noticed that the enemy seemed to have completed their siege. They asked if the army planned to spend the entire night in such formation. They gasped, saying that the infantry had already begun to enter the fort. According to the boys, the army covered their backs with shields and quickly made their way into the fort over a small bridge. At this time, a clear moon was already visible high in the sky. The view from the shelter was quite good, so the guys were able to notice that most of the army was already in the fort. They also noticed that the army was reporting something to the main soldier. A few moments later, they exclaimed that the enemy had already launched a full-scale invasion, and they seemed to realize that the fort was completely empty. Torch exclaimed, saying that they were going to use this fort as a springboard to take over the entire desert. Parna smiled, and Pessar said that they should detonate the dynamite the moment they all entered the fort. Pirna looked inside the base and called loudly to the captain, saying that this was their chance. She quickly walked inside the small room. Pessar looked at her friend uncertainly and asked if they would really tear them all apart. Harvey calmly said that Mr. Kosuke had previously reported that he had already planted charges throughout the port. Torch also looked into the room and said that almost all enemy forces had already entered. Perna said that she understood her, and then told the others to prepare for the explosion. Immediately after that, she put her paw on the detonator lever and pulled it towards herself. After she pulled the lever towards herself a little, she quickly put all her strength and pressed it into the device, screaming that she was blowing it up. The next moment, a bright flash of light rang out in the sky, blinding everyone around. Sylphie and Kosuke stood in the distance and watched the explosion, which could be seen even on the other side of this vast desert. Kosuke sighed and said that he didn't expect the shockwave to spread so far. He realized that Perna and her men must have detonated the dynamite. Sylphie noticed that the force of the explosion was so great that it could be seen even from there. Suddenly, the boys heard someone calling the princess and Kosuke. They came a little closer to the edge of the hill and looked down. Several boys were standing there. They loudly exclaimed that vibrations and lights were visible on the horizon. The boys were perplexed and really wanted to know what it was. Sylphie pulled out a ladder and quickly climbed down, saying that their temporary front had been blown up. The girl with the horns said that she understood, and then asked the princess if they needed to prepare for the next attack. Sylphie sternly said that there was no need for that, as they would be heading to their hideout number 3 before dawn as planned, and would then return to the front lines. She also said that any changes to the plans would depend on the report from Perna and the others. Kosuke went down the stairs and also looked at everyone around him. Sylphie put her hands on her hips and said briskly that there was a problem in that they needed more fighters. Leonard thought about it and said that judging by the explosion of such a scale that they saw from there, they can be absolutely sure that everyone who was there is now dead. The girl smiled and said what it is like. Real war, Kosuke thought as he looked at everyone from the stairs. He thought that since everyone was dead, so many deaths could give him some advantage. He quickly jumped down the stairs, thinking that they would still be up until dawn, and therefore it was important for everyone to get a good rest now. He stepped onto the ground and opened the window, thinking that maybe he had gotten something. Sylphie was talking to the others at the time, and Kosuke was thinking that maybe he would get some achievement for them. Suddenly he gasped loudly, noticing that he had received the favorite bonus. To receive this, you need to please more than 20 members of the opposite sex. Favorite gives an increase in damage dealt by as much as 10%. Seeing this, Kosuke grabbed the window with a loud scream and declared that these comments were irritating him terribly, and he did not understand what else it meant, that it would not get bad. He exclaimed that this was no longer funny, and it was time to stop leaving it like this. Sylphie was very scared by such a violent reaction behind her back. Kosuke took a deep breath, thinking about who cared about these stupid comments. After calming down a bit, he continued scrolling down, trying to find the bonuses for having so many kills. Suddenly his gaze caught on several new unlocked bonuses, which surprised him greatly. He had received bonuses for his first kill, and now he had the statuses of Assassin, Killer, Hero, Bringer of Explosions, Lord of Explosions, Lord of Explosions. His face froze as he read all of this. Sylphie noticed this and asked the boy what was wrong with his face and if he was really okay. The boy laughed awkwardly and said that everything was fine. He just saw something amazing. Afterwards, he said that judging by everything, this explosion had just killed 3,000 people. Sylphie was surprised and asked if this was true and how he knew about it. The boy sighed and said that he thought she didn't know anything about achievements and levels. Sylphie looked at him in confusion and asked what it was. The boy looked away and told Sylphie to listen carefully. He explained that they were used in various games. First appeared on consoles, were called trophies or achievements there, and could be obtained by fulfilling certain criteria and tasks. Also, as he gains experience, he improves his level and gains points, which can also be responsible for skills. Listening to him, Sylphie looked serious, trying to understand every word. He spent a fair amount of time just explaining to the others what it was and how exactly it worked. At the end of his long story, he took a deep breath and filled his lungs with air. He looked at his comrades, who all looked at him in bewilderment. He closed his eyes and sighed again, saying that, apparently, some mysterious entity was watching his actions. He said that if he fulfills certain conditions, he will receive a kind of title and a corresponding increase in some of his abilities. Sylphie looked at him and asked if that meant that Kosuke could gain abilities based on his actions. Kosuke sighed again and said that it was great that they understood him. He said that by defeating enemies and demonic creatures, he accumulates some valuable achievements. Only then can he improve his abilities. Sylphie asked again if that meant he was improving his powers by sacrificing someone. Kosuke smiled and said that it was okay to talk about it that way. Everyone around him started asking if he had a god that he worshipped. They wondered what kind of god it was, and if it could be a god of blacksmiths or food. Some thought it could be a god of war or chaos. Kosuke smiled awkwardly, visibly panicking. He hadn't known that there was a chaos god in this world, and now everyone around him thought that he might worship him. Sylphie quickly clapped her hands and said that they should stop pestering Kosuke, as they all needed to rest. The others were upset by the situation, as they still had many questions for the boy. Eventually the day ended, and the next day quite a lot of people gathered in shelter number 3. Perna, Fakel, and Pessar reached shelter number 3. People there crowded and greeted Perna, thanking the girl for her help. They asked how the operation went, and if everything was okay. The girls quickly descended to the ground, and Perna enthusiastically began to tell about how the blasting of the temporary fort had been extremely successful, and that it had been very powerful. The other harpies stood behind her and shook their heads in agreement. A powerful and destructive explosion rocked the temporary fort that day. The harpies watching from their hiding place were very impressed by what they saw. Pesser couldn't contain her excitement, while Torch asked Perna what they should do next. The enemy soldiers tried to avoid it, but it was all in vain. Perna looked back and told the others that, as planned, they would be scouting under cover of darkness. She told the others to try to avoid being seen. Torch agreed and ran towards the exit of the shelter. Quite quickly, she waved her arms and then found herself in the air above the burning fort. With a noticeable strain on her face, Torch said that the temporary fort had been completely destroyed. After some observation, she said that it looked like less than 20% of the soldiers were still standing. Listening to the report, the boy silently took in every word that Perna said. Afterwards, the girl exclaimed that the rest of the army was completely destroyed after midnight. Hearing this, the boys were somewhat perplexed. That very night, the surviving soldiers cried in fear, holding their weapons. One of the soldiers who had survived the terrible explosion lay on the ground and cried bitterly, waving his sword, while a huge insect-like monster roared, looking straight at the doomed man. The boy holding the sword looked at his hand in shock as it was pierced by a swift attack. Following the hand, the monster attacked the boy's body, who screamed loudly in pain and shock. The monster sank its teeth into the soldier's torso. There were countless bodies of slain soldiers on the battlefield with huge monsters walking among them, finishing off the remaining soldiers. Leonard said with satisfaction that the boy had handled them well. He hadn't expected Kosuke to be so strong. The boy responded with an awkward smile, saying that he himself hadn't known that. 3 harpies approached the boys at the camp and reported that the final number of survivors was less than 100, and they retreated. Sylphie thanked the girls for their work. The guys discussed the fact that it seemed like the enemy's offensive was not threatening them yet. They said that the kingdom's army would need some time to regroup, and they would think about their next steps. Some time passed, and it was already dark outside. Kosuke told about the successful blowing up of the temporary fort. He reported that the pursuing forces were almost destroyed by the kingdom's army. The man on the radio asked the guy if he was sure about that. Kosuke and Sylphie were sitting together on a sofa in a small room. The boy replied that Perna and the other harpies had informed him of this, so it could be said that it was first-class information. The voice on the radio replied that he understood. Ira, who was sitting on the other side of the radio and talking to the guys, asked Kosuke if he was okay. Kosuke said something about not understanding, to which the girl responded that the guy had killed so many people. She said that he must be going through a really hard time right now. Kosuke smiled and told the girl that it was okay. He said that it could be because he hadn't seen it. Ara told him that she understood. Sylphie was sitting next to him at that moment and listening to their conversation. Era said with a smile that she would take care of the boy when he returned. She wished him a safe journey. Kosuke was confused and at a loss from such words, and then said that if anything happened, he was in touch. Sylphie, who was watching the conversation, was very displeased. She looked at the boy with annoyance. Kosuke smiled awkwardly at Sylphie and thought about the girl's gaze. He didn't want her to look at him like that. Sylphie moved to the other end of the sofa and spoke with displeasure about how the guy probably actually wanted Era to please him upon arrival. Kosuke scratched his head and looked away with the words that he agreed, why not? While the girl looked at him with displeasure, Kosuke imagined Era stroking his head while he lay on her lap. He blushed slightly at the thought. The guy with a red face and a smile turned to Sylphie and asked if it was bad. The girl replied that it was so-so. She, slightly upset and embarrassed, asked Kosuke if he wanted her to please him right now, because she could. The guy immediately exclaimed in response to this proposal that he, of course, was not against it. He quickly rushed to the girl, who was very surprised. The guy was on her lap in a moment. He lay there and sighed pleasantly, while Sylphie was very confused. The girl looked down at the guy in her lap and said words about how stupid he was. At this moment, Kosuke was lying contentedly on Sylphie's lap and smiling. He said words about how he always loved lying on his mother's lap. Sylphie blushed and looked at Kosuke with concern. She told him that he was right. It didn't sound that bad. It was late at night outside, and the guy was telling the girl that next time he would do something for her. The night passed and the next day came. It was early morning outside, so the guys began to slowly gather outside. Leonard folded his arms across his chest and asked Kosuke to be more restrained. The man said that Her Highness's body should not be overloaded. The guy answered Leonardo awkwardly with words about how it wasn't really a burden on the girl's body. Kosuke looked away awkwardly and said that it was more of a mental activity. Leonardo asked the boy in shock what he had done to the girl back then. At the time of their conversation, it was already daytime outside, and the sun had already risen and was high in the sky. Leonard asked Kosuke why the princess did not leave her chambers. At the same time, Sylphie was in the room. She hid her head under the blanket and was shaking slightly. The girl quietly uttered curse words. She repeated them over and over until her face turned very red. The girl was very embarrassed. Kosuke awkwardly turned away and scratched his head, saying words of apology. He said words about how he couldn't tell this man about it. The boy himself thought that Sylphie's honor was hurt here. Leonard could only frown slightly and narrow his eyes at the explanation from the guy in front of him. Kosuke Shibata sweat-dropped from the awkward pressure. He thought about the girls looking at him. In front of Kosuke were the girls who were watching him closely. The boy tried to smile through his awkward grimace. He thought that he just wanted to rest after all this mess. But suddenly, Sylphie got carried away again. Kosuke remembered the previous night and how the girl lay on his lap. He stroked her head, calling her a good girl. Sylphie agreed happily while the guy asked her what she would say about it. He wondered if the girl liked it. Sylphie asked the boy to pet her a little more with a satisfied smile. She kicked the pillow with her feet, while Kosuke told the girl how spoiled she was. Kosuke smiled broadly and, closing his eyes, said the words that the girl could ask him better. The girl turned over on her back and looked at the guy, blushing deeply. She blushed and said words about how Sylphie would cry if the guy didn't pet her, so he should pet her quickly. Kosuke stood up at the girl and began to stroke her head, which made her smile contentedly. She said words about how nice Sylphie was. Kosuke responded by saying that he was glad. The guy stopped remembering the previous night and thought that he couldn't tell them that they had fun like that. At that moment, Sylphie started to go down the stairs to the guys. Another girl called out to her, helping her down. Sylphie, with a darkened expression, descended to the ground while the other girls surrounded her, saying that they were very worried about her highness. Sylphie simply remained silent to these words. The girl with the ears approached the girl and stood next to her, asking how Sylphie was doing. Kosuke and Leonard were watching everything that was happening from the side. Leonard relaxed and thought that he was glad that the girl was okay. Kosuke put his hand to his face and said the words that they were going to dismantle the temporary housing. After this conversation, Kosuke went upstairs to begin dismantling the housing. While the guy was doing the repairs, he noticed something, so he turned around to take a closer look. Kosuke saw Sylphie standing on the ground below, surrounded by other girls who were looking at her with concern. He wondered if they were asking her questions. After that, the girls rushed towards the guy who was placing blocks with a pickaxe in his hands. They turned to Kosuke with apologies for making him wait. The guy said that it seemed like the secret negotiations were over. The girls, with carefree joy on their faces, turned to the boy and said that Kosuke was not to blame for what happened. At that moment, Sylphie stood in the middle, her face red from embarrassment. Sylphie was completely taken aback by what was happening, and her face was burning. The girls next to her continued to talk about how Kosuke was innocent inside. At some point, Sylphie began to tremble violently. She tried to say something which attracted the attention of the others. The girls, Kosuke and Leonard, looked at Sylphie, who exclaimed words for them to stop. At that moment, the girl, with a loud, angry scream, swung her weapon straight at the guys in front of her. The harpies quickly scattered in all directions from this sudden change in mood. Kosuke extended his hand forward, addressing the girl. He asked her to calm down. Sylphie blushed even more and tears welled up in her eyes. She was out of breath and shouted out words about everyone having their own quirks. The girl was enveloped in absolute rage, causing Kosuke to exclaim that the girl was furious. He quickly turned around and ran. Leonard also looked at the girl in shock, while next to him, they were shouting about running. All the boys quickly ran away from the angry girl. They asked Kosuke to do something. The boy shouted back that he was not capable of doing something like that now. He told everyone to run to the nearest shelter. Eventually, Sylphie chased them until sunset, and they were able to catch up with the others. After some time, the guys returned to the city. They went into the building, where Kosuke was greeted and congratulated on his return. The guy greeted them back and said that he was back. Kosuke walked in with Kyubi. The boy waved and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Kyubi simply apologized for disturbing him. Era silently looked at the guy with a smile, and the girls nearby began to call Kosuke by name and talk about how happy they were to see him. The girl asked the guy how long ago he had been back, to which Kosuke replied that he had been back recently. The guys were asked if Her Highness was with them. Kosuke told them that Sylphie and the others were currently in a meeting, and the demining team was still in the square. One of the girls went to make them some tea during the conversation. Kosuke looked at the girls and asked what had happened, and where Sykes was. The girls began to awkwardly look away after the guy's question. The girls began to tell Kosuke that Sykes was a little out of his mind. At that moment, he was lying on the bed in the room. Sykes lay unconscious, his arms chained to the bed. The man next to him said that he had prescribed him some medicine, so he would be fine. Kosuke folded his hands together and thanked the man. Kyubi said something about how the girls weren't very merciful to him. After some time, the tea was ready. The guy said that he was not sure, because using the communication device would not be as easy as it seemed. He understood that in order to transmit the signal, he must use magical energy. The boys listened to Kosuke, who said that the problem was that he couldn't use it without magical power. Ara replied that he was an exception to the rule. Kosuke agreed and said that they should be prepared for the fact that they wouldn't be able to supply magical energy to the device anyway. A girl said something about how she thought it wouldn't be hard. One of the girls said something about how they would free up some space inside. A third girl thought about how they would just redo the outlines. Another girl suggested putting stones in the freed space to store magic. QB asked the girls how they could do everything so easily even without blueprints. The girl replied that they had almost everything ready. They didn't have any blueprints. Kosuke looked at them and said something about how it was just an extra hassle because it would need to be registered and duplicated. Kyubi fell silent after these words, because he thought that he would look like a fool in comparison to them. Cusco suddenly asked the girls what they were doing, to which they replied that they would tell him now. After that, they all went outside, where one of the girls showed the guy the magic wave repeaters. She began to tell the guy that these were various devices that worked on the power of magic, such as, for example, magic weapons, magic swords, magic spheres, which are the endpoints of magic power. Kosuke replied that he knew what magic wave repeaters and golem power were, but he hadn't heard about the rest. The girl showed him the weapon and told him that it was a prototype of a magical weapon. It was created on the basis of a rifle. The girl continued the story saying that, in truth, due to durability issues, it has a front-loading cartridge. Another girl added words about the firing mechanism being a combination of fire and wind magic. Now the girls were experimenting with the types of these combinations. After the girl's story, the boy picked up the magic weapon and tried to aim it. He said that he was impressed that the girls had developed their own magic weapon. Kyubi agreed with the boy, and the girl nodded contentedly. Kosuke turned towards Ara and asked what kind of magic sword and magic sphere this was. Ara replied that the magic sword was a sword with magical effects on the blade, and the sphere was for mining magic crystals. She told the boy that she was working on both at home base. The boy smiled and said that he hoped they would see these developments at the advanced fortress. Kosuke thought that it would be interesting to know about the reward for the achievement, Illusory Blacksmith. The girl looked at Kosuke and asked if he had any new projects in development, to which he replied in the affirmative. Kosuke replied to the girl by saying that he was thinking about making miso soup and soy sauce. He also added that they already had stockpiles of ammunition and other life-saving items, so he was currently concentrating on developing new products. After his words, there was an awkward silence, because no one understood anything. The girl asked about miso soup and soy sauce. Kyubi added that he couldn't even imagine what it was. Kosuke explained that he was just trying to cook something new. He suddenly thought about it when he remembered the menu screen. He said something about how he wasn't sure he had all the ingredients, but he still didn't see miso soup or soy sauce on the menu. After that, the guys went to the cooking vats. The girls were surprised by the large volume. The guy replied that he didn't think they would be that big either. The guy was asked what he was cooking now. Miso soup or soy sauce. A paper box appeared in Kosuke's hands, and he replied that they cannot make these two dishes yet. But there were two others instead. The guy started pouring liquid into glasses, and the girls watched his actions attentively. They asked what it was. Kosuke answered the question by saying that it was soy flour and soy milk. He said that it was a powder of soybeans, both solid and liquid. Both were very nutritious. The girl looked at the bowl and said that soy flour can be used for many different purposes, and soy milk, although a little green, is very healthy. It sounded very appetizing to the girl. Kosuke frowned and wondered why he couldn't make what he wanted. He assumed that the workbench wasn't compatible with these dishes, or maybe something was missing. The guy was thinking that the beans should first be boiled or steamed, then fermented and aged in barrels. After these thoughts, the guy suddenly had an idea. He said that perhaps the barrel would be a workbench. He suddenly exclaimed that this was it. He said words about how he needed 10 more pieces of wood and he would cope with everything. The guy told the confused girls with a smile that they might have 2 more dishes today. After some time, there were 2 fermentation barrels on the floor. The guy was finally able to create them. The guy said that both were universal seasonings in cooking in the world where he comes from. The girls began to taste and smell the new product. Kosuke added 200 grams of beans to the 20-kilogram barrel. He thought that the law of conservation of mass clearly does not work in this world. Suddenly, Ira came up to the guy. The girl asked the guy how he does it. Kosuke replied that both are made by steaming soybeans, making a paste out of them, adding koji, salt, and then fermenting. Another girl asked about fermentation. She suggested that it was like brewing, which meant that they could make a strong Japanese drink with it. The guy thought about it after hearing these words. A list of products appeared on the screen, which consisted of rice and various strong drinks of various types of fermentation. Kosuke turned to the girls standing nearby with a smile and said that it seemed to be working. The girls were amazed that the guy had actually succeeded. The girls began to hurry Kosuke. He told them to wait because he wanted to make a lot of miso soup and soy sauce now. At this time, the ladies discussed a strong Japanese drink from Kosuke's world. The guy said that if they installed more cooking vats, they would not have enough space in the workshop to work. One of the girls looked at Kosuke and suggested him the idea of using the end of the central square, which surprised the guy greatly. After the girl's unexpected proposal, Kosuke suddenly looked away and fell into deep thought. He turned to the girls with a wide smile and said that he agreed with this. The girls screamed joyfully. By this time, the sun was slowly setting behind the horizon. A large number of people had gathered in the square. The girl announced that she had brought grapes and barley, for which she was thanked. Kosuke spoke the words that it was okay to continue. He looked at the food menu in front of him and pressed one of the buttons. After a while, the guy sighed loudly and said he was done. The girl behind him asked how long it would take to cook. The boy answered her with a smile that it was about 8 minutes. Ara, who was standing next to Kosuke, became gloomy after the boy's answer. She thought that this was absurd. After some time, Kosuke lifted the barrel onto the table and said that everything was ready. The girls gathered around him and began to watch carefully as the guy opened the tap of the barrel. Kosuke laid the barrel on its side and opened a small tap. Liquid flowed out of it straight into the glass. The guy, holding a glass of drink in his hands, turned to the girls and said that there were too many people in this place. All the people who had gathered were shouting the name of the drink. Kosuke said with a big smile that he would bring them all a mug. He asked them to give him a minute. He thought that this was just a sample of what had come out. In a large room, a large number of barrels of drink stood in a row, and people gathered nearby. The guy began pouring the drink into mugs and passing them to the guests one by one, who accepted the treat with smiles. Kosuke looked at the girl next to him, and with a smile said something about how good it was that everyone got what they needed. After all the guests had received a mug of drink, they clinked their mugs together with a joyful cry. Kosuke began to actively drink the new drink. He finished it off and said that it was a great drink. The girl next to him exclaimed that it was very tasty. Are said that it had an unusual taste. While the guests were having fun and drinking the drink prepared by Kosuke, someone began to approach from the side. Sylphie and Leonard returned, standing and looking at what was happening in shock. The girl asked what all the noise was about. One of the guests approached Her Highness and replied that Kosuke was distributing a new drink to the guests. Sylphie and Leonard were puzzled by this answer. They asked again about the guy. After that, the girl went and got a mug with a drink. She began to drink it actively, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Sylphie finished her drink and sighed happily. Leonard was also standing next to her, drinking his drink. After that, the girl looked at Kosuke with a smile and said that she had never drunk anything like this before, but the drink was very good. Leonard licked his lips and agreed, saying that Kosuke's drink was excellent. He said that the cheap drinks from the local dive bars were like horse piss compared to it. Leonard continued to drink his drink, and Kosuke, very confused by this answer, thought about what he had said, as if he had cut it off. The girls approached them and asked Her Highness and Mr. Leonard if they had decided to try the drink too. Leonard answered affirmatively with a wide smile, saying that Kosuke had prepared a great drink for them all. He told the girls to join them. Sylphie agreed with a smile and told him to invite everyone and they would drink together. The girl thought that they would use everything they had. Kosuke leaned on the barrels and asked the girl if she was sure about her offer. Afterwards, more people gathered in the square to drink the drink. They began to shout wishes for glory and health for the princess. Some of the guests picked up whole barrels and started drinking from them. The guy wiped his mouth and said that he hadn't drunk from a barrel for a long time. The girls also happily drank the drink, holding mugs in their hands with flushed faces. They also had not drunk the drink for a long time. The boys were also joined by all the harpies, who gathered together and began to sing songs. A girl came up to Kosuke and called him by name. She asked him if he wanted to have a drink with them. Sylphie stood in front of the boy with a red face and a glass in her hands, which she handed to Kosuke. She told him to drink it already. The guy thought that the girl was no longer able to think clearly. He awkwardly refused, saying that he had to make sure that everyone got a drink. Suddenly, someone squeezed between the guys. It was Ira, who sat down next to the barrels. She began repeating the words about uniform fermentation. while another girl stirred the drink. Kosuke was shocked by such behavior of the girls. Ira looked at the guy and said that such uniform fermentation could not be the same in all barrels. She repeated that it definitely could not. Kosuke told the girl that the accuracy of fermentation could only be determined by looking at her. Kosuke turned back to the boys, who were having fun, while two girls sat behind him, watching the fermentation in the barrels and drinking. The boy thought they were getting carried away. He was glad he didn't like drinking. He thought that he seemed in danger of being forced to drink himself to death, so he shouldn't show off. Suddenly, someone exclaimed a question about what was going on. Danon appeared in front of the guy and called out to the guy. He greeted him again in response. Danon asked the boy what kind of feast this was. There were a lot of barrels and mugs around. Not far from them stood Her Highness, surrounded by other girls. They laughed and had fun while they drank. Danon looked at what was happening in front of him in shock and remained silent. Suddenly, his name was called. Kosuke closed his eyes and with a slight smile handed the man a mug of drink and told him to drink it. The guy thought that the girl would be angry at Danon for breaking discipline, but she was already too relaxed, so everything was fine. Danon took the mug of drink that the boy handed him and looked at it carefully. After that, he started drinking the drink. He finished it and handed the mug back. He asked for another one. Kosuke smiled and handed a new mug of drink to Danon, telling him to take it. Kosuke sat next to the man and thought about how they could put off all their business until tomorrow. But it was already deep night outside. After some time, the sun rose over the city and the next day arrived. In the large room, there were a large number of people lying asleep. Some were covered, and some were just lying there. At the same time, in another room, someone was sleeping on a bed. In the same room, there was Kosuke, who was looking at something. On the bed in the room, Her Highness Sylphie was sleeping, covered with a light blanket. Kosuke, who was standing behind the screen near the bed, said words that it looked like the job was done. The boy took a small sword in his hand and said with a smile how great it was to have a weapon made especially for him. He looked at the weapon carefully and said it was a beautiful blade. It was a beautiful mithril blade, which Kusu decided to name. The next moment, the boy shuddered violently and cried out in fear. A girl stood in front of him. Kosuke said words about the girl appearing so unexpectedly. Ira looked at the guy and, taking off her hood, replied that she had come to talk to Her Highness. Kosuke and Ara turned to look at Sylphie. The guy said that the girl was pretty drunk, so she was still sleeping. Suddenly, Ira started to say something. As she spoke, she grabbed the guy's hand with hers, telling him to go with her. Kosuke looked at the girl who was dragging the guy somewhere with bewilderment. She looked at him and asked what happened. A few moments later, Kosuke lay there with a confused expression on his face. He asked what all this meant. The boy was lying on Ara's legs, who told him that she had told the boy that she would spoil him when she returned. Kosuke replied that he understood, and then asked how the girl was doing. The girl, with a slightly red face, replied that everything was fine. She was just a little embarrassed. However, she was very pleased to see Kosuke's face. While the girl stroked the guy's head, he replied that he had no doubt that it was so. He lay with his eyes closed, completely relaxed. The boy thought that he also liked this feeling when such a tender and sweet little girl spoiled him. He thought that this is the very feeling that one experiences in such cases. Suddenly, Sylphie came out to the boys, throwing a blanket over her body. She said words about the girl being here. Sylphie, wearing only a blanket, looked at the boys and said something about the boy looking tense. She asked what happened. Kosuke smiled awkwardly and tried to brush it off, saying that nothing happened while Ara was looking at the girl. After hearing the guy's words, Sylphie looked closely at Kosuke, who smiled awkwardly and began to sweat. After that, Sylphie walked over and sat down on the sofa in front of the guys and patted the place next to her. The guy couldn't understand what kind of scene this was. The boys moved to Her Highness on a small sofa. The guy thought about how the air was getting heavy, and Sylphie was calmly drinking her drink. Kosuke felt very uncomfortable. He was mentally screaming for Sykes to help him. The guy didn't know what he should do in this situation. At that moment, Sylphie spoke up. She said that it seemed like it was time to talk about it. The guy looked at the girl in confusion and asked if he could find out the subject of the conversation. Ara calmly closed her eye and said the words that they needed to talk about how they would divide Kosuke. The guy looked at the calm girl next to him in shock and asked what the word divide meant. Kosuke was shocked. He thought that the girls were going to split him in half. Sylphie confirmed the words, saying that she would take the left half. Ara added that she would then take the right. Kosuke turned to Sylvie with a nervous expression and asked that they were probably joking. Sylvie replied that, of course they were joking. She asked him that he really thought that they would start fighting. Ara added that yesterday she had seen how Her Majesty decided matters. Sylvie looked at the boys, saying that while the sun was shining, Kosuke had Era, and after it rose, Sylvie had priority. She asked Era if she agreed. The girl frowned in displeasure and replied that it was unfair because she would also like to sleep with Kosuke. The three of them were sitting on the couch. The girl asked how about doing it in turns, that is, alternating days. Ira agreed. Sylvie turned to Kosuke and asked him if he had any objections. Ara added that his opinion was important to them. At that moment, the guy looked from one girl to the other in confusion. He hesitated a little after their question. Kosuke replied with an awkward expression that it would be better if they got along like sisters. Sylvie looked at Ara and said that she would then ask the girl to stop calling Sylvie Her Highness. Ara sheepishly responded with agreement. Sylvie then began to throw off her blanket, saying that it was a bit awkward. She asked Ara if she felt the same way, to which Ara replied that she did. Ara added words about how everything was fine, calling Sylvie by name. The princess rose from the couch and put her hands on Kosuke's shoulders, saying that she had always wanted to have a younger sister. She said that it had come true, but in a way that she had not even expected. Kosuke, under such pressure, said words about the girl waiting a little. At that moment, Irea also took off her jacket. Ira stood up to take off her pants. The guy was asking if they were in too much of a hurry. He asked about meeting this afternoon. The girl answered that, sooner or later, this relationship had to start. Ara stood next to Sylvie, holding a small container. She said that she had prepared and had some pills. The boy exclaimed a question about what they were for. The girls approached the boy. Sylvie said that she would show the girl his weaknesses, while the boy shouted that she shouldn't show them. Arat told Sylvie that she was listening carefully, and the boy shouted that she shouldn't listen. The girls told Kosuke to be quiet and just enjoy. The boy screamed at the girls to wait. He begged them to spare him. After some time, they went to the command of the forward fleet, where people were already gathering. The door to the large conference room opened, and Sylvie entered. In the room, someone was talking about how the situation was. Kosuke also entered the conference room with Ara in his arms. The girl said that today was a hard day, so she couldn't even stand on her feet. Kosuke added that this was the reason he was carrying her. The guy apologized to Danon for not seeing him since yesterday. Danon said he was fine. He told them to take their seats. Danon stood in front of the large table and, clearing his throat, began to speak. He said that since they were all here, he would like to suggest a change in their main plans for the day. Everyone present was shocked by this proposal. They could not understand what it meant to change plans. Leonard asked what exactly Danon meant by changing the basic plans. The man calmly closed his eyes and responded with words about what he was proposing. Danon asked seriously what they thought about changing their peace plan to an aggressive attack and capture of forts on the border of the region. The man looked resolutely at the assembled people, who fell silent at his words and simply looked at him. Having gathered for a meeting, the boy said that according to Kosuke's plan, the Sacred Royal Army had received a strong blow. The military forces in the fort located in the Great Smith Desert had also, in their opinion, been exhausted. Most likely, the situation there was such that it was impossible to even obtain information. Danon stood by the map, pointing at certain areas with his finger. He said that because of what he had said earlier, it would now be impossible for them to retake the fort. The man was completely focused on what he was saying. At this time, the guys were sitting nearby and listening attentively to what the man was saying. They were all focused and somewhat tense at this moment. Suddenly, Kosuke thought deeply, realizing that their original plan was to hide in the fort and save their strength, help the various villages nearby, and increase the number of workers. The boy put his hand on his chin, thinking hard. He looked at the other participants in the meeting, who were no less collected, and thought that the reason was the lack of strength to control the territory conquered from the enemy. However, they could not deny that they were able to take care of a much larger number than they had previously expected. If we compare it to 300, now it was 4 times more. Suddenly, someone broke the heavy silence by asking how many they could mobilize. It was Sylvie who asked, her hands clasped together with a stern expression, and she looked at Danon, waiting for his answer. The man quietly said that if they looked at it right now, it would come to about 200. But if they had at least another week, they could add another 200 to that. He said that, judging by the data, out of the 6,500 that were in the three forts, 5,500 left, which means that about 1,000 remained there. He also said that in one fort there are about 400. Sylphie thought about it and asked if that was not the case. The man said that he did not think that the ones left there could be dealt with as easily as the others had been dealt with earlier. He said that he assumed that Kosuke's weapons would help them, especially the bombs, since they could defeat many enemies quite quickly. Sylphie interrupted Danon, loudly asking the man if the plan was to have Kosuke go ahead of the army. She asked if that was the case. At this point, the girl looked angry that she hadn't even heard yet. Danon started to get nervous. He looked at Sylphie and quietly said that it was true and she was right. The girl clenched her hands tightly, and an ominous aura appeared around her. Sylphie asked if Danon thought she would let Kosuke take the lead. The room went silent, and the boys couldn't help but notice how much pressure was being put on them all. Kosuke looked at Sylphie with an awkward smile, thinking that it was quite obvious and understandable that she was worried about him, but what really bothered him was that she was ready to just go and shoot them all right now. Danon closed his eyes and said that he didn't think Sylphie would allow it so easily. He then took a slight pause, after which he loudly exclaimed that despite her wishes, it was a necessity in the war. Sylphie fell silent. The girl looked at Danon with a displeased expression, realizing that she had nothing to say to his words. After a moment of complete silence, Leonard said that they agreed. Sylphie immediately looked at the Lord with displeasure, who in turn closed his eyes, pretending not to notice this look. Kosuke just silently thought that Danon and Leonard were really good for being able to react so calmly to Sylphie's anger. He took a deep breath, trying to release the tension of the whole situation. Leonard firmly stated that without this, they would not be able to turn the tide in their favor, and if they wanted to win, they would have to use explosive devices until the enemies took countermeasures. After his words, the room fell into an oppressive silence once again. With a voice full of dissatisfaction, Sylphie said that she understood it. She had to accept the state of affairs. Noticing that Sylphie had calmed down, Kosuke sighed deeply as it was a little safer. Sylphie turned to Ara and asked what she thought about it. Ara thought about it, then said that such a countermeasure would be difficult to implement. She said that if high-level defensive magic is used, it is a possible turn of events, but she does not think that the Holy Royal Army has such magic. She also said that it is simply unrealistic for magic weapons to be given to absolutely everyone. Era calmly said that she would be better able not to defend herself, but on the contrary, to attack in response. And if you use air magic, then everything becomes possible. The harpies listening to Ara were amazed and turned pale from her words. Sylphie listened attentively to the girl. When Araya finished, Sylphie asked how much time exactly was needed for the countermeasure. Araya calmly said that it would take quite a long time to create new magic, and it would be at least a year. The guys asked, what about the crossbow, because it can also be used. Iris said that it can be protected from it with magic, but a rifle with a longitudinally sliding bolt, but a thief cannot. After that, the room became silent again. Everyone silently looked towards Ara and Sylphie, waiting for their next words or actions. After a moment of silence, Sylphie said that they had the possibility of a countermeasure, and that there was nothing they could do about it, but she also had other words. She firmly said that if Kosuke forward, she would go with him, and she was not going to take no for an answer. The girl was absolutely serious when she said this. Danon was genuinely shocked by what the princess said. He froze, looking at her after these words. Sylphie looked at Kosuke and smiled, saying that their meanings were, so to speak, the same. She also said that if one of them died, things would not go any further. Kosuke silently looked at the girl, listening to her words. After that, Sylphie walked a few steps, causing Kosuke to remain behind her. The girl said that it would naturally be safer to cover each other's backs. Then she asked what Kosuke himself thought about it. She sat down on the chair and smirked smugly, asking if they seriously thought she was that easy to kill. The girl looked at them slyly and asked Danon at what point in his eyes she became just a weak princess. After saying this, the man bowed deeply and apologized to Sylphie for causing such a misunderstanding. All eyes in the room were focused on him at that moment. At the end of this meeting, the guys decided that it was time for them to decide in more detail. They decided to go on the offensive. After the meeting, they reported to the headquarters. Zamil and 300 students who had completed their crossbow training set out from headquarters the next morning. And in the meantime, during these 4 days, The guys had to prepare food and clothes. And so the deep night of the new day came. At the entrance to the building, the guys said goodbye, saying that they would meet tomorrow. They all wished each other good night. With a loud sigh, Kosuke opened the door to the room and said that tomorrow he would have to dig all day. He noticed many girls in the room. Pranay greeted Kosuke with a smile. Following her, many of the other two also greeted him, happy that their master had returned. Araya smiled softly and agreed with them. Kosuke was confused and asked what was going on there. Kosuke entered the room and Sylphie, who was sitting at the head of the table, said the words that the guy should have said that he came. Kosuke apologized to the girl. He took off his outerwear, announcing that he had arrived. The guy asked what was going on while the girl next to him was talking about taking his clothes. Sylphie replied to the boy contentedly that she wanted to establish a relationship with him before they went to the battlefield. Kosuke blushed slightly and told the girl that it was very honest of her. Sylphie closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it was unknown when they would die. These words of the girl greatly surprised Kosuke, who frowned slightly and looked at the girl. The girls next to them started talking with smiles about how people didn't like them anyway. They said that if they were captured, it would be better if they were killed right away. After these words, Kosuke thought that this was a real battle where killings would take place. The boy called Sylphie by name. The girl raised her head and said that it didn't matter to her how many. 2, 3, 4, 5. Kosuke told the girl that he didn't think there was a difference. Sylphie frowned slightly, calling the guy a bore. Afterwards, Kosuke tried to say something else. He approached the girl and asked her if they had done anything while he was sleeping. He clarified that he was talking about the moment when he went to save the inhabitants of the mines. The girl closed her eyes, answering in the affirmative. Sylphie looked away and blushed slightly. She said it was because everyone was curious. The girl said that the guy was sleeping so deeply that they tried everything. Kosuke asked in shock what they did to him. The girl replied that she had simply become a teaching material for a while. Kosuke exclaimed, asking what kind of teaching she was talking about. At that moment, Ara announced that dinner was ready. Sylphie suggested that they go eat, causing the boy to exclaim that she should not change the subject. The girl simply told him to sit down too. After that, the guy came up to the table with displeasure and asked what it was. The girl told him that it was their legendary food, and it was very healthy. Kosuke scooped up some food with a spoon, saying that the eggs were like porridge, but he would try them anyway. One of the girls asked him how the food was. Kosuke replied that it was sweeter than corn soup, but not so sweet that it was sweet. He said it was quite tasty. So the girl next to him exclaimed happily. They were glad that the food was to their taste. One of the girls said with a joyful smile that it was not in vain that they carried them. Kosuke asked her in shock what she meant. He couldn't believe they were carrying eggs. Sylphie laughed and said that they were Piran eggs, which left the guy at the table, shocked. Kosuke frowned, and the girls nearby started talking about how there was nothing and they needed to use them. They added that they certainly don't eat eggs and chickens. The guy awkwardly agreed. It turned out that he spent the night with all of them. And the next day, many people gathered in the square. Support came from the headquarters. Sylphie asked Milty why she was in this place, since she had not been told that she would be there. The girl replied that there were 10 others who were working with her. She assumed that they would be needed in the battle. Milty suddenly added that she noticed that the boys were getting along. At that moment, the girls who were standing next to Kosuke began to run away, leaving only Sylphie and Ara. The girl looked at them and asked with a smile if maybe they would take her with them. Sylphie responded to this question sternly, that it was impossible. Kosuke uncomfortably wondered if the girl's attitude towards Melty was too categorical. The girl herself displeasedly called Sylphie evil. After that, she opened her arms wide and smiled, saying that she wanted to get along with Kosuke. She said that if anything happened, Mommy would calm him down. After hearing the girl's words, Kosuke happily waved his hands, calling Melty Mommy. Sylphie and Aaron next to him were shocked by such a reaction. The girls quickly began to beat the guy furiously, telling him not to get involved in this, cursing at him with various words. After that, Sylphie said that they had no time to play. She said that they would prepare for the next day. Thus, leaving the fighting behind, they set off. The guys who were in the square grabbed Kosuke, saying that they wanted him to stay with them. They asked him not to leave them, and someone wished him luck. The guy was struggling, saying that at this rate the guys would be late. The soldiers lined up in front of the city. Their plan was to build a new fort further than before. There were a large number of people standing next to Sylphie who never left for a day. She said that it was a nightmare ability for an enemy, and Kosuke agreed. They decided to target the easternmost fort and surround it early in the morning to cut off communications. It was deep night outside. Someone said that he was reporting that everything was ready in the northern part. Danon replied that all the soldiers were in their places and waiting for orders. The man replied that they did not have everyone in the southern part yet, but they would begin to act according to the plan at dawn. Sylphie, who was standing with Kosuke, told Kyubi to stop. The boy came running, saying that he was reporting. Yugubi reported that all forces were in place. Sylphie thanked him for the report and then asked if he had heard that they were also ready. The radio sent a reply that the information had been received, followed by words wishing them luck. Kosuke looked at the girl with a smile. The guys were ready. They had discussed the plan several times, and everyone was highly motivated. In the northern part, there was Danon's unit with 100 regular soldiers, 150 crossbow soldiers, and a magic unit with a hider consisting of 10 people. In the southern part, there were 150 crossbow soldiers, 100 former adventurers, 15 harpies, and 5 musketeers. By this time, everyone was already in their places. Sylphie turned to Kosuke and said that the plan would be successfully carried out. She asked if the guy was okay, to which he replied that he was. He was surprisingly calm, although he didn't know when it would all start. The girl understood his answer. After some time, the first rays of the sun appeared. Dawn had come, so it was time for them to go. Sylphie and her party set out. Everyone was ready for battle. The girl raised her sword and exclaimed that they were going where the crossbow bolts could reach. At the entrance to the large headquarters, a large crowd of people had gathered, covering themselves with wooden shields, while blades from long-range weapons protruded from these small structures. At the same time, the soldiers who were on the walls of the fort were shooting with all their might at the enemies who surrounded them. They also rang the bell to call for reinforcements. Sylphie stood in front of the entire army and drew her long sword, then summed up and said that after 50 steps they should attack. Then she added that they would soon be approaching the enemy, so it was important for the army to be careful. At this time, it was relatively quiet inside the fort. In a large building which was located in the very center, there was an important person. The man walked out of the building quickly, adjusting his military suit. He asked what had happened and if those beasts were rampaging outside again. The warrior confirmed this and said that they were attacking right now. The warrior looked away and said that there were about 300 soldiers at the southern gate, but there were other details. The man put on his helmet and told the boy to tell him all the details. The warrior quickly and briskly agreed and began to carry out the order. The warrior said that right now the situation has changed a little, and the enemies are carefully preparing for the attack because they are going to start with spears. Hearing this, the man froze while his gaze darkened. He asked the warrior if he remembered what happened 10 days ago. The guy asked if his commander was talking about the same explosion that thundered not so long ago. The man confirmed these words. He said that perhaps this was the 1,000 that remained. He added that the survivors said that their enemies blew up that fort. He shouted loudly for the warrior to tell everyone not to relax, because it was possible that there were elves among them. The boy quickly agreed and was going to go there, saying that he would immediately inform the army about everything. Immediately after that, they quickly ran to the walls. At that moment, another warrior ran up to the man and quickly reported that they were being attacked from the north. He said that about 300 people were coming from that direction. Hearing this, the man and the warrior immediately froze, because they did not expect such information at all. The man quickly ordered to send experts to the east and west, also not forgetting about the center of the fort. He said that it was one pair of 2. The soldiers agreed and immediately ran, trying to prepare for whatever was coming next. At this time, Kosuke and a small group of people were standing in the forest. The girl with the ears smiled and said that there were sounds of explosions, which meant that everything went according to plan. Kosuke sighed and agreed with her. Everything was going as they wanted. Gerda touched the ground, then waited for a while and said that she did not feel any vibrations around her. Kosuke smiled and said that this was great. He thought that Gerda was the same way and they read everything very well. After that, the boy turned to Perna and Torch, saying that it was now their turn. The harpy immediately agreed, ready for this order. With his feet, he grabbed the neat devices. They reported that they were always ready. after which Kosuke told them to be as careful as possible. They flapped their wings, ready to go. The next moment they took off into the sky, while everyone else silently watched as several harpy figures disappeared into the sky. They were all flying pretty fast, preparing to attack. When they got close enough to see something, they decided to check the target. The young harpy turned to Purna and informed her that there was a commander near the center of the garden. She explained this by the fact that he was wearing a red robe and a golden helmet on his head. Purna smiled and praised Torch for finding the commander. After that, the harpies changed their direction, and Purna loudly announced that they were changing their target to the barracks. Everyone accepted the order and headed there after her. When they got close enough to attack, Purna gave the order for them to drop down to attack. At the last moment, one of the warriors pointed a finger at the harpies, and so the commander only had time to look in that direction. He quickly raised his head, but they were already too close. A loud explosion thundered in the very center of the fort, after which the harpies again gained altitude and flew on. At the same time, several warriors were in the forest. They sat on horses as fast as they could. They wondered if these were the same magical enemies who had destroyed almost everything. They could look back out of the corner of their eye, sincerely not understanding how they were able to do it like that. Suddenly the horses stopped obeying the warriors. They panicked and started spinning around until they simply fell to the ground while the warriors tried to figure out what was going on. The horses fell to the ground with a loud crash, and the men themselves fell down after them. The warriors quickly rose, touching their wounds and writhing in pain. At this time, someone deftly approached them from behind with a weapon. The girls quickly got rid of the warriors one after another with their hands, until everyone simply died. After all the humans were killed, the girls looked at each other, nodding. The harpies were flying over the fort at this time. Purna told the other girl that she trusted her with the southern gate, to which the harpy quickly agreed. There was a loud roar in the forest. The boys looked around, after which the girl with the ears said that it had just been the second squad's attack. At that moment, they heard a voice coming from their communication bag, establishing contact with them. Sylphie quickly reported over the radio that the enemy resistance had ceased, and so entry was free. After a short report, she asked how the others were doing. Dana reported that they were doing the same, and then asked if they should enter. Sophie agreed and said that now would be the last blow, after which they could go in. Danon calmly said that he accepted her words. At this time, Gerda quietly said that the result would be visible soon. The girl with the ears smiled and agreed, while Kosuke silently looked at the reptile. By this time, several harpies were flying behind the boys and were already quite close. A few moments later, Purna landed on the ground, quickly reporting that she had returned, and fortunately, everything had gone well. Kosuke agreed with her, and then thanked her for her good work. Several other harpies landed, then loudly exclaimed that they had defeated all the enemies. They all began to press themselves against Kosuke from all sides, begging the boy for praise for their work. The boy smiled awkwardly, then praised the harpies for their victory. Suddenly, voices began to be heard on the radio again. Someone asked Kosuke with interference if he was there. After a moment of silence, the person on the other side said that Ara's group was on the line. The girl informed the others that they had successfully met the princess. Hearing this, Kosuke and the others smiled happily. The boy said that he understood, and then added that they would set off immediately. The explosions and sounds of war continued for quite a long time during the day, and eventually it all ended at noon that same day. Kosuke, pale as a white sheet, sat on the ground, trying to hold back something inside of him. Suddenly, he couldn't hold on any longer, and because of that, he spat out the rest of his breakfast with a loud sound. The guys just stood silently next to him, understanding the guy and his feelings. Danon sighed, then quietly said that this sight would be difficult for anyone who was not used to it. Sylphie agreed, then said that with a normal weapon, this would never happen. Afterwards, she said that one could have been more careful with magic, when suddenly Ira, who was standing next to her, interrupted the princess and said that the bombs were the cause of such a terrible picture. Destroyed buildings, with fresh bodies of dead soldiers lying next to them. The boys walked around the area, collecting the remains of the enemy troops in a large pit. They said that they thought they saw confidence in Goa's expression. Kosuke was holding on very hard. He leaned his hand on the wall while other bits of food that were still in his system were being thrown out of his stomach. He thought that his tongue was below the baseboard. The guy turned even paler and said that things were bad, damn bad. He also couldn't deny how terrible the smell of burning bodies was, which had already spread throughout the fort they had captured. His voice shook violently as he spoke about it. Combined with the other smells, it really hit Kosuke so hard that he couldn't hold back. After another necessary breath, he leaned against the wall again and spat out something else. A worried Perna was next to him at the time, trying to support the boy. She patted him on the back, standing very close. At the same time, Ara, Sylphie, and Danan stood a little further away, sympathetically watching how bad Kosuke was feeling. Suddenly, one of the guys approached the guys and said that a report had appeared, according to which they had already completed the survey of the fort. He said that in the end, only 20 enemies survived, who had already been gathered in one place. All of their hands were tied, and around them were many people who supported the princess's revolution. A small girl, who turned out to be Melty, entered the large room. The girl noticed that the warehouse was almost intact, which is why the weapons and food were untouched. Once in the warehouse, the girl was very happy to notice such a useful find in wartime. Afterwards, several guys also added that they were able to get rid of 4 soldiers who were trying to escape from there. Sylphie thought deeply after hearing this. She quickly realized that they were trying to report this to the other forts. Danon looked at the princess and said that he really wanted to believe that there were only 4 of them. Sylphie agreed with his words while Ara listened silently. After this conversation, Sylphie turned to one of the soldiers and told him to carefully inspect the fort from the inside once again, because if even one enemy remained there, it would be very problematic. The guy quickly agreed and immediately went to carry out the task given to him. Suddenly, someone called out loudly to Sylphie, causing her to be a little surprised. She and everyone around her immediately looked up. At that moment, someone was standing on the roof of a tall building. The boys saw that 3 girls from their army were there. One of them waved her hand, calling for attention, while the other 2 were carefully setting up an object on top. They quickly waved their hand, after which the object spun a little. Sylphie looked up in shock, not even knowing what to say. On top of that building, the girls unfurled a large flag that belonged to their revolution. At the very moment when the wind began to flutter the object in the wind, the boys smiled broadly, and shouts of honor of this great victory could be heard throughout the fort. The people raised their hands, rejoicing and shouting because this was their victory. Kosuke finally felt a little better, and so he slowly approached Sylphie and said that he was overwhelmed with emotions. The princess immediately looked at the boy in some confusion. Ara also looked at the boy along with her. The girl looked at Kosuke and asked worriedly if he was okay. Kosuke smiled and wiped his face, then said that he felt better because he could hear those cries of joy that belonged to his people. After that, the boys lowered another flag from the building, which was more visible, and it was a little bigger. Sylphie smiled proudly, looking at the trophy of their thoughtful victory. Kosuke also couldn't contain the joy on his face. After that, Sylphie raised her hand and created a small light which made her voice louder. The girl summed up and then told the others to listen carefully. She addressed everyone in the fort. Sylphie said loudly that there were casualties in this battle, and that she wanted to emphasize the strength of everyone who was there. The boys listened attentively to everyone who was there. The boys listened attentively to every word the princess said. Sylphie said that this was just the beginning, and they still had 2 more forts to go. All eyes from the fort were focused on the one person who was giving such an important speech. Sylphie put her hands on her hips and exclaimed that they would go to the next fort after dinner. Listening to the girl, the people were inspired. They raised their hands towards him, making a fist. A loud and joyful roar resounded throughout the fort. Sylphie announced that their next target was the fort located to the west. With a loud cry, everyone agreed with her. The fighting spirit of the people was raised, and so after they had slowly begun to repair the fort, the boys set off, leaving Vosha in place as the captain of 5 magicians and hundreds of shooters. They set out on a long journey, and after 2 days, after they had gone west from the fort, they stopped. Kosuke froze in place and gasped loudly in surprise, while Milty and Iris stood on either side of him, silently looking in the same direction. Right in front of them was a view of a huge meadow, the end of which could not be seen from the point where the boys were. During the battle, they usually passed through the meadow. Sylphie quickly looked at Kosuke and then asked if this was unusual. The boy smiled and said that it was, because the homeland of elves is always full of rocks. Ara, meanwhile, silently watched their dialogue, without interfering. After a short conversation, the boys walked at a good pace further along the meadow, lining up in a neat line. Along the way, Kosuke said that in the previous world, he also did not have the opportunity to see such beauty. Suddenly, the boys stopped, because they received information that there was a message. Kosuke and Sylphie immediately stopped, wanting to hear the new information, while Danon briefly glanced at the princess, waiting for her actions or words. Several harpies that were flying in the sky at that time transmitted information that they had successfully located the carts along the way, along with the guards. Hearing this, Danon immediately wondered if it was someone from the Holy Royal Army. The harpies looked closely and then said that it was most likely not so, and it looked like they were merchants. After hearing all the details of this information, Sylphie said that she accepted everything and then gave the order for the harpies to monitor these merchants and their route. After that, Sophie turned and addressed the rest of the people they were walking with on the meadow. She told them that they could rest for now. Hearing the princess's words, the children quickly agreed with her. Afterwards, Danon, Sylphie, Melty, and Kosuke gathered in a circle to discuss their next move. Danon asked what they would do, and whether they should attack those merchants. Sophie thought about it and said that they weren't bandits, so they shouldn't do that. At this point, Danon thought for a moment, then said that he had previously heard that this road was being watched by the bound royals, but unfortunately he did not know the reason. He looked at the others, waiting for their answer. Melty said that she thought it was after the incident where the transport force was defeated by Kosuke. The boy laughed awkwardly and said that it wasn't him, but the explosives. Melty sighed, then said that she thought nothing bad would happen. The Scion would go in peace. She closed her eyes and said that these people were simple merchants, and even more so, they would need to talk to them to learn anything useful. Danon tensed up even more and asked if they were really going to take and let these people go. Then, he asked if the guys really didn't think they could tell everything to people who had a higher rank and power. Melty stopped him and exclaimed that he should take them into consideration as well, because if the local merchants didn't like them, they would bring all sorts of troubles upon themselves. She asked if they were going to accidentally kill all the people in the kingdom of Marinat. After these words, Danon fell silent. Sophie sighed and said that she agreed with Melty, since they really needed to avoid various negative consequences. Danon sighed and agreed, saying that he couldn't go against their words. Melty smiled slyly and said that if they could still come to an agreement with them, they might even side with the revolution. She also added that they would at least be able to make some pretty good deals with those terms. The girl laughed slyly, which sent shivers down Kosuke's spine. He thought that she definitely had some ideas that she wasn't saying out loud. The boys agreed with the girl and came to the conclusion that they could definitely rely on her in this regard. Afterwards, Sophie turned to Danon and said that he should still stop these merchants. The man quickly agreed and went towards the guarded carriage. At this time, several carts were traveling along a narrow road that ran through an open meadow. They all went one after another, which made the road move quite slowly. Suddenly, a young man gently knocked on one of the carts and then told Miguel, who was driving this very cart, that the commander was calling for the man. The man looked out of the window a little anxiously and said that they had stopped, so he would go out now. At that moment, the young man hesitated a little, trying to tell what had actually happened there. He exclaimed loudly, telling what had actually happened on the road. At this time, several people were standing patiently on the road right in front of these carts, watching this conversation from the side. Sylphie, Ara, Kosuke, Danon, Melty, and another person whose face was hidden by a mask. The merchant told the others that he understood them, and then added that he would try to talk to them. He called the commander to him and said that he would also go with him to negotiate. Despite the merchant's expectations, as soon as they took a few steps away from their carts, they were immediately surrounded by crowds of people armed with various spears. The merchants immediately froze in place in fear of death. The man who was going to negotiate panicked and asked why this happened and if they had met a witch on their way. The merchant turned white. At this time, quite a large number of people hidden by cloaks were moving quickly in the grass in order to be closer to the carts of the other merchants. Sylphie sauntered forward and placed her hands at her sides, then calmly stated that they were not going to kill this man, and that it would only happen if they themselves began to resist them. The girl asked the poor merchants what exactly they would do. The man backed away, not knowing what to answer. At this time, all his guards were also trapped, so they simply stood behind him. After a while, they all gathered under a small tent, thanks to which they could hide from the scorching sun. The guys quickly explained that they were not robbers. They said that they were a liberation army that helps everyone and anyone who was subjugated by the Sacred Kingdom. Around the small tent stood many people who ensured the safety of the territory. Melty, who was sitting at the negotiating table, said that it was for this reason that it was not in their interests to kill those who were not involved in the army of the Holy Kingdom. The merchant sat silently opposite the girl and listened to everything she said. Melty also said that they were definitely not going to take away the merchant's goods. Watching this, Kosuke couldn't help but smile, thinking that it was difficult to navigate in such a situation, and this was due to the psychological stress level. Melty said that she just wanted the merchant to understand what she was trying to convey to him first. The man folded his hands awkwardly and stiffly at his waist and took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. The merchant exclaimed loudly, saying that the things they were carrying were heading to the fort. Melty smiled and said that was true, and they already knew the information about it. Afterwards, she also said that they had already captured that port, and so there was no point in bringing anything there. Hearing this, the merchants were genuinely amazed by what she said. They all, as one, looked at her with wide eyes of surprise. With a sweet smile on her face, Melty said that she understood that they might not believe her now, but later they would be able to see it all with their own eyes. The merchant only silently listened to every word that this charming girl said. Melty took a deep breath and said that they were more concerned about the cargo of these people right now. She said that, unfortunately, they didn't have much left of the Sacred Kingdom, and that's why she had a few words she wanted to say to these merchants. Melty carefully pulled out a small case. Then she opened it and quickly pulled out several small items on the table. She said that they had prepared for payment. On the table were small and neat jewelry from the forest elves. The merchant was very interested in this offer. He took a deep breath and quickly asked the girl if he could look at these items. Melty easily agreed and told the man that he could look at it. The other merchants behind him were just as surprised as he was. The man picked up the neat stone with his hand, covered with a small cloth so as not to damage the jewel in any way. With a slight smile, Melty said that the stone was good, and then asked the man if he agreed with her. Without taking his eyes off the jewel, the man agreed. But he was curious about how many stones there were. He looked at the table and asked if they were really only offering him 8. To this question, Melty simply smiled and said that it was so, and that was all the stones they could offer. The merchant immediately fell silent awkwardly, clearly dissatisfied with such a deal. He quickly turned his gaze to the left side of the table, where he was also quickly met with the menacing gaze of Danan, who was looking at the man with a thirst for blood. Feeling nervous, the man turned his gaze to the right side, where several girls were also looking at him, ready to attack and kill him at that very moment. Denying the possibility of escape, the man looked behind Melty, where Sophie stood, satisfied with this arrangement. The princess only smiled silently, looking at the floor. Looking at this situation, Kosuke felt uneasy, because they were simply forcing this man to agree to their terms. The merchant sighed resignedly, lowering his eyes to the floor. He reached for his head, then quietly said that he understood. He pulled off his small hat and held it in his hands. Disappointed by what had happened, the man simply asked the boys where he should take all of his things. Kosuke closed his eyes, thinking that all of this stuff needed to be carried to the battlefield. The boys said that they were heading to the Western Front, and that was where they would be going. Hearing this, someone loudly asked if this was true. Melty moved the stones on the table with quick movements of her hands, and then said that the tariffs were rapidly increasing. The man awkwardly wiped his sweat, noting what Melty had said. He laughed and said that he had completely failed as a trader because new information reached him so late. He asked the boys if they were in charge of the Western Front. In response to this, Melty only said that it was not so, and they would only start managing this place now. The merchant panicked after these words, causing his voice to tremble a little. But he quickly pulled himself together. He was about to say something, but Melty interrupted him and asked if they were with them. She smiled slyly and said that they shouldn't worry, because the guys would make sure that no one touched those merchants. The man turned pale with horror and wiped the sweat from his face again, unable to say a word. Suddenly, Melty stood up from her chair and asked if they were Pence's trading organization. The man was a little scared when Melty stood up. With a scary smile, Melty told the merchant that they were relying on them, so they should become rich together. The girl looked down at the merchant, holding a small case of jewelry in her hands. The man's fear of Melty caused him to shake violently, and he couldn't utter a single word. He just silently looked at the woman who scared him to the core. As he watched, Kosuke sighed, thinking that these words definitely meant that he couldn't just run away from them if he wanted to. When these difficult negotiations finally ended, Miguel took a deep breath, finally free from this pressure from Melty. The other merchants, noticing that Miguel had given up the ghost, immediately rushed to him. They tried to bring him to his senses, asking the man if he was okay. Noticing this, the guys only took a deep breath, after which they said that they would now call for help. And so 2 long days passed after this meeting. After careful preparation, the boys attacked the fort. The archers who stood on the watch wall began to shoot at the liberation group, but the latter used shields, which made it a waste of resources. Right in front of the army, there were several girls who used their magic to protect the army from enemy arrows, helping the boys maintain their numbers. Sylphie stepped forward, then raised her sword high above her head, and exclaimed that the enemy's arrows were of no use to them. After that, she said that it was their turn. She gave the order for the first wave of soldiers to move forward. Kosuke put his hands at his sides and said that it seemed like they were attacking openly today. He wanted to see it closer. One of the girls he was standing next to said that this time, except for the eastern side, there were cliffs everywhere, so it would be quite difficult for them to win. Melty looked at the boy mischievously and said that they should also show their strength. Then she looked at Miguel, who was standing behind with the rest of the merchants. Kosuke took a few steps and approached the harpies, saying that their exit had come. Hearing this, Perna agreed and quickly spread her wings to fly. They exclaimed that they were leaving. At this time, the entire fort was already burning, while the army was advancing. At the end of the protracted battle, Kosuke and Miguel were as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Both of them had great difficulty holding back the urge to vomit, which was caused by the terrible smell of war and death. Melty looked at these weak guys and asked if it was too much. Danon, Sylphie, and Ara were also standing very close and watching what was happening. Danon couldn't help but comment on this, saying that just a few days ago he saw a similar scene in another place. Melty looked at Miguel and said with a wide smile that no one wants such a fate, and then asked the man if he agreed with her. Michel slowly turned his gaze towards the people killed by this war, and then swallowed his own saliva, without answering the girl's question. Melty smiled again and said that Miguel shouldn't worry about it at all, because they weren't their enemies. With an angelic smile, she said that, of course, if the common people went against them, then they would have to deal with them too. After these words, Miguel shuddered in horror. Suddenly, Jagira approached the boys. The girl quickly exclaimed that it was an urgent matter. Sylphie, Era, and Danon immediately turned their gaze to the girl and asked what happened. The girl pointed behind her in a panic and said that they had casualties. She said that there was one enemy that they still couldn't defeat. She also said that 2 had already been killed. Hearing this, the boys' eyes widened in shock. They hadn't expected something like this to happen. At this time on the battlefield, another fighter was brutally killed, bleeding to death. One man, whose shield was covered in enemy arrows, stood right over this body, after which he exclaimed that this was already his 3rd enemy. Then he looked at the other people who were standing around him with weapons, and asked what was wrong, ordering these people to attack him. The man was extremely aggressive. The people of Liberation were afraid to approach him. They all held their spears high enough to pose a threat to the enemy, but they were unable to come any closer. The man covered his face with his shield, thinking that it would be good for him to kill at least one more enemy before he died after them. Suddenly, he noticed a figure approaching him very quickly. He sighed loudly, while Zamir pushed the soldiers around, ordering them to step aside. The reptile was walking towards the enemy with a sharp spear in its hands, clearly threatening him. Zamir quickly looked at the man, and at that very moment the enemy soldier realized that this was the end for him. He took a quick step forward, while Zamir quickly moved forward, making an extremely fast and agile dash. With a light swing of her weapon, she broke the man's sword, causing him to be very confused and ask how it happened. Zamir didn't answer him. She just swung her weapon again, making another dash forward. Quite deftly, she pierced the head of the troublesome soldier, after which it remained on Zamira's spear, and the man's body quickly and effortlessly fell to the ground. First it fell to its knees, and then it was completely on the ground. Zamir took a light breath, while someone quickly called her name from behind. Quite a few people had gathered in that place then. Arira and Kosuke arrived there a little later, while Sylphie stood in front of them. She loudly ordered the people, saying that they should check the area around this fort once more. This man had caused them quite a lot of trouble, so it wouldn't be a bad idea. The girl straightened her hand and told the people that they should be extremely careful when carrying out her order. Then she easily lowered her hand and said that they could disperse. And so the long day ended. After the order given by the princess, the soldiers went to the fort to search it again. Sylphie and Kosuke walked slowly through the grounds. The girl was completely focused, and there was a rather complicated expression on her face. Kosuke silently looked at Sylphie as she walked forward. The other guys at this time transferred 3 people to neat stretchers. They said that everything was ready. Hearing this, the girl said that she understood, after which she asked them to carry the bodies. The atmosphere was depressing. Sylphie watched in silence as the 3 bodies were carried out. Kosuke thought that these were the first casualties of such a hard war. The bodies were placed on tall wooden stands, while the rest of the people stood next to them. On the neat tables, along with the bodies, were small portions of food. There was bread, soup, a few extras, and water. 2 small bouquets of flowers were placed in the hands of these bodies. Danon handed Sylphie a small torch and then called her name. The girl accepted without further ado, taking the torch. At the moment when the princess touched the torch, the other guys started to beat a light melody on the drums, and all the people who were nearby started to sing in time to the melody. Sylphie set fire to all 3 tables with the bodies, after which everyone silently watched and honored the memory of the heroes who died in the war. Some people stood silently, while some cried bitterly, having lost people close to their hearts. Others sang farewell songs to comfort the souls of the dead. Kosuke hesitated, then asked Sylphie if this was how funerals were held in Marinade. He also said that it was the first time he saw them in this world. The girl quickly looked at Kosuke when he said this. Sylphie thought for a moment, then quickly said that this could not be called a traditional funeral of the Marinade Kingdom. After saying this, she took a short pause. She looked at the tall lights and said she thought it would be better to say that it was more of a military rite. The girl said that after cremation, the dead can reach the omiculum, and there it will be necessary to begin a new life. Sylphie looked at the moon high in the sky. Kosuke also raised his gaze and looked at the sky, observing a beautiful scene. Sylphie was deep in thought, observing the starry sky. After this pause, Sylphie returned to normal and turned to Melty, who was standing very close. The princess asked the girl if they had enough food for the near future. Melty smiled and said that it was, and they still had enough food. Hearing this, Sylphie sighed and said that it meant that it was time for them to begin. Melty readily agreed. Meanwhile, Kosuke looked the girls in confusion, not understanding what exactly they were talking about. Sylphie smiled and said that there was a funeral, which meant that they would eat and remember those who died in the war. Hearing this, Kosuke also smiled, noting the words the princess had said. He said that it wasn't that different from his home world. He also said that the process wasn't that unusual. Sylphie noted his words, a little surprised by it. With a smile, Melty brought a large barrel on her back and told the others that she brought it. The girls behind her smiled as they looked at it. Sylphie also smiled lightly and told Melty to start handing it out. Kosuke laughed, noting how strong Melty was. In the end, they put out 3 barrels of the drink into which they gradually poured the drink. Sylphie looked around and asked the people if everyone had had enough. After that, she raised her glass and exclaimed that they would drink to a new journey for the dead. Following her, the others began to raise their glasses, wishing the people a good journey. That night, they drank until the morning. The western fort was captured rather quickly, and the Pence traders were released, after which they all fled, leaving 100 soldiers with crossbows, heavy artillery, 20 people and 5 harpies under the leadership of Gorda. The guys finally went to the central fort and then they headed to the eastern fort, and so their capture began. A loud explosion rumbled right through the eastern fort. A tall cloud of dust rose into the air while many soldiers hid behind their shields and watched in silence. Piner and the other harpies were flying high in the air at this time. As always, they started with an attack. One of the harpies smiled widely, and then said that she even liked to attack. They landed on the ground fairly quickly, where Kosuke and Zamir were standing. Perna quickly reported that the bombardment was going well, and they were already ready for their next attack. Kosuke smiled and said that was great, then said that in that case, they should start preparing. The boy asked the harpies if they could handle it. Perna quickly exclaimed, agreeing. Suddenly, after a series of static, someone could be heard calling Kosuke's name loudly over the radio. The person quickly said that they had to stop the second bombing, which was contrary to their original plans. Kosuke was scared and asked if something had happened. He wondered if it was possible that they had been attacked. After these questions, the boys hesitated. At this time, at the highest point of the fort, several soldiers climbed to the highest point and raised a white flag, showing that they did not intend to fight. Ira, slightly perplexed, said that the enemy had raised a white flag and surrendered, then added that they had surrendered too. She exclaimed that they had been ordered to wait until the situation became clearer. Kosuke sighed and accepted this information, after which he agreed to follow these conditions. Ira said that the moment it became clear what happened to the fort and where the princess went, they would report everything. Kosuke said that he understood. After that, he thought deeply and said that they had never had anything like this before. Perna looked at the guy and asked if it could be that it was because their leader did not die after the explosion. The boy was surprised and asked what it meant. Perna said that if he died, no one would be able to decide to surrender. At the very first fort, they hit the target right away. Kosuke gasped loudly and said that now it was clear to him why no one had raised the white flag before. He had never thought before that there would be no one to give them orders if the leader simply died. Zamir quickly said that it was okay because they were able to cope with minimal costs. Kosuke smiled and agreed with these words, saying that the reptile was right. The harpies sighed rather sadly because they wanted to blow up more. The boys agreed, saying that now there are only a third of their original number. 20 heavy infantry soldiers led by Danon. Light infantry, 59. Soldiers with crossbows, 100. Partisans, 98, including Shamal. Together with Jagira, there are 5 musketeers, 5 air harpies. There are also 5 mages together with Ira. There are 3 civil servants together with Mira. There are 3 civil servants together with Melty. An hour later, Ira's message arrived that they were able to occupy the fort. 269 men from the army of the Holy Kingdom were captured. Their weapons were taken away, and they were put in prison. The army of the boys managed to get through this battle without any losses. And so it was deep night in the city, lit only by the light of the moon and stars. Someone raised a small spoon with food, telling the man to open his mouth. 3 harpies sat on all sides of Kosuke. Perna gave the boy a massage, while another girl asked the relaxed boy if he liked the food. Perna smiled and said that he was probably very tired, so she would heal him. Kosuke smiled broadly, saying that now he could not hold back. Pesar looked at the guy with a smile and said that thanks to the guy, everything was moving forward. With these words, she extended another spoon with food to the guy's face. Another girl with a wide smile said that everything they were doing now was natural. Kosuke asked if it was true. They were all having fun on the bed, when suddenly the front door opened with a loud creak, revealing Aray's figure. The girl walked into the room quite easily. Noticing Ara, who was holding a bunch of different papers and books with bottles, Kosuke asked if she had already checked everything. The girl didn't even blink an eye when she said that she had, and she finished. Torch looked out and happily said that they had drinks with them. After Ara answered, Kosuke immediately asked about Sylphie's current location. Ara carefully placed all the things she had in her hands on the chair. She was a little surprised when she heard such a question from a guy. The girl calmly explained that the princess was currently discussing their future policy. Hearing this, Kosuke sighed deeply, saying that this was quite a troublesome activity. After that, Ara looked at the boy carefully and added that they also received an urgent message from the fort in the west, and Sylphie had to deal with it at the moment. Kosuke tensed up when he heard about this. He asked what kind of message she was talking about. The girl said that there were refugees there, but after that she decided to correct her words and said that they could be called refugees, because that word would be more appropriate. She explained that they were mostly non-humans. but there were also guys from the kingdom of Marinade. Hearing this, Kosuke said that it was pretty good. While the harpies were pressing themselves against the boy, Kosuke asked how many of these refugees were there. Araya calmly said that there were 1,026 of them. Kosuke's face showed some displeasure, after which he asked her again how many refugees there were. Araya, with some weariness from this question, said that there were 1,026 of them. The girl said that of these people, only 260 are soldiers, and the remaining 730 are their families, who are not capable of fighting. Kosuke exclaimed that there were more of them than the liberated miners. Perna looked at Ara and asked if everyone had enough food. Ara at that time carefully took off her skirt and said that this food would not last long. After that, Ira closed her eye and took off her jacket, saying that transporting food to the base was quite difficult, and therefore they needed to find a new source of food as soon as possible. Kosuke's face once again showed displeasure, because he knew that these people clearly wouldn't be able to go into the wilderness. Perna put her hands on the boy's shoulders and said that they already had a shortage of animals, and now there was a problem with food. Ira climbed onto the bed and crawled towards the guys, saying along the way that in the original plans there were no difficulties with creating a cooking point in the wild. Kosuke sat surrounded by 4 girls. The guy asked Ira if she needed to go to a meeting. The girl covered her eye, saying that there would be no problem with that because she was told to restore her health. Ira intertwined her fingers with Kosuke's, slowly continuing to talk about something. The guy clarified her words. Era opened her eyes and answered discontentedly that she did not want to be in a place where she would have to deal with Melty. Kosuke closed his eyes and thought that if Ara said that, then Melty definitely didn't let him relax. The girl lying on the guy's chest assumed that Danon and Melty were arguing now. Danon says that they need to use the volunteer's power and leave Erlichberg. The man on the radio will answer that he is also for the man's decision, and as soon as the night goes by, they need to leave immediately. Melty would be against it, since the situation needs to be put in order. However, this way they will give the Sacred Kingdom time to recover. Kosuke spoke up about the conversation getting heated. He thought that Sylphie would have a hard time with the controls. The boy looked at Ara, calling her name. He asked her what she thought would happen. The girl turned to his words and looked at the boy. After Kosuke's question, Ara stood up and, stretching her hand to the side, addressed the girl nearby. Torch approached Ara with a folded paper in her hands and asked if this was what the girl meant. Ara answered affirmatively, thanking Torch. After that, Ara opened a large scroll and everyone looked at the contents. Kosuke asked if it was a map, to which the girl answered yes. She borrowed it from other forts. The girl began to tell that this was a map of the kingdom of Marinade. The country in the east was a sacred kingdom. They understood where their enemies were. Kosuke said that there were towns nearby through which the main roads ran. Perna replied that it was Erlichberg. This town is an important point for the neighboring villages and towns, since all the roads go through it. Ira said that if they surround Erlichberg, all the other cities will belong to them. It will also be more difficult for the Holy Kingdom to move its soldiers. The girl asked if they would continue the offensive. Ira replied that it was reasonable, considering the exchange with minimal damage and the current military forces. One of the girls said that Erlichberg was a big city, so she would like to visit it. Ira was asked what about the food problem then. While the boys were discussing the political situation, Sophie appeared at the door, looking at the boys with displeasure. She was mentally calling out to Kosuke. At that moment, someone called out the boy's name. He asked if the meeting had already ended. Sylphie was caught. Her Highness stood awkwardly in front of them and said something about how she was just taking a break. She clasped her hands behind her back and added that she thought the boy was lonely. Kosuke smiled widely, sitting surrounded by girls, saying that Sylphie said that even though she herself was lonely, the girl was very embarrassed by the guy's words, and her face turned very red. She exclaimed questioningly. At that moment, Torch approached Sylphie and began to push her with a smile, inviting the princess to join them. Sylphie fell onto the bed, right into the arms of Kosuke, Arva, and the harpies. The girl smiled happily, and the boy looked at the princess in surprise. Sylphie looked straight at Kosuke, who asked what was wrong. The girl was confused and blushed. She was very embarrassed and screamed. The girl exclaimed that the princess was mad. 7 days passed after this event. In Erlichberg, they talked about the anger of God, the demon, and the demon world. Someone slammed his fists on the table and said that the survivors said that God was angry. So he opened the gates of the demon world, from where the soldiers of evil invaded their lands. He exclaimed that such creatures could not kill people. The priest pointed his finger to the side, saying that it would sound more plausible if they said the dragons had attacked and burned everything. The man loudly asked those sitting in the hall what they would tell their overlord about such a situation. The priest pointed his finger at the man, saying that he would not escape responsibility. He added that it was his fault. The priest thought that to them, they were just a bunch of commoners. However, if the higher-ups found out that the 5,000 soldiers he had sent had died, he would not get away with it. The man clutched the staff tightly in his hand, thinking that this wasn't the end. He thought that they would fix something else. He turned and headed for the door, thinking that if he said that it was a night attack by the Gizmo, then maybe everything wouldn't be so bad. The man who was sitting at the table asked the priest where he was going. The priest turned around and exclaimed that he was going to lunch. He said that they would continue after him. After some time, the man sitting at the table was congratulated on the end of the working day. Mizzle thanked the man next to him. The man said that he had underestimated the opponents, so he was also to blame for all this. However, he did not think that they would lose all the troops. The guy next to him replied that he understood the man's feelings. He told about strange rumors going around the city, that a witch from the Black Forest had appeared and captured 3 forts on the border. Mr. Mizzle looked incredulously at the guy who said that this information came from the Pence Trade Organization. Suddenly, the man was called out loudly. Another guy entered the room. Mizzle asked what had happened and if it was urgent. The guy who had come to report to the man said that there had been an invasion. The young man said that the city of Metis had been attacked and was now in enemy hands. The city was under constant attack and was now in enemy hands. The city was under constant attack. There were a large number of soldiers in front of the city. Princess Sylphie was making a proclamation, so the people of Maywood City were told to listen. Sylphie confidently said that they were the Liberation Army of the Marinade Kingdom, and she was its leader, Sylphiel Danil Marinad. She said that their goal was to free the demi-humans from oppression. The princess informed the city's residents that they would not spare the soldiers, but they were not going to touch the civilians. The girl was listened to attentively by the people who were in the city at that moment. The soldiers also thought about Sylphie's words. She said that they would not hurt those who laid down their arms. The princess confidently added that they would also release those soldiers who did not resist. The soldiers who were on the watch wall at that moment were indignant. They could not believe the girl's words because they had killed the fort's defense detachment. They began to prepare for battle and ordered the archers to prepare as well. In front of the high wall that protected the city, loaded cannons were lined up with soldiers next to them. Danan told Leonard that according to Kyuubi's information, there were about 2,000 enemies. He said that they wanted to completely condemn and focus on defense, and the residents were given weapons, forcing them to fight. Sylphie listened to the man's report in silence. The princess turned to the girl next to her and asked if she could hit the commander. Jagira answered affirmatively, saying that it was possible. Jagira crouched down and took out her weapon. The other shooters next to her also got ready. The girl said that this concerned them, the firearms squad. The girl grabbed her gun tightly and began to aim at the soldiers on the wall. She calculated the distance between them. She stuck out her tongue and smiled slightly. The girl took careful aim and then pulled the trigger. At that very moment, the commander of the opposing army was shot in the head by the enemy, which greatly shocked the soldiers standing nearby. The man quickly began to fall backwards, bleeding, and the soldiers next to him screamed loudly. The squad leader fell to the ground. The soldiers next to him stood in shock and looked at him and screamed. The girl next to Jagira looked at her. Jagira was very pleased with her shot. Sylphie called out to another girl, telling her to tell the Harpy squad to hit the main gate with one blow. The girl accepted the order and said she would inform them. Moments later, a squad of Harpies set off. They received orders to attack the main gate in one go. Pyra came in mid-flight, accepting the order. She said they would destroy the main gate in one hit. The girl folded her wings and began to descend quickly, telling them to rely on her. The next moment, there was a huge explosion. The soldiers and residents were shocked by the power of this attack. They stood in front of the destroyed main gate of their city and just looked in shock. The Harpy squadron was still flying over the city as thick smoke rose from the ruined gates. The soldiers held their weapons with trembling bodies. They listened as they were told they could not win. The enemy told them they were given half an hour. The villagers listened to the princess with worried faces. Sophie said that if they wanted to surrender, they should raise a white flag. Sophie stood and confidently said that if they did not agree, they would continue to attack. Her Highness turned to the girl next to her, telling her that they were all retreating for the time being, and that she should pass this information on to the Harpies. Danon approached Sylphie and asked if she was sure. She replied that the enemies would not trust them if there was mortal danger circling above them. Leonard crossed his arms over his chest and said that they would hope for their decision. Danon added that it was before Erishberg, and they did not want to have casualties. Leonard looked at the princess and asked her if Kosuke would now always be in a safe place. Sylphie replied that she thought so. Behind her, a group of soldiers were being given orders and they were listening. Leonard closed his eyes and said words about how he was worried when a boy was in danger. Sylphie did the same and replied that she thought the same. However, she added that there were things that only he could do. The girl said that for this reason, leaving him in the rear was not the best decision. The man asked what she planned to do then. Leonard crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, frowning slightly. He said that he thought it was best for a guy to be with a girl. In his opinion, it was the safest way and they would both be happy that way. He said that he was wrong for not doing so. Sylphie listened to the man silently and listened. Sylphie and Leonard were standing near a town whose main gate had been destroyed. Leonard told her to think about it. Sylphie replied that she would take it into consideration. Leonard raised his finger and said seriously that if Kosuke was with them, the food problem would be solved. The girl looked at him with a smile and then answered that she agreed with him. She closed her eyes and thought that Kosuke needed to be patient for just a little while longer. Sophie stood there and thought that if they took control of Ericberg, their party would be able to rest. For that reason, they had to be patient. Her Highness the Princess stood there confidently. She decided to try even harder. At the same time, a loud scream was heard near the central fort. Kosuke stood there with a shocked expression on his face and tried to say something. Next to him stood Ara with a staff in her hand. In front of Kosuke and Ara stood angry monsters who were holding small clubs in their hands. A large number of monsters began to approach them and surround them. One of the soldiers called out to Kosuke, telling him to step back. The monsters in front of the guy had red eyes and a green one. They grinned at the people. The boy tried to guess who it was. However, Ara pulled out her staff at that moment and said that these creatures were called goblins. Kosuke answered with an awkward smile that he knew it because he often saw them in games, so he recognized them right away. The next moment, several goblins rushed forward with their clubs. Kosuke exclaimed because he was shocked by the monsters jumping so high. Arira closed her eye and extended her staff towards the monsters. At that moment, all the goblins were pierced by a powerful attack. Kosuke was shocked by what he saw. He covered his face with his hand, saying that he was very surprised. Ira looked at Kosuke, and after seeing the shocked boy's reaction, she smiled slightly. The bodies of the defeated goblins were lying on the ground. They were heavily charred and were even still smoking. Behind the charred bodies stood other goblins, who were also very shocked and scared by what they saw. The monsters quickly ran back into the depths of the forest. The soldier who stood next to the couple shouted words about them running away. The girl said that there were 7 left. Arira confidently raised her staff again and pointed it towards the fleeing goblins. She spoke the words that she would not let them go. Energy quickly began to accumulate at the end of the girl's staff. Arira swung it, and rapid attacks began to hit the goblins who tried to escape. All the monsters were amazed, and the girl, seeing this, closed her eye contentedly and smiled. Kosuke approached Ara with great delight. He was amazed by her magic, because she alone was able to defeat everyone. The guy looked at the girl and said that he was still wondering why she was with him. After all, usually strong guys are chosen for security. Ira turned up her nose and replied that she was the strongest of those left in the fort. Kosuke asked with great surprise if she was serious, to which Araya replied in the affirmative. She told the boy that she was a former court magician. Arira said that if she fought seriously, she could defeat 50 soldiers at once, but added at the end that it was possible. Kosuke asked her what she meant by possibly, to which she replied that she did not like fighting in close combat. Suddenly, 2 harpies landed behind the boy, and worriedly told him that they had seen a magical light. They asked the boys if something had happened. Kosuke turned to the girls and looked at them. He told them with a slight smile that while they were walking through the forest, goblins appeared and Era destroyed them. Both girls opened their mouths in shock and began to apologize. They exclaimed words about how they failed the purification task. Kosuke awkwardly waved his hands, telling the girls not to pay attention, because from above it was impossible to see what was happening in the forest. Ara, who was standing next to the guy, said that Kosuke was right. The guy awkwardly agreed, and then asked the girls if they had any news. One of the girls looked at the other in confusion and mumbled something thoughtfully. The second girl also looked back at her and remained silent in confusion, unable to find the right words. At that time, the city dwellers were working in a small field, harvesting the crops. The girl responded by saying that the harvesting should be finished after lunch. The harpy nearby asked if that was true. Kosuke looked at Ara next to him and said something about what it meant that today it would be possible to plow the land and plant seeds. The boy also added that when he sowed the seeds himself, they grew faster. Ara replied that if this territory was developed, there would be enough agricultural land for the future, and now it was possible to increase the turnover of the crop. A small group stood in the clearing and talked about how they needed to look into that attack and expand the territory, after which the work of tending the farmland would be completed. After this discussion, Ira looked ahead and tried to object. The girl looked around and said that she did not think that in 1 week they would get such spacious agricultural lands. They looked around and said that they could even see the central fort and the temporary fort. Kosuke took the mithril hoe with a slight smile, saying that it was all thanks to it. He said that with one swing, 10 blocks could be plowed in all directions. He also added that thanks to this mithril shovel, the land planning progressed. The boy stood there with a wide smile on his face while Ira frowned and said that he was talking nonsense again. The girl responded to the boy by saying that she had never heard of a hoe and shovel being made from mithril. The soldier standing next to them was shocked when he heard about that mithril. The guy was able to build a wall near the barracks, which protects the warehouses and the workers in the fields. Small buildings were now surrounded by walls. For this reason, warehouses began to be used, where wheat began to gradually accumulate. They were discussing how the food problem had been solved, so the boy thought that something could be done about employing the freedmen. The girl mumbled something in agreement. Kosuke looked at Ara and confidently said that they could go and scatter the seeds. He turned to the girl and asked what she had decided. He asked about taking her in his arms and running because it would be faster. The harpies looked closely at Ara, who became slightly gloomy at this suggestion. The girl imagined Kosuke lifting her up and refused. She said she couldn't because she felt sick. She crossed her fingers sullenly as she spoke. After that, the guy headed in the other direction, saying that there was nothing to be done. He said that they would have to take a cart, and he still wasn't used to the shaking. Ira, walking next to him, replied that it was easier thanks to his pillow. Kosuke approached the wooden cart and was indignant because it didn't even have a suspension. He asked if there was really no way to improve the system. Araya simply asked what kind of suspension they were talking about. The boy told the girl that it was a device that restrained shaking using the force of a spring. Ira did not quite understand Kosuke's words. The young man looked at the girl in front of him and began to assert that such an improvement was very real. Ira asked Kosuke if he could make it. The girl looked at the guy carefully and he answered, saying that he did not know the details. However, he thought he could do it. The guy looked at the screen in front of him and said that he had all the materials for a primitive improvement of the cart. Ira asked about whether the spring was really necessary. It was a suspension. The soldier who had been with the boys before stood not far from them. He wondered if it was okay if he moved away to that distance. At that time, Kosuke was telling the girl that she might be scared of the light, so she should be careful. Kosuke, standing next to the old cart, put his finger to the button of the primitive upgrade and pressed it. At the same moment, a very bright flash of light appeared in front of them, which surprised them greatly. The light was so bright that it illuminated almost the entire field behind the boys. Ira covered her eye with a small scream, and the boy was just slightly surprised. After the boy was able to improve the cart, they continued on their way with it, while the harpies flew above them. The cart was pulled by 2 horses and driven by a soldier. Ira, who was sitting in the cart, was very surprised that the cart was hardly shaking. The guy agreed with her. He said that it had become several times better. The boys rode quickly on the improved carriage. Ira said words about how she would suggest upgrading all the carriages in the fort. The boy put his hand on the window frame and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. He said words about how she was right, so they would do it. At that moment, they were interrupted by the regular call. Kosuke and Ara immediately looked at the bag on the seat next to them. The radio reported that the Holy Army of Mazewood refused to surrender. The voice reported that they, the Liberation Army, had begun the battle. That was the end of the report. At the same time, Sylphie, who was at the front, raised her sword high and shouted the words that they were starting the attack. She said that they would set an example. The soldiers behind the princess also raised their swords and shouted in full battle readiness. Arira looked at Kosuke, who had become quite serious after the report, and called out to him. She asked if the boy was okay. Kosuke responded to his name, pulled out of his thoughts. Araya told the boy that he had an expression on his face as if he was in pain. She asked if the boy was worried. Kosuke looked at the girl in front of him and replied that, of course, he was worried. He added that although there was something else to say, but that would be later. The boy thought that he understood that only with his abilities could he solve the food problem. Kosuke looked thoughtfully out the window at the fields. He thought about how he didn't want casualties and he didn't want such open battles either. However, it was quite difficult for the boy to just think about something. He looked out the window excitedly. The carriage was moving along a wide road, along the fields. Kosuke thought about how the man who created the weapon was sitting safely. After some time, the city that the army went to capture was heavily damaged. The guy received a message that their guys captured Mazewood, and they were wounded. 2 days have passed since then. The squad led by Sylphie settled in Archbird. They set up camp there, and it was already deep night outside. Sylphie stood near the city and watched it carefully. On the other side, there were soldiers in the city who were watching the invaders' camp. That's when this battle began, in which the Liberation Squad put all their efforts. It was night outside. Everyone was waiting for the sun to rise. Ara, Hubie, Kosuke, and the Harpy were in the camp. They were watching how soon the sun would rise. After some time, the first rays of light appeared over the horizon. The boys noticed that dawn had come. Someone said that he would go ahead, to which he was told to be careful. At that moment, a new message came over the radio. The voice on the other side began to report that the Liberation Squad had begun an attack on Richburg according to plan. Kyuri looked at the boys and said the words about what had started. Kosuke said seriously that he wanted this time to be without casualties too. Ara agreed with him and told him not to worry. She said that the squad was strong now, as there were harpies and crossbowmen. At a minimum, the Sacred Army must resist the harpies. Otherwise, there will be no chance of victory. At this point, Kosuke tried to add some words, so the girl looked at him carefully. Kosuke stood up and approached Hubie with a displeased expression. The boy exclaimed a question about why he was in this place. Hubie looked at the boy and replied that it was because they were quietly gathering somewhere before sunset. He asked if this was some kind of special mission. There were a lot of different boxes in the carriage. The guy told Hubie that they were delivering missing things to the front, like potions. Kosuke frowned slightly and closed his eyes. He crossed his arms and said that the initial required volume of wheat production had been calculated. He also added that, with the help of the land he had prepared, it could be harvested in 1 week. Era also covered her eye and replied that the boy actually wanted to see the princess soon. Kosuke was slightly confused and exclaimed a question about what she meant. Kyubey simply sat next to them with a smile. After that, Kosuke awkwardly looked away and fell silent, his face turning slightly red. Kosuke broke the awkward silence by saying that it would be better for Kyubey to tell them something. He leaned slightly towards Kuti and looked at him carefully. He said that he was not visible at all when the fort was captured. The guy asked what he was doing anyway. Kyubey responded to the boy saying that he was doing reconnaissance. He was studying the military forces of the nearby villages up to the Mazewood area. He was also telling those who could help them what kind of liberation force this was. Kosuke looked at Kyubey in surprise and asked how he hadn't been caught at all, to which the boy asked if he hadn't mentioned this before. Kyubey looked at Kuskushin, said that he often dealt with people from the Marinade Kingdom. He said that experience saved him. Kuskus looked at the guy in surprise and said that he understood. While the boys were riding the carriage fast, Kyubey, with a satisfied expression, began to tell about how there were still some holy army types walking around this place. He closed his eyes and smiled slightly, saying that he would protect them. Kosuke looked at Aro with a slight smile, who also turned her gaze from Kyubi to him. The boy responded to this, that everything should go well with him, too. He also added that the best option would be if nothing happened. However, he still thanked him. At this time, the man raised his hand and directed it forward with a loud cry of opening fire. A large number of arrows flew in the direction indicated by this hand. A great battle began. The conquerors began to attack the soldiers from the surrounded city with arrows. However, the normal arrows did not reach the opponents because they used magical barriers that stopped the arrows. In response, the enemy army launched powerful consecutive attacks of fireballs. The girls with the staffs stood in defense of their army. They used an anti-magic barrier. There was a powerful clash of attacks from both sides, causing explosions. Sylphie stood confidently in the middle of the battlefield, looking towards the enemy as the smoke from the explosions cleared. The princess stood at the head of her army. After their counterattack, the enemy deployed a squad of tiger mages. Sylphie's squad was now even. A loud order to open fire sounded from their side again. At the same time, a large number of crossbows again aimed their arrows at the enemy. Arrow attacks and other magical attacks flew towards the city, raining attacks on the enemy. Sylphie stood and watched the scene. She said that if the enemy fell now, the southern part would be theirs. So they were trying their best. Danon looked at the princess, asking her if maybe they should move away to a distance so that the enemy's arrows would not reach them. He added that they were using spears and magic, in which case they might not be able to handle the load if they defended themselves. Sylphie firmly refused the offer, saying that they were moving on. Danon looked at the girl in shock. Sylphie turned to Leonard with the order to create a team of fast guys. She decided to break into the city. The man accepted the girl's order. Sylphie ordered the girl next to her to relay everything to Emir, who was at the northern gate. Her Highness stood there with a serious expression and said that once the team was formed, they would have to let the harpies blow up the gate. At the same time, there was a large, tall building in the center of a city. A man, climbing the stairs, asked a soldier in front of him how things were going on the battlefield. The knight called out to Mr. Missile and quickly began to report that they were in an almost hopeless situation. He said that the southern and northern ones had set up a barrier, so there was no harm from arrows. He also added that it seemed that there were fewer enemies, so there were almost no attacks. The man climbed the tower, and the knight finished his report by saying that the enemies were still moving forward. Missile replied that he understood. The man rubbed his chin and frowned slightly. He said he thought they had a plan. The guy next to Miesel added that, at this scale, it seemed like they would have finished it by just putting the knights in the back. Suddenly, the man's name was called loudly. The soldier looked out the window and reported that one of the harpies had descended. The man asked again in shock about the harpy. Mr. Missile came closer to the viewing window, where the knight pointed in his direction with his hand. At that moment, one of the harpies was quickly heading towards the city. The man exclaimed a question about what the enemies were planning, as the knight reported that the northern ones were also flying. The harpy that was flying towards the city was equipped with an explosive device. It was attached to its legs. At that moment, a deafening explosion was heard at the main gate of the city, which hit the entrance to the city. Mr. Mazel, his assistant, and the soldier silently watched the explosion with a shocked expression on their faces. At this moment, black clouds of smoke rose from the main gate, and the soldiers on the wall could simply watch in silence. Sylphie just silently watched the attacks on the city with a rather serious expression. Mr. Mazel looked out the window with a deep frown. The man couldn't believe the explosion, so he asked if it was magic. The soldier pointed his finger at the sky in a panic, saying that more harpies were coming. At that moment, another squad of harpies flew through the sky at breakneck speed, very focused. Another powerful explosion was heard, which again hit the main gate of the city. Fragments began to fly in different directions. From such a powerful blow, the gates that had protected the city until that moment were blown apart. The soldiers barely managed to protect themselves from the explosion. Mr. Mazel asked with great shock what had happened. The guy next to him said that here they were, the very gates of hell. Princess Sylphie smiled contentedly at this situation, because everything was going according to her plan. The passage into the city was opened for the girl's army. At that moment, one of the harpies, Perna, came on the line and reported that they had successfully carried out the explosion of the northern and southern gates. Meanwhile, in the watchtower in the city, soldiers began reporting that enemies were coming. Missile gave them orders to attack in groups of 3. They gathered and started to go down the stairs. The man asked his assistant where the archbishop was, to which the boy replied that he was in his room. The large door quickly swung open, and a man entered the room who addressed the archbishop with the words that he should prepare himself. The man, sitting on a chair, asked what had happened and whether they had won. The man answered negatively. Missile, still standing in the passage, told him that the enemy had blown up the gates, so the archbishop should evacuate. The archbishop, with great shock on his face, sat up and asked again what the man had just told him. A group of knights stood on a small city street and watched the enemy approach. They shouted about magic and that the enemy was coming. They were ordered to take their spears and get ready. By this time, the archbishop was saying with great concern on his face that the men would take full responsibility for this. There was a cart parked in front of the entrance to the large, tall building. Mr. Measle closed his eyes and told the man to leave quickly. Someone's footsteps were heard approaching. The girl said that he was the commander of Arshberg. At the words of the intruder, Mr. Measle and 2 guys who were standing next to him turned around. At that moment, the carriage with the archbishop had already started moving. Sylphie stood in front of the man, holding a sword. The man noticed the girl's ears and her dark skin. He immediately realized that she was a witch from the Black Forest. Behind the girl was a squad of soldiers, covering her. Princess Sylphie stood before Mr. Measle and his assistants, who had drawn their swords and were ready. The young man excitedly exclaimed words for Mr. Measle to take care of himself, and the second boy shouted for immediate support. The next moment, Sylphie quickly swung her sword and threw it towards the man with a loud cry. The blade pierced Mr. Measle's head, and he only managed to scream. The guys next to him froze in shock and silently looked at the man. Mr. Measle fell to the ground and one of the guys rushed towards him, loudly shouting his name. The second guy, shouting, rushed to attack the girl, who had already raised her arm to attack. While the girl was attacking one of the guys, another one ran up to her. He prepared to attack, thinking that she was open from behind. The boy swung his sword with a furious expression and thought that the girl would not be able to dodge it. The determined boy only had time to think that he was fighting for Mr. Measle when Sylphie turned towards him. The girl looked straight at the guy behind her and then made a quick dash and pulled something out. The next moment, the guy's body was hit by several quick shots that went right through his chest. Princess Sylphie held a firearm in her hand, which was pointed at the boy. 4 holes were visible on the boy's metal armor. The boy began to cough up blood from the wounds he received. The shocked boy slowly began to fall to the ground while Sylphie stood in front of him with a sword and a firearm in her hands. She looked at the boy carefully, frowning slightly. After that, Her Highness turned and stepped over the body, heading towards the second knight, telling him that they had lost. The girl came closer and put her sword to his neck, telling them to lay down their weapons and admit defeat. The boy gritted his teeth and trembled slightly. At the same time, Leonard was fighting an army of opponents. He swung his sword deftly, cutting off other people's swords. The city turned into a continuous battlefield, where everyone was fighting for their lives. Some were wounded, and some continued to attack. Princess Sylphie stood before the wounded knight, threatening him with her sword, and asked him what he would do. The young man, trembling with his whole body, answered the girl that he understood. He said the words that on behalf of the commander, he declared surrender. After this, the Battle of Arichburg ended. The flag of the country of Marinad was raised at the ruined walls. They had finally captured an important point. A small carriage pulled by 2 horses was driving along a small road between the fields and the forest. Pesar flew up to the carriage that Kosuke was in and landed gently, saying that she had returned. The boy greeted the girl with a wide smile on her return. The girl smiled brightly and said that Aija was patrolling today, so this time she was passing on information. The Harpy reported that Arshberg was coming soon. The girl took her place in the cart, which went on its way. They had a hill left and the city would be visible. The boys couldn't even believe it. Ara, Kosuke, Pesar, and Kyuubi looked out of the carriage's windows onto the street with great surprise on their faces. The boys said words about how big the city was. The cart began to drive up a small road right to the captured city, and an excellent view of the area opened up before the guys. After some time, the carriage with the boys reached the city, where Pessar quickly ran out. Sylphie came out to meet them, smiling widely and spreading her arms out to the sides. She joyfully shouted Kosuke's name. The girl quickly headed towards the arriving carriage, from where Kosuke quickly ran out, shouting the girl's name in response. Sylphie quickly hugged the boy tightly and, closing her eyes, smiled. She said the words that the boy was safe, and he replied that, of course he was safe. The girl hugged the boy even tighter in joy, causing him to suddenly open his eyes wide and exclaim. Kosuke deftly freed himself from Sylphie's embrace, stepping to the side, causing the girl to step back in confusion. The princess gave the boy a displeased look and asked him why he had moved away from her just now. Kosuke raised his hands and answered with an awkward smile that he had felt danger for a moment. Sylphie put one hand on her waist and closed her eye, saying that she didn't understand. She asked Kosuke what it meant that nothing happened to him. Kosuke smiled and raised his hand and said with a smile that she saw that he was not injured or sick. Ara behind him also smiled contentedly and added that she was looking after him. Ara proudly lifted her nose and smiled, saying that she was just like a little sister. Kosuke burst out laughing at these words, and Sylphie just looked at them silently. Her Highness looked at the couple with displeasure and asked him about the words about a little sister. At that moment, Ara approached the princess and began to whisper something in her ear. Kosuke opened his mouth in shock and silently looked at the girls. Pessar and Leonard stood nearby and watched the boys with smiles. After some time, night fell in the city, so the guys went to a place where they could spend the night. There were 2 beds in the small room, and Kosuke and Ara were sitting on one of them. The girl said that the guy was younger than her, so he should call her little sister Ara. The guy was a little confused by the girl's suggestion. Arara sat in front of Kosuke on the bed, her whole body slightly shaking, barely holding back her tears. The guy, seeing this, thought that this was not right. Kosuke mentally screamed that crying was dishonest, and in general it was cheating. He smiled awkwardly and said that he understood everything. Kosuke mumbled something, so the girl made a questioning sound. After that, the guy called the girl's sister Ara. Ara looked at the very embarrassed guy and said words about how cute it was. And the guy was completely taken aback. The girl, with a slightly flushed face and a slight smile, spread her arms out to the sides and told the guy to come to her so that she could caress him. Kosuke scratched his head awkwardly, saying something unintelligible. Ara looked at Kosuke with tears in her eyes and asked him about what he really didn't want. The guy looked away with an embarrassed expression on his face. He was silent, and his face turned red. After that, Kosuke hugged the girl and closed his eyes, calling her little sister Ara. The girl, with a smile on her face, stroked the boy and asked him if he wanted his little sister to do something for him. Holding Kosuke close to her chest, she gently lifted his shirt a little higher with her hand, after which she extended her other hand, crawling under his clothes. The guy blushed and said that he wanted her to be more gentle with him. Ara agreed with a smile and said that she would do so. Listening to the girl's story, Sylphie's mouth dropped open in shock. After that, she looked at the boy mischievously and noted what exactly he liked. Milty also smiled, because everything was heard. Kosuke blushed and covered his face with his hands, asking the boys not to look at him like that. The next day, Kosuke was walking with Milty down the street. The boy said that he was very tired. He sat down on his knees and said that after that, Milty kidnapped him and he spent the whole evening turning the stone mill. He told Kyubi to try doing all this for him, and then he would understand everything at once. Kyubi smiled and said that he would refrain. Afterwards, he asked if he got a break. The boy confirmed it. Kyubi asked where they were going, since he hoped they weren't going shopping. Kusuko replied that basically anything he wanted, he could create with the creation skill. Kyubi suggested that Kosuke go to the club, but the boy was very surprised. He turned away and said that it was interesting, of course, but if they found out about it, it would be bad for them. Kyubi agreed with him. Afterwards, Kyubi suggested going to a bar. Kosuke said that his own was tastier, and he didn't want to go there for the same reason as the club, because there were a lot of girls there. Kyubi suggested going to a casino, but Kosuke refused again. The guy asked how Kosuke usually spent his time. He calmly said that he was creating new items. Kyubi was surprised and asked if this was what Kosuke called rest. Kosuke smiled and said that it was fun, but he was curious about something.